Chapter 451, Rich Blacksmith Resources. Chapter 451, Rich Blacksmith Resources. Why are you laughing? Li Sha furrowed her brows, wearing a disgruntled face when she thought that Shi Yin was taking pleasure in others' misfortune. Nothing. I just didn't expect that a third sky of spirit realm warrior like Nu Lang also would meet difficulty refining secret treasures. Shi Yan's expression became serious. He thought and then continued. Precursor Li Sha, thanks for your explanation. With the information you've provided, I think we will have a better arrangement. What should be told, I've told you all. What the Yang family will do, I can't control it. But I do hope that the Yangs would stay in Barren City like before. The Sea tribes have cooperated with you guys for many years. Please don't let this current event affect our mutual cooperation. If there's nothing else, I think the other leaders won't have any other thoughts. Li Sha hesitated for a while before giving another advice. Matriarch Li Sha, thanks for your reminder, said Yangzhua. Don't be too polite, smiled Li Sha and then turned to Fei. Then, I will not bother you guys anymore. The other warriors in Barren City were manipulated by Ming Hai, Yin Feng, Fu Hao, and Jiulan Xian, and as those four are dead, you guys shouldn't attack them further. Maintaining the order of Barren City is what the Sea tribes want to see. Shi Yin and Yang Zhua exchanged looks. I should go back. Li Sha didn't linger, leaving together with Fei. Yang Zhua's group was calm, looking at the Sea tribe's warriors leaving. Then, they all wore an excited face. Little Yin, I'll take you to see the materials that we are storing. Yang Zhua contemplated, then suddenly burst out in laughter. That part of cultivating materials has taken account of just several % of the goods we store. But in the others' eyes, it's huge. This time you visited Barren City. If you need any materials to cultivate, just take them from the storage. Yang Mu and the others left with happy countenances. Oh good. Shi Yin felt refreshed, following people of the Yang family behind the meeting hall, entering the secret channel leading to the vault that kept many kinds of fundamental stones. Looking at the colorful, dazzling cultivating materials, Shi Yin was moved. This batch of commodities included crystals for cultivating rare 5-element metals and many rare, precious pellets and other materials found on the seabed. Any types of materials for cultivating that were rare on land could be found here. If there were some good blacksmiths and alchemists here, with this tremendous amount of cultivating materials, they could refine many kinds of rare treasures and pellets. When the Yang family still had the control of the Kiara Sea area for many years, they had done trading with hotshots from the Sea tribes and demon dwellers from the demon area. Over hundreds of years, the Yang family had been gathering so many types of cultivating materials from the endless sea, the seabed, and the demon area. The Yang family could control the Kiara Sea and attract warriors from everywhere. This was also related to this huge amount of cultivating materials. Do you need anything? Yang Zhua wore a proud face. Speaking of cultivating materials, the Yang family has much more than the Chao family and the Martial Spirit Palace. As long as they're the materials on the endless sea, the demon area, or undersea, we almost have them all. Some blacksmiths and alchemists of the endless sea will come to the Yangs if they need rare materials. Big Uncle, do we have our private blacksmiths and alchemists? Suddenly, Shi Yin remembered the blacksmith's secrets of success he had obtained from the exotic land. If they had an excellent blacksmith, with this book, he could learn the secret methods from it. Blacksmiths and alchemists are really scarce in the endless sea. In the divine great land, these two classes of warriors are very honored. So, excellent blacksmiths and alchemists will travel around, and they won't stay in one place for a long time. Yang Zhua frowned and explained slowly. When the blacksmiths and the alchemists come to one place, they come for the materials and then start to refine stuff. When they're done, they will continue their journey to other places to find new materials. Blacksmiths and alchemists don't have a permanent residence. I heard that only in the divine great land is there a place where the blacksmiths and the alchemists gather. Currently, there's nothing like that in the endless sea. So, who had refined the immortal nature pellet for the Yang family? Shi Yin was surprised. Without a private alchemist, who had produced this pellet for the Yangs. Some alchemists visited the endless sea and came to our Kiara Sea for some rare cultivating materials. Your great-grandfather had talked to them personally, using the materials they need to exchange for their help. They then refined some pellets for the Yang family and left afterward. Yang Zhua explained and shook his head. Outstanding blacksmiths and alchemists usually don't want to be controlled. Even the Yang family couldn't make the spirit-level blacksmiths or alchemists produce treasures exclusively for the Yangs. Most of the time, we just use money to buy the goods. But those are usually not matched with us. Only the customized treasures could promote one's power the best. Shi Yan's eyes brightened. Let alone the Yang family. Even the Chao family and the Martial Spirit Palace with their formidable forces in Endless Sea couldn't have excellent blacksmiths or alchemists. In the Divine Great Land, the best blacksmiths and alchemists have just the spirit level. And those excellent blacksmiths at this level will come to the Divine Great Land. They will absolutely not linger around the Endless Sea. Yang Zhui sighed reluctantly. So, the outstanding blacksmiths and alchemists are delicious cakes in the eyes of the forces from everywhere. Of course. Is Nu Lang from the Black Flood Dragon clan a blacksmith? Otherwise, why does he want to forge secret treasures? Shi Yan was suspicious and couldn't help but ask. Yang Zhui smiled, shaking his head. No member of the Sea tribes was born with a fire martial spirit. I've never heard of any hotshots of the Sea tribes becoming a real blacksmith or alchemist. Since the Sea tribes members' bodies can't generate a fiery flame, they will not have the human flame, and they can't control the fiery flame skillfully. That makes them unable to become real blacksmiths or alchemists. Excellent blacksmiths and alchemists will not accept the Sea tribes members as their disciples either. How about that Nu Lang? He isn't a blacksmith. Yang Zhui smilingly shook his head. He found a volcano undersea, threw some rare, cultivating materials in there, and melted them into treasure shapes. He then uses his soul to refine them, using his blood to grind. This way can be considered a way to forge treasures. But it's thousands of miles away from what the real blacksmiths will do. Do the blacksmiths do the same when they forge the treasure? Of course not. Yang Zhui had a serious face. Apparently, a true blacksmith has a human flame. If he's better, he can use the earth flame. In legends, the best alchemists even have the heaven flame. When a real blacksmith refines the secret treasure, he needs to carve the earth and heaven mysterious formation inside the treasure personally. Those magical formations are the essence of refining. Every magical formation has its own special effects. It can collect energy, or can gather the fire elements, or even condense the beast's soul to create telepathy with the owner. With just a flicker of one's thought, the secret treasure will answer instantly. To check whether the rare treasure is made by a blacksmith or not, we just need to see if there's a mystical formation in it. The ones that have the mystical formations are made by blacksmiths. The ones that don't have the formation are just created by combining and melting some materials. That's not refining. However, the treasures that many warriors from the Endless Sea are using, including our Yang family, are all fabricated with this bluntly cheap method. So, Nu Lang isn't a real blacksmith? Shi Yan burst out laughing. Haha, if the Sea tribes know how to do smiting, why would they need the blacksmiths? If anybody could become a blacksmith, it wouldn't be a rare profession anymore. Otherwise, how could the blacksmiths maintain their superior position? Yang Zhui also laughed. Yeah, seems like becoming a blacksmith benefits a family or even a force. Sure, Yin was startled, as a strange ray of light sparked from his eyes. Of course, in the legends, during the ancient times, each warrior was both a blacksmith and alchemist. According to the legends, the warriors at that time were divided into classes, blacksmith or alchemist. Any warrior would consider refining weapons and pellets as a part of their realm. So, each warrior was a blacksmith and an alchemist. Warriors at that time wouldn't count on someone else to fabricate their treasures and pellets, as they would do it themselves. However, as time changed, the warriors were then divided into blacksmiths and alchemists among the community of warriors. In our times, the blacksmiths and the alchemists have become the special characters among the other warriors. I'm not sure whether this change is good or bad. Yangjua said after letting out a sigh. Shi Yin attentively listened to his explanation. He was stunned for a long while. His eyes sparked radiant beams as if he was considering something. Little Yin, do you need any materials? Just take them directly, smiled Yangjua. I'll stay here for several days. I'll check it out first. You guys can go. Shi Yin suddenly woke up from his thought, smiled, then said, Stay here. Yangjua was surprised. Shi Yin nodded to confirm. Yes, this place. Big Uncle, don't worry. The Black Flood Dragon clan wouldn't take action for now. Wait until I get out of here. I'll come to the Black Flood Dragon clan to visit New Lang. Visit New Lang? Yangjua's face slightly changed. Don't worry. I have my calculations. Shi Yin was full of confidence. I assure that I can solve New Lang. I'm 100% sure. People of the Yang family couldn't make head or tail of it. They didn't know where he got his confidence from. However, today, Shi Yin had brought them many surprises. Although they found it vague, they still had hope in him. Good then. If you need something, just ask. If you're not sure, just find me directly. Yangjua didn't say anything further, leading the group of Yang Mu back to their place. Chapter 452, Pacifying. Chapter 452, Pacifying. Only Shi Yin was left in the vault. That big vault stored thousands of types of cultivating and refining materials. They were so colorful and brilliant that they could easily dazzle people. There was a piece of yellow paper stuck on each kind of material to tell the name and its primary functions. When the blacksmiths and the alchemists came here, they just needed to read the notes to know what kind of pellets or secret treasures those materials could fabricate. As for the heat control and the precise amount, they depended on the method the blacksmiths and alchemists would use. According to Yangjua, when one wanted to become a blacksmith, he had to have the human flame, and it would be best if he could use the earth flame. If one had the heaven flame, even a lousy blacksmith could forge extraordinary weapons. The human flame was the worst, the earth flame was better, and the heaven flame was something they could only meet by fortune. The heaven flame was the divine tool in the hands of blacksmiths and alchemists. In his line of sight were all sorts of refining materials. Shi Yin had the ice-cold flame, the earth flame, and the 9 serenities soul-devouring flame in his body, among which the earth flame was the best flame to do the refining. In his storage ring, he had the blacksmith's secrets of success from the toxic land, which was the method written by a spirit-level blacksmith. Flame, materials, and methods were the 3 fundamental elements required by a blacksmith. He had them all. If he paid attention, he could become a blacksmith using his flame and materials to fabricate all kinds of secret treasures with different effects. He could even make the treasures perform their best that would give him the perfect assistance. Sitting neatly in the vault, Shi Yin frowned while musing. From his head to his feet, flows of negative emotions continuously oozed out, bringing all kinds of thoughts which were sufficient to disorder his mind, flooding his head. When he killed Ming Hai's group, he had used the gravitational field to grind more than 10 warriors. Negative energies from those people were then poured into his acupuncture points. Now he felt a vague pain inside his whole body while the negative energies were transferred into his body. Currently, these negative energies were being filtered, and they started to generate the counter force that affected his mind. As he had known beforehand that he had to undergo this phase, he had asked to stay in this vault and would use his tough will to dissolve them all. His mind barged into the blood vein ring. He called the ice-cold flame, and a flame that looked like a shining white gem slowly came out, floating in front of him. Freeze me, before my mind restores, and if I haven't sent you any order, do not unseal. Shi Yin sent a message using his soul consciousness. The ice-cold flame looked at him carefully. These years, as the ice-cold flame had been living inside the blood vein ring, it knew about all kinds of strange and mysterious things he had. It knew Shi Yin's habits and wanted to help him reduce the pressure on his body. The ice-cold flame then released the extremely cold air. This cold air gathered but not diffused, turning into white mist pouring over his body. Crack, crack. Shiyan's body started to be covered by frost. Freezing sounds echoed around him, and within only 3 seconds, his whole body was enveloped inside a 5-meter-thick, solid ice layer. Like an ice sculpture, Shiyan sat there neatly, not moving an inch as a strange force had frozen him. The ice-cold flame was the ancient heaven flame, which was specialized in using the extreme cold power in earth and heaven. After it came out from the blood vein ring, it could mobilize cold air enough to freeze the whole island. So, it needed just a short period to freeze Shiyan. Inside the ice block, Shiyan was refining the negative energy in silence. Staying in there, even if he had all kinds of brutal thoughts in his head, he couldn't take any action being confined inside the ice block. The refined aura from the negative energies flooded his mind. However, under the effect of the ice-cold flame, even his thoughts seemed to be frozen. In this state, he didn't need to worry that he would destroy everything around him while he was refining all the negative energies. Time flew by, and one day was gone. All the negative energies had been refined, turning into flows of peculiar power, overflowing from 720 acupuncture points all over his body to his tendons, bones, and even blood. They strengthened his physique and enhanced the purity of his profound qi, for precious drops of immortal blood had been condensed in his palm as well. A part of the peculiar power was absorbed by the star martial spirit. This made the star martial spirit radiate jade-like beams and triggered numerous star dots moving over his heart. This enhanced the absorption and the density of the star martial spirit, helping the star's peculiar abilities grow and the star's martial spirit to thrive more stably. Shiyan slowly woke up. He immediately felt the extreme cold all over his body. His mind flickered, sending his thought to the ice-cold flame. A suction force came out from the snowflake form of the ice-cold flame. The cold around his body was removed, sucked into the ice-cold flame. In just a flash, the ice covering his body vanished into thin air, as if it had never existed. Shiyan exhaled, sensing the change in his star martial spirit. Also, he was holding 4 precious drops of the immortal blood. Shiyan smiled, speaking to the ice-cold flame. "All right, I'm getting back in the ring," replied the ice-cold flame. "Hold on." Shiyan frowned and halted the ice-cold flame. "What's up?" "We had made a deal that when I enter the Nirvana realm, I will let you go." Shiyan's complexion was somber. "However, after I entered the Nirvana realm, we had a special situation. You'd sunk into silence, so I couldn't fulfill my promise. But now, for the moment, I don't want to leave." The ice-cold flame sent him a message before he could finish his talk. "The reason why I wanted to leave was because I felt one day you would take all that I had and enslave me, just like my previous master, who had considered me his precious treasure. But after living together for a period, I can see you're different from him." "What?" Shiyan was astounded. "So you won't leave me?" "I don't have this thought just yet." The ice-cold flame mused, then sent him another message. "Wait until I find a place suitable for me to evolve, I'll tell you. At that time, I hope you will let me go. But for now, I'll stay with you. You can be considered a foreigner among the human race. Living with you is safer than wandering alone and then getting captured by other God Realm warriors." Shiyan burst out laughing. His thoughts flickered again. The earth flame, the Holy Spirit God, and even the king of demonic insects flew out from the blood vein ring. The ice-cold flame, the earth flame, the Holy Spirit God, the king of demonic insects, and the devouring gold silkworm. 3 eccentric living beings and 2 demonic beasts all showed themselves in the vault. They were forming a 5-colored energy halo that rippled out from Shiyan. "Retrieve your powers." Shiyan's face slightly changed, and he immediately shouted. The formidable, profound qi in his body suddenly moved, creating a huge dark light shield, covering the surging energy of the gorgeous 5-colored halo. The 5 living beings hurried to withdraw their powers, preventing them from expanding when they heard him shouting. After all of the energies had been retreated and the vault restored its quietness again, Yin frowned and then talked in a low tone. It's our fate that we can be together. I'll let all of you out this time to make something clear. The ice-cold flame, the earth flame, and the Holy Spirit God had turned into 3 separate beams of light, floating in front of him. The devouring gold silkworm and the king of demonic insects were on his left and right, waiting in silence. I know my blood has an extreme effect on creatures and existences like you guys. Yin lowered his voice, looking at the devouring gold silkworm and the king of demonic insects. I promise from now on, as long as I'm alive, I will give you a drop of blood every other month to help you evolve. He looked emphatically at the king of demonic insects. Whether or not you give me the life original fluid, this promise is valid as long as you stay with me. Even if, at some point in the future, you have given me all of your life original fluid, my words won't change. Then he pointed out and squeezed out 2 drops of his dark red, immortal blood. He wrapped them with his thought and made them move towards the devouring gold silkworm and the king of demonic insects. These 2 living beings revealed their eager eyes watching the immortal blood. They took the drops in, and when they looked at Yin again, their eyes had become friendlier. Yin smiled, then nodded, shifting his look towards the ice-cold flame, the earth flame, and the Holy Spirit God. I don't know what kind of chance or special materials in heaven and earth you guys need to upgrade, but I promise you that one day, when I have something that can benefit you guys, I'll give it to you immediately. Later on, if you find some places you want to stay and cultivate, I'll not force or bind you. I'll let you go. The ice-cold flame, the Holy Spirit God, and the earth flame were the 3 living beings without physical entities. As they heard him say so, they all sent him thoughts to show their appreciation. There are many kinds of cultivating materials in this vault. Most of them are very good to humans, but I don't know if you guys want them or not. You can go and check. If you find something you want, or it's suitable for your cultivation, just take it. The ice-cold flame, the Holy Spirit God, and the earth flame were excited, directly flying away to search around the vault. It was something that actually suited these 3 living beings. The 3 living beings had moved around the room and unexpectedly found something that could help them evolve. They absorbed the materials, then returned to Yin. Yin's eyes brightened. Chapter 453, Memory Transmission. Chapter 453, Memory Transmission. If you guys are still living with me, I'll do my best to help you evolve. But I want to make it clear that even though you are with me, once I find out you have a different thought, I will not show you any mercy. Yin mused as his face darkened. Maybe my current cultivation base isn't enough to subdue you, but I believe that I can oppress you all one day. If any of you have the guts to betray me or do something harmful to me, even if you can run to the ends of the world, I'll make you pay a big price. I'll exterminate every trace of your existence. The 5 living beings didn't send him any message. Good then. I'm done with the bad words. Currently, I want to become a blacksmith, but I don't know anything about blacksmithing. Can any of you help me with this? I can. Unexpectedly, all 5 living beings sent him their thoughts simultaneously. Yin dropped his jaw. I can tell you the refining method. What the Holy Spirit sect used to create me, I can also tell you that, explained the Holy Spirit God. That year, many blacksmiths had come to the center of the earth to borrow the melting heat of lava there to refine their secret treasures. As I was being stashed inside the scorching lava, I got to know some refining methods from those blacksmiths, said the earth flame. I don't know much, but I know the refining methods to create living beings like us. People from the heavenly palace had carved some refining formations on my body. Unexpectedly, even the devouring gold silkworm had answered him. It seemed after the devouring gold silkworm had obtained the immortal blood, its manners towards Yin had a great change. I also have some formations to forge secret treasures, replied the king of demonic insects. I have some memories of the blacksmith. The ice-cold flame confidently sent him a message. If I impart these memory imprints to your head, you could become a blacksmith. The Holy Spirit God, the earth flame, the devouring gold silkworm, the king of demonic insects, and the ice-cold flame all sent him a positive answer telling him that they knew something subtle about blacksmithing, especially the ice-cold flame, whose soul was once occupied by a blacksmith, as it had a telepathic connection with that blacksmith. That was how it knew all the refining methods from that blacksmith. This surprised Shi Yin the most. Good. Excellent. Shi Yin laughed, as he was incredibly joyful. He wanted to fabricate something, but he couldn't become any sect's disciple. When he asked those living beings, he hadn't held any big expectations. Anyway, they weren't human beings, so he didn't think that they could help him much. Turned out it was beyond his expectation. Each of them knew something about the refining methods, more or less. We'll start with the Holy Spirit God. Please tell me the refining methods. Use the soul consciousness to lecture them all to me. Shi Yin sat down neatly in the vault, smiled, and waited for the soul consciousness of the Holy Spirit God. Flows of soul consciousness with all kinds of method to condense and refine the Holy Spirit God started to be imparted into his brain. The method to create the Holy Spirit God was the most precious method of the Holy Spirit sect in the Endless Sea. Beside the cult master of the Holy Spirit sect, even the senior elders in the sects with a profound cultivation base couldn't know about this. The Holy Spirit God was the condensed essence of refining. It knew the details of the refining process. Each beam of soul consciousness had become each fiber of memory in Shi Yin's brain, directly showing him the subtle features. The method to refine the Holy Spirit God was really mysterious. They had collected many strange demonic beasts, fine souls of human warriors, together with the other rare treasures with Een features. All of these were then smelted in the black Een cauldron, which was burned by more than 10 Nirvana Realm, Sky Realm, and God Realm warriors of the Holy Spirit sect. They had imprinted their thoughts in it to nurture the blended soul inside the cauldron. Through many years of being refined and discharging impurities, the Holy Spirit God was gradually formed. Once the Holy Spirit God had its own consciousness, all disciples of the Holy Spirit sect would put their faith power in it to provide it a constant and torrential, peculiar energy to boost its growing pace. The Holy Spirit God then absorbed the chi from heaven and earth for years before it had finally become the real Holy Spirit God. This kind of refining method was strange, very different from the other standard methods. They used the soul to refine, collected faith power and chi from earth and firmament to condense, and the heavenly lightning to filter impurities. With only the ordinary train of thought, one wouldn't get to know the ingenious, mystical details related to it. As he was taking in the beams of pure thoughts in his head with the mysterious characteristics, Shi Yin was panic-stricken and moved, but he sat still. It was unknown how long it had been since the Holy Spirit God stopped sending its memories. Shi Yin was sinking into the state of mysterious refining conditions. He didn't recognize what was happening in the outside world. His body was now in a magical state, as both his heart and mind were learning from the imparted experiences to explain this marvelous refining method. It was like a brand new roll of drawing was gradually unfolded in his head. Through many details of the Holy Spirit God's refining process, he had another level of knowledge, deeper than what he had known about the earth and the firmament. Using the power of earth and firmament, and carving the ancient refining formations which carried all kinds of the most amazing inner essence, were also the ways of using intent domains. In the Sky Realm, each time the warriors broke through a realm, it wasn't only because of the profound chi they had accumulated. The recognition and good grasp of martial arts and intent domains were the keys to a successful breakthrough. Shi Yin had a bottleneck he couldn't solve, but through the marvelous transmission of the Holy Spirit God's refining process, he vaguely felt that perhaps through refining, he could break through the realm and receive great benefits. He gradually woke up after an unknown period of immersing in this state. When he opened his eyes, he found that the 5 living beings were still floating in front of him, but the Holy Spirit God didn't send him any thoughts. Seeing him wake up, the earth flame regarded him and then started to send him some refining methods that it knew. Many blacksmiths would come to places which had the earth flame to refine their treasures. This could help shorten the refining time. The earth flame was fiercer than human flame, so it was more suitable to forge secret treasures. Those blacksmiths had borrowed the scorching lava inside a 10,000-year volcano to smelt the materials. They had shown many details and refining methods there. The earth flame had its own life and consciousness, and thanks to its curiosity, it had memorized many methods from the blacksmiths. Although it didn't know what those methods were used for, it knew they were extraordinarily precious experiences. If a blacksmith dared to use the earth flame to refine secret treasures, his realm wouldn't be low. The refining methods of those people were the essence. The earth flame had imparted these methods to Yin, among which were the standard methods and formations that blacksmiths used regularly. Yin knew that he couldn't perceive those mystical formations at once. He just tried his best to remember and carve those memories deep in his soul. Long after that, Yin woke up and looked at the devouring gold silkworm. The devouring gold silkworm then started to send messages to him. As it was a demonic beast, the refining methods it knew were related to demonic beasts. Those were the secret methods to refine beasts that the Heavenly Palace's warriors used. First, they would send their soul consciousness into the beast's soul, using the beast's favorite cultivating materials to earn its trust. Then, they would use their blood to feed the beast and gradually form a connection with it. When the beast used the warrior's blood and soul consciousness, it would eventually become a part of that warrior. The Heavenly Palace's methods of training beasts were different from the typical methods other blacksmiths had been using. Yin carefully considered each detail. He then found out that this refining method couldn't help him much at this time. Through this beast training method, Yin knew how to treat the devouring gold silkworm and the king of demonic insects, as he knew how to connect with the beasts. Suddenly, the king of demonic insects sent its soul consciousness to him. As expected, the refining methods it knew were similar to what the devouring gold silkworm had told him. Being a demonic beast, it used to have a master. The refining method it knew was what its former master had used to connect with it, tame it, and turn it into a part of his, combining its demonic power with his power. This wasn't what Yin needed right now. Eventually, he looked at the ice-cold flame. The memories I have are really complicated and huge in amount. If I use the soul consciousness to impart them, you can't learn them clearly enough. The ice-cold flame sent him its thought. I can compress those memories into a streak of thought and store it in your sea of consciousness. But it takes time to perceive those memories for sure. How long it would take? It depends on your host soul's capacity. If your host soul can learn fast, your perceiving speed will be fast enough. Perhaps it would take half a year, I think. Yeah, it's already fast. Anyway, those memories belong to a real blacksmith. And that fellow was a spirit-level blacksmith. If you can be imparted with all those memories, I think you will be a real blacksmith too. It's the 100-year essence of a blacksmith. Yin's eyes brightened. This was what he needed the most right now. This full knowledge of refining methods was the best for a beginner like him. Let's do it. I will open my mind to receive your memories. Excellent. The ice-cold flame didn't linger, turning into a beam of light and directly sinking into his mind. The icy cold spread out over Yin's body entirely in just a blink. Although the ice-cold flame had suppressed its power, the cold air still chilled Yin to the bone. It seemed like even his thoughts were frozen, and his consciousness was fuzzy. In his brain, the bizarre memories of the ice-cold flame were like diffusing, silky fibers of memories. Those fibers intertwined, then slowly condensed into memory. The thought inside that memory was really complicated and tangled. This thought then expanded to thousands of different scenes while the light in this thought changed unceasingly. The ice-cold flame had released all the memories about the blacksmith, then turned back into a beam of light, leaving Yin's head. Yin's complexion was stiff. He closed his eyes and then immersed himself into a marvelous intent domain, still maintaining his meditating position. Chapter 454. First time doing blacksmith job. Chapter 454. First time doing blacksmith job. It was the whole life experience of a spirit-level blacksmith. His host's soul turned into a beam of light, entering the halo of the memories. It was like he had just visited a whole new earth and firmament. Scenes of treasure refining process appeared in that light of memory. It told the story of that spirit-level blacksmith from the time he had known nothing about refining. He then tried to practice the refining method. Step by step, he gradually held a good grasp of the secret techniques in refining treasures. His experience had been built up through thousands of times of refining treasures. The scenes of his progress were shown one by one inside the halo of memory. His host's soul sank into it, watching countless scenes moving quickly in front of his eyes. It was like he was visiting a museum. All of a sudden, he felt helpless as he didn't know where to start. He found the scene in which the blacksmith had started his training in refining treasures, calmed down, and started to perceive the practice. This spirit-level blacksmith used to know nothing about refining, and his knowledge of the subtle features of refining was just a white blank. The blacksmith used a human flame. The first time he refined something, he had used various metals and crystals to forge a rough ring. A simple spirit-gathering array was carved on the ring to absorb the energy from the crystals. This ring was the simplest secret treasure with minor functions. It could absorb the profound chi and release it inside with just a flicker of thought from its master. But it could burst out only once. The energy a simple spirit-gathering array could absorb was limited. Perhaps it wasn't even as strong as a full force strike from a disaster realm warrior. However, to Yin, it was really tough to forge just a small treasure like that. He lingered on that scene, quieted down his mind to grasp the knowledge. It was an unknown period of time until he could remember all the details. He then left the halo of memory, wandering around the vault in search for the necessary materials to fabricate this spirit-gathering ring. His thought fluttered as he was urging the power of the earth flame in his body. A small flame emerged from his palm while his finger was continually pointing at the metals in front of him. The three types of black metals, jade crystals, and flint flew out one by one, falling into his small flame. Those three materials were being refined in the flame. He didn't know how long it had been until he was finally done. He then sent his soul consciousness into the flame. Inside the liquid that resulted from the three materials' complete smelting, he saw numerous impurities. Controlling the fiery flame, he started to melt these impurities down. However, when he had just enhanced the fiery flame, the liquid from the materials smelting evaporated directly. Yin frowned. He knew his first time refining something had failed. Apparently, he hadn't mastered his control over the fiery flame. When he wanted to use the flame to melt the impurities, he had pushed it a little too much and had accidentally evaporated the materials he had been refining. He hadn't even combined the materials completely, no need to mention embedding the spirit-gathering array in it. If he couldn't carve the spirit-gathering array, he couldn't even form the initial shape of the treasure. Shaking his head, Yin didn't feel angry. He didn't hurry to start all over again, but tried to control the flame, using his soul and mind to control it. Gradually, he got used to the degree of the flame when he adjusted it, trying to feel it every time he increased the heat. This helped him have a more accurate heat control. This process took him a lot of time, waiting until he realized that he could control the fiery flame well enough to refine the impurities. He took out a new set of the three materials and continued to forge the spirit-gathering ring. When the three materials were gradually being melted in the flame, he was able to control the flame well to increase or decrease the power in time. He was extremely careful this time. The fiery flame was increasing little by little. After it reached the right degree, the liquid from the materials melting didn't evaporate while the impurities had been turning into smoke, burning down inside the flame. He felt joy. However, when he continued to increase the heat, the three materials continued to be melted. He immediately knew that the temperature was over the three materials' yielding limit. He tried doing it again. The cultivating materials in this vault were really rich, enough for him to waste. In this vault, He didn't care about his meals or sleep and wholly focused on his first treasure refining. The spirit gathering ring was one of the simplest secret treasures, as it required only 3 kinds of materials. He had tried 8 times before he could finally have it done. Eventually, he could eliminate the impurities. After he had fused the 3 materials, he used the cold air from the ice-cold flame. As the cold ice was released, the 3 materials which had been combined in one chunk suddenly condensed. Crack! Due to the intense cold air, the 3 materials cracked down into pieces of brown stone. He failed again. Yin took a deep breath, rubbed his temples, and beamed a forced smile. The simplest procedure of refining treasure had wasted much of his energy. Not only did he need to precisely control the heat of the earth flame, but also needed to be patient when he condensed the material, as it required to be carried out in an orderly way and couldn't be finished in a rush. The more impatient he was, the faster he would fail. This was like the cultivation process of a warrior. Calming down his mind, he proceeded to a new round of refining process. Time flew. After 9 times of failure, inside the vault, he had an absolutely new realization in using cold air to condense the melted materials. Finally, he had successfully refined the 3 materials into the initial shape of the ring. The jade-like, transparent ring had undergone so many failures to have this primary shape of a ring. Inscribing the spirit-gathering array. His intention changed. He concentrated attentively on refining the profound chi in his body, turning it into a beam of light pouring into the spirit-gathering ring. Guiding the strange energy of the materials inside the spirit-gathering ring, he started to work like he was painting. Under the guidance of the soul consciousness, he engraved the spirit-gathering array on the spirit-gathering ring. Beams of soul consciousness attached to the spirit-gathering ring. His soul consciousness was moving at extremely fast speed. Each time he had urged this strange energy, his own energy was consumed much. Only a small mistake would chaotically disrupt the path created by the strange energies. Strange energies in the spirit-gathering ring suddenly ran disorderly like a group of mad horses. A crack echoed from the spirit-gathering ring, and it exploded. Yin had a headache, shaking his head while looking at the broken ring. He mused for a while before starting all over again. He had failed 12 times already. When carving the spirit-gathering array, the energy to be spent would be enormous, which would cause some minor mistake midway. After each mistake, the spirit-gathering array would change accordingly, leading to the explosion of the ring. To portray the array, he had to do it coherently without any interruption in the middle of the process. Also, he must not distract himself to lead to any mistakes, even the tiny ones. Only when he had done everything accurately in carving the complete spirit-gathering array on the ring could he retrieve his soul consciousness. It was simple to say, but really tough to do. He had done the trials continuously, and his failures also came successively. This attack almost had him collapsed, giving him a dispirited feeling as if he could never see the hope of success. The simplest refining had unexpectedly wasted a lot of his energy and will. But he still hadn't succeeded. He now realized that the blacksmith stuff was even more strenuous than Warrior's cultivating process. In the past, he had progressed quickly from the nascent realm, and none of the difficulties he had met were as tough and complicated as this refining. Sitting neatly in the vault, he frowned while looking at the materials he had trashed. Yin then held his breath to concentrate and restore his mind. After adjusting his breath for a while, he felt his mind and chi had been recovered to the peak and attempted one more time. This time, the embryonic form of the spirit-gathering ring had been created several times faster than his previous trials. Practice made a man perfect, that was surely true. After many times of refining, he didn't fail to make the embryonic form of the ring. Afterward, the spirit-gathering ring was finished. He then used his soul consciousness to urge the strange energies of the 3 materials themselves and guide them to draft the spirit-gathering array. He was completely concentrating this time. He didn't even blink, just kept gazing at the spirit gathering ring. The thoughts from his soul consciousness turned into light beams, guiding the strange energies running inside the spirit gathering ring. He was using his soul consciousness to carve the simple array. Moreover, he was receiving constant feedback from a mystical essence of this array. Due to his extreme focus, sweat had covered his entire body not long after he had started. Beads of sweat were rolling down his face from his forehead. He didn't dare get distracted. As if he were entering the bedevilment phase, his mind was wandering in some mysterious realm while his soul consciousness was traveling through the ring. He carefully controlled the strange energies and drew the simple spirit gathering array. This step was to complete the ring, drawing at one go. Tinkle. A tinkling sound echoed from the spirit gathering ring as the ring was radiating an immense silver halo. Inside the ring was a weak suction force that ordinary people couldn't sense. Shi Yin was drenched in sweat, smilingly looking at the silvery spirit gathering ring. He then took out a medium-quality, profound chi crystal and put it in the ring. The spirit gathering array on the ring was invisible at first, but after the profound chi started to pour into the ring, it gradually appeared, as the small ring had activated its magical suction force to draw the energy. The spirit gathering spell on the ring had been activated. The ring started to absorb beams of energy inside the profound chi crystal as the spirit gathering array guided them into the ring. Roughly 1 hour later, a medium-quality profound chi crystal had turned into stone. The energy inside had been absorbed completely. After the ring had absorbed energy from a medium-quality, profound chi crystal, it became translucent. Moreover, the silver halo was getting brighter and could light up the area 10 meters around it. Shi Yin took out a high-quality, profound chi crystal and put it in the spirit gathering ring. He then observed the process where the ring was taking in the energy. Soon, that crystal was drained. Shi Yin smiled, as he felt he had achieved something really good. He put another high-quality, profound chi crystal inside the ring. 1 day had passed, and the spirit gathering ring had absorbed 5 profound chi crystals. The ring became dazzling. Inside the ring, vehement surging energy was rippling. If he released the energy at once, it would be equal to a full force strike of a disaster realm warrior. Shi Yin felt content. At his first time in refining treasures, after so many failures, he aced it in the end. Chapter 455, Top Dog. Chapter 455, Top Dog. As he had successfully fabricated the spirit gathering ring, Shi Yin finally gained his first experience in refining. He took some materials for his later refining process and then left the vault. It was hard for the Yang family to restore the peace in the house. Yang Zhuo and the others saw him walking towards them and couldn't help but ask what he had done during the 2 months he had spent in the vault. He answered them that he had stayed there to perceive his realm, but he didn't mention anything related to refining. It had been 2 months. The stubborn warriors in Barren City had behaved well, as they had paid the fees on time and didn't dare conduct impudent provocations. As Ming Hai's group had been killed, human warriors in Barren City realized that even though Yang Tian Emperor had been confined somewhere, the Yang family still had the power to make them wish to die rather than being tortured alive. Under Shi Yan's brutal deeds, those people didn't dare to remain obstinate, as they were getting back to their normal manners toward the Yangs. The Black Flood Dragon clan hadn't sent any messenger to show their friendliness. This strongest tribe in the seabed seemed not to have any reaction to the great event created by the Yang family in Barren City. Seemed like they weren't about to give their opinions either. The 3 great chiefs of the Silver Shark clan, the Naga tribe, and the Water Scorpion tribe had shown their attitudes, which calmed the Yang family. So, even if they hadn't received any reactions from the Black Flood Dragon clan, they still felt fine. Big Uncle, any move up there on the sea? In the great hall of the Yang family, Shi Yin furrowed his brows, asking for the events that happened during the 2 months. According to you, you had sent someone to the Xia family in the vault of Heaven Sea area. Have they given us an answer? The Xia family has responded. They said that we can leave Barren City and stay in the Vault of Heaven Sea area. Yang Zhua smiled. Xiaqing has kept our old friendship in mind. He said that if the Yang family moves to the Vault of Heaven Sea area, he will give us 3 islands so we can stay and cultivate there. Seems like Xiaqing was a good person. Shi Yin nodded. So what did you answer him? If you hadn't come to Barren City, perhaps we would have left here and stayed in the Vault of Heaven Sea area as Xiaqing had offered us. Yang Zhua's face became serious. Anyway, if we want to move to the Vault of Heaven Sea area, I'm not sure if the other fellows of the Endless Sea would track us down and trouble us. We haven't had the good relationship with the Penglai Holy Land and the Martial Spirit Palace. As we're living in Barren City, we're out of their reach and they can't do anything to us. But if we come to their territory, it's unknown if they would want to deal with us. I replied him that we've solved the problem in Barren City. So, we don't have the intention to go up to the sea for now. Sounds fine. Shi Yin mused for a while, then spoke up again. Big Uncle, I want to visit the Black Flood Dragon clan. I can't ease my mind as long as that New Lang keeps silent. Only when we can deal with the Black Flood Dragon clan and made New Lang approve our position in Barren City can we stay at ease. New Lang's a conservative man. He's hard to deal with. Yang Zhua's complexion slightly changed. Recently, although the Black Flood Dragon clan hasn't gone against the Yang family, their attitude towards us isn't friendly either. If the Yang family hadn't done many good things for the tribes undersea, I think New Lang wouldn't be content with his own lot. As we've been in the disadvantageous position, together with the troubles given by the Chow family and the Martial Spirit Palace, I don't know what calculation New Lang has. Because we don't know his attitude towards this, I want to visit the Black Flood Dragon clan once to solve this problem. Are you sure? Yang Mu wore a solemn face and said seriously, Little Yin, I can't think about how you have the confidence to persuade New Lang. Yang Zhou, Yang Shui, and the others also had their suspicions. During the 2 months Shi Yin was staying in the vault, Yang Mu's group had considered it, but they couldn't know why Shi Yin could be so sure about it. They were worried that if Shi Yin went to the Black Flood Dragon clan and had any dispute with them, the members of that clan would trouble him a lot. Although Shi Yin had shown that he was strong enough to deal with the Spirit Realm warriors 2 months ago, members of the Yang family were still worried about him. No matter what, New Lang was the strongest warrior of the Sea tribes, with a cultivation base at the 3rd sky of Spirit Realm. Even if he were in the Endless Sea, with his realm and cultivation base, everyone would have to fear him. Chao Chiu Dao and Yang Yitian could have outstanding competences thanks to the fortuitous encounter. In fact, their actual realm wasn't as high as New Lang's. This was the reason why warriors from Endless Sea didn't dare to come and mess up with people undersea. New Lang's 3rd sky of Spirit Realm had subdued human warriors, making the ones who had wild schemes towards the seabed content with their lot. Without New Lang, perhaps Chao Chiu Dao, Yang Titian, and the others would have soon extended their tentacles to the undersea. New Lang wasn't a friendly person, with an ill temper and cruel personality. In these recent years, he had never shown mercy to humans who dared to swagger in the seabed. Once there were humans who provoked the dignity of the sea tribes, New Lang would definitely take action to make those wanton humans recognize the fierceness of the sea tribes. Little Yin, if you want to meet New Lang, you have to make sure everything's prepared. Yang Zhua contemplated, and then said solemnly, If you can't be 100% sure, you'd better wait for a while until your great-grandfather comes back from the demon area. It would be much better if you visit New Lang at that time. No need to wait, Shi Yin smiled. I'm sure, because I have the thing New Lang has wanted the most. Yang Zhua's group was surprised. Heaven Flame. Shi Yin grinned. A fiery flame burst out from his palm with a scorching heat. In just a blink of an eye, Yang Zhua and other people had sweat on their bodies. The eyes of Yang Zhua's group all brightened. Heaven Flame. Yang Zhua was dumbfounded as he was shaking. It isn't the Yin Cold class Ice Cold Flame, right? What kind of Heaven Flame is that? Little Yin, is this flame of yours the real Heaven Flame? He knew about the Ice Cold Flame in Shi Yin's body. However, the Ice Cold Flame had the Yin Cold features that weren't suitable for refining treasures. Thus, Although he knew that Nu Lang was frustrated to find a blazing fiery flame, he didn't think about Shi Yan's ice-cold flame. As Yang Zhuo saw the earth flame with its really high temperature when Shi Yan had just released it, his eyes brightened up immediately. Now he knew that besides the ice-cold flame, Shi Yan had such an amazing fiery flame that was absolutely suitable for refining treasures. Little Yan, how would you have this thing? Yang Mu was wearing an excited face as he was extremely joyfully. Why do you fella always have the treasures that everybody desperately yearns for? The legend about the heaven flames has been spread out in the endless sea for so many years, but we've rarely seen one. Why you always have those strange living beings? Good karma, Shi Yan smiled. Yang Shui and Li Feng had astonished light flash across their pretty eyes as they were looking at Shi Yan with joy. This is excellent. Yang Zhuo laughed, patting on his shoulder, and then said happily, with the heaven flame, no matter how stubborn Nu Lang is, he should know well to consider it. Ha! No wonder you're afraid of nothing. Turns out, beside the ice-cold flame, you have this kind of a heaven flame. Don't worry, smiled Shi Yan. Everybody nodded with a bright complexion. Where's the Black Flood Dragon clan? Yeah, Li Feng has visited there once. She knows the Black Flood Dragon clan. Just let her take you there. Yang Zhuo rolled his eyes and suddenly gave a suggestion. Traces of being astonished crossed Li Feng's beautiful eyes. It was like her elegant face was glowing as she agreed with pleasure. I've been to the Black Flood Dragon clan. If you want to go there, I will guide you. Ha! I'm not sure what attitude those Black Flood Dragon clan fellows would wear if they know you have what Nu Lang needs. That's good. When will you set off? Yang Zhuo smiled. Well, I'm free anyway, so we can go now. For the time being, I think there would be nothing big happening in Barren City. What do you think? All right. Yang Zhuo nodded, shifted his line of sight to Li Feng, and then spoke up again with an odd face. Little Feng, I give Shi Yan to you. Don't bully him along the way. How can I dare? Li Feng giggled, her pupils sparking with her high spirit. It's the best if he doesn't bully me. He's much more dangerous than I am. Even if I want to bully him, I'm not able to do so. Yeah, in short, you have to behave. Yang Zhuo arched his eyebrows, laughing. We should go. Shi Yan didn't linger, reminded Yang Zhuo something, then left with Li Feng. After they had left the Yang family, he didn't hurry to leave the barren city, but visited a tavern in the city. Boy, are you coming for a drink again? Last time you said that you're a member of the Yang family. Did you lie to us? The storekeeper remembered him, greeting him with a smile. I heard that the Yangs have a top dog who killed Ming Hai, Yin Feng, and the other two. If you are one of the Yangs, you have to know him. Eh? Ha. If he comes to our shop, I will give him free wine. What? Shi Yan was surprised, smiled. Why you will give him free wine? Barren City has restored its order, laughed the waiter. If Ming Hai and his men didn't die, we don't know how the Barren City would have looked like in the future. Lucky us that they died. We can live in peace now. Yeah, it's best if the Yang family still controls Barren City. Ming Hai, this bastard, only wanted to seek the temporary benefits. They couldn't manage the city. Bring me 10 bottles of good wine. Here you go. The waiter replied to him cheerily. Shi Yan, you drank your last time? Li Feng chuckled as her shining eyes scanned through the tavern. Yes. After a while, the waiter brought him 10 bottles of wine. Shi Yan put them in his storage ring, but he didn't pay. Instead, he smiled and said, I'm not going to pay this time. Later on, you don't need to pay revenue tax fee in Barren City. If someone comes to collect the fee, told them I said that. The shopkeeper and the waiter shouted in awe. Swaying his hand, Shi Yan turned into a beam of light and flew out of Barren City. I'm that top dog you said. The shopkeeper and the waiter were shaken as their eyes were lit up. Chapter 456, The Strongest Warrior. Chapter 456, The Strongest Warrior. Deep inside the seabed of the Darkwater territory stood the black extinct volcano ranges. Each extinct volcano colossally towered the seabed, just like rows of sharp swords jutted up to the sea surface. It was where the Black Flood Dragon clan dwelled. It was unknown why the extinct volcano ranges had sunk deep into the ground. Each volcano was thousands of meters high. Situated on the mountainsides and the summits of those volcanoes were buildings constructed from some kind of ink-black stone. At first glance, it looked like those buildings were made from black iron, very sharp with distinguishing features. Rumors said that the ancestor of the Black Flood Dragon clan was a level 10 Black Flood Dragon, whose supernatural power could penetrate the sky and destroy the earth. Very terrifying. That level 10 demonic beast Black Flood Dragon had mated with human females and bred many human-beast hybrids. They are the Black Flood Dragon clan's members. The Black Flood Dragon clan has the Black Flood Dragon and human bloodline. They have dark, sharp horns on their heads and have the ability to transform into the half-monster shape. In the seawater, Li Feng pointed at the place in front of them and explained to Shi Yin. Since the Black Flood Dragon clan members aren't the real Black Flood Dragons, they don't have the sturdy physique of the dragon, but they have the intellect that the Black Flood Dragons lack. Members of the Black Flood Dragon clan get along well with the real Black Flood Dragons and consider them their best allies. See, we can find the Black Flood Dragon beasts inside those extinct volcanoes. What? Yeah, the Black Flood Dragon clan and the Black Flood Dragons can live in harmony because they share the same bloodlines. Usually, the average level of the Black Flood Dragons is level 6. Although they're small in number, they're the overlords of the beasts undersea. They aren't afraid of anything. In the middle of the extinct volcanoes, I think there are even level 8 Black Flood Dragons. A level 8 Black Flood Dragon's as strong as a Spirit Realm warrior. Nu Lang's a third sky of Spirit Realm warrior. So, who's stronger, the level 8 Black Flood Dragon or him? Nu Lang. That level 8 Black Flood Dragon is Nu Lang's associated beast. Since Nu Lang was born, he has had his blood interlinked with it. Li Feng frowned and explained to him with a soft tone. A part of the Black Flood Dragon clan's population would interlink their blood with the Black Flood Dragons. Once they could form the soul and blood connection with the beast, they could become its master. Then, they can thrive together, humans and beasts. In this association, they have been living together from birth, and their lives are connected by a subtly mysterious connection that we can't explain. So, what makes it different from the beasts we have tamed? Of course, it's different. This association is formed with lives. If the Black Flood Dragon dies, the clansman who's its master will die too. Correspondingly, if the Black Flood Dragon clan's member, who is the beast's master, dies, the beast interlinked with him will die together. Li Feng held a serious face. This association's really magical. I heard that it could fuse the master and the beast into one to promote their best combined power. There aren't many members of the Black Flood Dragon clan can connect with the Black Flood Dragons. However, they are all the key members of the clan. Among the sea tribes, the Black Flood Dragon clan's small. In Endless Sea, I heard that there are just some members of the Black Flood Dragon clan living there. However, each clansman of the Black Flood Dragon clan's more excellent than the other sea tribes members of the same realm. With the aid of the Black Flood Dragon beasts, they become even more intimidating. Shi Yin was dumbstruck for a while before he could speak up again. So, the Black Flood Dragon clan's members with the Black Flood Dragon beasts can have the superior power over the other warriors. It's true, Li Feng nodded solemnly. So, you have to think it over again. Nu Lang has the cultivation base at the third sky of Spirit Realm, and he also has a level 8 Black Flood Dragon beast. Can you imagine how formidable his real competence is? Shi Yin was shocked. So, Nu Lang's even more dangerous than Qi Yin and Bo Sun. It's hard to tell before engaging in a fight with him. Li Feng still wore a serious complexion, mused, then spoke again. I think, if Nu Lang fights with Qi Yin and Bo Sun, his chance to win will be a little bit higher. The reason why Qiao Dao and Yang Yi Tian didn't want to provoke the sea tribes, even when they were at their peak state, was because of Nu Lang. According to you, Nu Lang's the strongest warrior both undersea and on the sea of the Endless Sea, isn't he? People living on the seabed think so. No matter it be the sea tribes dwelling on the seabed or humans living in Barren City, They all think that Nu Lang's the best warrior with real fame and competence, and Chao Chiu Dao and Yang Etian aren't his matches. Fortunately, the sea tribes don't have good secret treasures. Otherwise, I think even people on the sea would consider him the strongest warrior of the entire endless sea, said Li Feng. Shi Yan's face slightly changed. My great-grandfather was really brave that year. He talked again after a long while of silence. As he dared to provoke a man like that, I think my great-grandfather has the biggest guts in the endless sea. Haha, can't believe his real competence is at the true god realm. Nu Lang's really intimidating. No wonder why the unruly Yin Hui has to bow to him. Of course, if Nu Lang voices his opinions, the members of the Silver Shark clan, the Naga tribe, and the Water Scorpion tribe have to obey his words. All members of the Sea tribes acknowledge Nu Lang's existence as what guarantees the peace for the Sea tribes. As long as Nu Lang stays well, the Endless Sea's warriors won't have the courage to plan anything on the Sea tribes. Li Feng giggled while looking at him. Now you know how imposing Nu Lang is? Later on, when you meet Nu Lang, you should behave. He isn't Bao 1 or Bao Ke. Even if you can use the external force to reach the spirit realm cultivation base, you're no match for him. Okay, I will be more careful. Shi Yan caressed his nose and nodded reluctantly. Before they got here, he actually didn't overestimate Nu Lang, as he thought that he would have the power as strong as Qi Yin or Bo Sun at most. However, from Li Feng's explanation, he knew that Nu Lang perhaps was more dangerous than the other two. This made him more cautious. Since his debut, the strongest warrior he had ever encountered was the demon King Qi Yin. In Yuan Lu Sea area, when Qi Yin had struck out, he had revealed his imposing power, which made Shi Yan remember him for a long time. Even now, when he recalled the heaven-shaking deeds of Qi Yin, he still felt cold inside, as he knew that even if he could borrow all the energies, he couldn't gain the upper hand against Qi Yin. Due to his clear recognition of this, after he had entered his sky realm, and when the ice-cold flame, the earth flame, and the Holy Spirit God had all recovered, he still didn't dare to go to Huan Luo Sea area to find Qi Yin and take revenge. He wasn't an impulsive person. If he weren't sure about something, he wouldn't do it recklessly. Compared to the peak warriors, he still lacked something, but he also had some advantages. His mysterious martial spirit. The martial spirit he got when he had first entered this strange world had an immense ability, which could greatly boost his speed to break the bottleneck while entering a new realm. He knew what he lacked now was time and practice. If he had more time, he could enter a brand new realm in just a short while. One day, he would be stronger than Qi Yin, and he could finish that grudge. He had this confidence. Well, Nu Lang's really dangerous. If you help him refine rare treasures this time, he will become the overlord of the entire world. Li Feng held a wry smile. No one knows if Nu Lang would stay still undersea. Currently, the situation of the Endless Sea is too complicated. If you want to stir up the Endless Sea, not many people can stop him. Shi Yan arched his brow. This was also a problem. Not only the Black Flood Dragon clan could live undersea. If there was a suitable place on the sea, they could also live there as well. Nu Lang had the absolute ruling position in the Sea tribes. If he had dark ambitions towards the Endless Sea, he could directly lead the hotshots of the Sea tribes to enter the sea area, taking the chance while the Endless Sea was currently in chaos. This would be an immense advantage to the Sea tribes. It had happened before. Legend said that the Sea tribes had united and had a great war with the warriors of the Endless Sea in an attempt to take a sea area in the Endless Sea thousands of years ago. Although they lost that war under the union of the human warriors, they had caused a great loss to the elite force of the warriors in the Endless Sea. After that war, the Sea tribes had got back to the seabed and stayed there for several thousands of years without provoking people on the sea anymore. But now, the Sea tribes had an earth-shaking character like Nu Lang, who could make all of the tribes undersea believe in him. If he rose his hand and planned something to make use of the chaotic situation in the Endless Sea for the benefit of all Sea tribes, Yin Hui, Li Sha, and Bao Ke would be willing to go and fight together with him. Forget it. The endless seas messed up enough. Moreover, it's not sure that the sea tribes would be our misery. Contemplating for a while, Shi Yin comforted himself. Up there, we have Qi Yin, Bo Sun, Chao Chiu Dao, and Yang Yi Tian. Perhaps my great-grandfather would return soon. We have so many strong warriors up there. Even if Nu Lang goes up to the sea, it's difficult for him to control the situation. At most, he could only make the endless sea more disorderly. Having heard that, Li Feng could only agree with him. They were talking along the way. Not long after that, they showed themselves in front of the extinct volcanoes. Members of the Yang family from Barren City would like to meet Patriarch Nu Lang. Li Feng slightly bowed, then pitched her voice. A 30-meter-tall black flood dragon came out of an extinct volcano. Its whole body was covered in black, iron scales. The dragon had big horns on its head, with the eyes as big as a fist, flaring up with a horrendous light. That black flood dragon was a level 7 beast. After it came out from the extinct volcano, its giant red pupils gazed at Shi Yin and Li Feng cruelly. There seated a Sky Realm member of the Black Flood Dragon clan on the head of that Black Flood Dragon. He had humanoid form accompanied with a half-a-meter black horn on his head. This dark-skinned man looked at Shi Yan's group coldly, and then mocked, "Juniors from the Yangs, what kind of qualification you have to ask for meeting up with our patriarch? Even if Yang Tian Emperor came here himself, I'm not sure our patriarch would like to meet him. What do you depend on for your request?" "Depends on my heaven flame." Shi Yin grinned, then extended his arm. The earth flame burst out. Its flame was flickering mystically in the water. The seawater had constantly been evaporated, but the flame was still increasing in ferocity, not even affected a bit by the water. Chapter 457. Famous reputation spreads far and wide. Chapter 457. Famous reputation spreads far and wide. The eyes of the man from the Black Flood Dragon clan brightened. Even Yin Hui and Li Shan knew that Nu Lang wanted to refine something. As a member of the tribe, of course, he knew it. The seabed didn't have a fiery mount of flames. As Nu Lang had been worrying about the fiery flame, he was really hot-tempered recently. Since he had failed in refining many times, many clansmen of the Black Flood Dragon clan had received lessons from him. Seeing the fiery flame on Shi Yan's palm, this man was moved. He then changed his attitude. Is that a real heaven flame? He looked at the earth flame on Shi Yan's palm and opened his mind to sense, and was scared as a result. The heaven flames were the most mysterious fiery flames in the world. They had their own consciousness and lives. As their heat was much hotter than the earth flames, they were the best flames to refine treasures. A warrior who had the firmament flame, if he wanted, could become an excellent blacksmith and earn respect from all other warriors. The high-temperature fiery flame that Shi Yin was showing off couldn't be hidden. Although he was hundreds of meters away from Shi Yin, he could still feel dry and hot. "I think you have the answer whether or not it's the heaven flame." Shi Yin calmly retrieved the earth flame and grinned. "Your patriarch needs guys like me the most at this moment. If I help him, it will be no problem for him to refine rare treasures." "Yeah, I think you can go and report now, right?" Many members of the Black Flood Dragon clan were poking out from the sharp buildings one after another, looking at Shi Yin with a surprised face. Although Shi Yin's countenance was indifferent, he was shocked inside. There were around 70 or 80 members of the Black Flood Dragon clan revealing themselves from the extinct volcanoes. Each of them had a massive aura. The worst of them were at the Earth Realm or the Nirvana Realm, while Sky Realm warriors were everywhere. Everybody said that the Black Flood Dragon clan was the strongest tribe among the tribes living on the seabed. Each member of this clan had a remarkable power with exquisite cultivation base. Their reputation was true indeed. "Sure, I'm going to report now." That man didn't dare to hesitate more, patting his Black Flood Dragon, and then turned into a black light, flying away. From the extinct volcanoes, the people of the Black Flood Dragon clan were gazing at Shi Yin and Li Feng with cold eyes, silently assessing them. "You are Shi Yin?" A thin Black Flood Dragon clan man with pockmarked face eyed him for a while, then raised his voice to ask. Shi Yin smiled and nodded. The members of the Black Flood Dragon clan looked shaken as the light in their eyes got more intense. During this time, among the tribes living in the sea, Shi Yan's reputation was spread far and wide. He had used his Sky Realm cultivation base to hurt Bao Wan and make Bao Ku approve his identity in Barren City. Even Yin Hui and Li Sha agreed not to interfere with the business in Barren City anymore. As he got the approval from the leaders of the three clans, his name was pushed to an outstanding position. All the Sea Tribes members knew that besides Yang Tian Emperor, the Yangs had another new prominent young man who was even more arrogant than Yang Tian Emperor, with an even better natural endowment. The name of Shi Yan had spread everywhere on the seabed. They didn't expect that the visitor would be this kid. The Black Flood Dragon clan's members were shaken as they were assessing him in silence to see which dangerous features he had. Li Feng felt quite uncomfortable under the eyes of the Black Flood Dragon clan's members. Shi Yan, you should be careful. Although Nu Lang's reputation isn't bad, you still have to pay attention. If Nu Lang wants to attack you after you have helped him refine treasures, I think it's hard for you to escape. Yes, I'll be careful. As Nu Lang was the patriarch of the Black Flood Dragon clan, the #1 warrior of the Sea Tribes, he held the highest position in the eyes of the Sea Tribes members. People had appraised Nu Lang to be good and sincere, and that he wasn't deceitful or a sinister person. Usually, his conduct was straightforward and upright. He wouldn't do anything unacceptable. But still, he was a member of the Sea Tribes. The Sea Tribes members had always been guarding against the warriors on the sea. If Nu Lang considered him a future harm to the Sea Tribes, he would kill Shi Yan first. It wasn't impossible strangling Shi Yan when he was still in his cradle to solve the big trouble for the Sea Tribes. Also, if Nu Lang really did that, the members of the Sea Tribes would never spread any bad things about him. Well, in short, everything should be done with care. I'm afraid Nu Lang would do that. Li Feng was worried. That year, our housemaster had come here and created an intense situation with Nu Lang. I'm afraid Nu Lang still holds that grudge. Don't provoke him. Just get things done and leave. I know how to do it. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Still, I need to take a little risk here. The Black Flood Dragon clan's man who had just left returned quickly. He gestured Shi Yan to follow him. Don't enter the Black Flood Dragon clan, just stay out there. Shi Yan told Li Feng and stepped in the territory of the Black Flood Dragon clan. Under the guidance of the Black Flood Dragon clan's man, he flew to the mountain pass of the extinct volcano where Nu Lang dwelled. Extinct volcanoes glided one by one under his body. Each of them was an imposing existence that frightened people. Although he couldn't use soul consciousness to sense, Shi Yan knew that there would be dormant Black Flood Dragon beasts inside those volcanoes. Only the giant demonic beasts like the Black Flood Dragons could emit such a tremendous aura. There were at least 10 Black Flood Dragons standing on the extinct volcano beneath him. The worst of them was the level 6 Black Flood Dragon. Most of them were at level 7. The level 7 Black Flood Dragons were much stronger than human Sky Realm warriors. Especially when they were in the water, they had the ability to control the water currents. Sharp mouths with brute force, they were the most formidable beasts in the seabed. Having sensed for a while, Shi Yan was frightened as he had a deeper knowledge about the Black Flood Dragon clan. The power of this clan was more intimidating than that of the Chow family or the Martial Spirit Palace in Endless Sea. Moreover, there were the other tribes undersea like the Silver Shark clan, the Water Scorpion tribe, and the Naga tribe. Once they got out of the water and launched their attack on the human warriors, the result of this war could be seen even before it started. All of a sudden, he was worrying whether or not his decision to help Nu Lang refine treasures was a correct move. Here we are. The Patriarch asked you to go there alone. The man of the Black Flood Dragon clan took Shi Yan to the cone of an extinct volcano, pointed down to gesture that Shi Yan should descend and meet Nu Lang alone. Thank you. Putting aside the worries in his mind, Shi Yan held his breath and concentrated his mind, discreetly alert while slowly lowering down the mountain pass. Around 15 minutes later, he landed at the foot of the extinct volcano. Unexpectedly, this area was lit up brightly. Countless shining crystals were inlaid on the mountain flank to illuminate the area. Those crystals could even light up the darkest areas of this mountain. Lying in the middle of the area was a massive, scorching magma pond. However, there was no magma, but piles of scarlet flame crystals inside it. The scarlet flame crystal was the most scorching, or, with the urge from energy, it could burst out a blazing flame. Each piece of the scarlet flame crystal could provide an enormous amount of energy from flame. Numerous scarlet flame crystals filled the magma pond. While there was no urge from any energy, those crystals just radiated a red, hot light. Next to the magma pond were all kinds of materials to refine treasures. There were some diamonds, cold iron, flowing gold sand, and star jades. Shi Yin was startled at first glance. There were many materials for refining treasures, and each of them was precious. They were piled around the magma pond. Some of them were so scarce that even the Yang family couldn't collect them. The other Sky Realm warriors could go crazy seeing those materials. Even on the endless sea, there were many materials that they could only see by chance once in hundreds of years. Those materials filled the pond, and under the shining light of the bright crystals were reflecting charming halo. Precursor Nu Lang does have a lot of raw materials. You've been storing a lot of materials like these. I wonder what kind of rare, earth-shaking treasures you want to refine. Shi Yin took a deep breath while observing here and there, smiled, and said, Nu Lang hadn't shown himself yet. However, Shi Yin knew that Nu Lang was right here, but he had hidden his aura to seclude his whereabouts. This made Shi Yin unable to find him. Since he had arrived the mountain foot, even if he didn't see Nu Lang, he could sense someone watching him. While he was eyeing the refining materials, Nu Lang should be staying somewhere secretly, watching each move of his to guess his realm and characteristics. Kid, you have big guts. As you dare to come here alone, aren't you afraid that I will kill you? A boorish voice came from the mountain foot, then reverberated unceasingly between the rocky walls, shattering some pieces of rock. Shi Yin could only feel the rumbling sound in his ears. It had even entered his brain and affected his sea of consciousness, as it was shaken all of a sudden. His mind shivered. He immediately retrieved his soul consciousness to ensure that it wouldn't get affected. The 5 dormant devils in the sea of consciousness seemed to tremble due to this noise before they could gradually calm down. In the swamp area of that exotic land, the 5 devils had devoured many hollow spirits. Since then, they had started to evolve. This process had been started for a long time. However, it seemed not to be finished yet. Shi Yin was a little bit disappointed as he found the 5 devils didn't wake up. What should I fear? Shi Yin smiled, looking at the scarlet flame crystals in the magma pond. With Precursor Nu Lang's moral standing, you'll not take action against a junior like me. Furthermore, I came with goodwill this time. I think Precursor Nu Lang should be treating me well. Kid, do you really have the heaven flame? Nu Lang's voice arose again. If I didn't have the heaven flame, I'd definitely not dare to come here. He extended his arms, and the earth flame burst out. As the fiery flame came out, the scarlet flame crystals in the magma pond were ignited, releasing the furious flame up to the sky. The flame immediately covered the whole mountain foot. When the scarlet flame crystals met the fiery flame energy, they could blaze up better. As a type of heaven flame, the earth flame could incite the potential of the scarlet flame crystals. The temperature at the mountain foot had rocketed to an extreme level in just a flash. It's really the heaven flame. Nu Lang shouted, showed himself, and arrived in front of Shi Yin. Chapter 458. See Clearly. Chapter 458. See Clearly. He was a middle-aged man, around 2 meters tall. The man had a dark skin and chiseled face, accompanied by a divine light shooting out of his eyes. He wasn't angry, but still looked full of prestige. He came to Shi Yin, threw him a look, and asked, "Are you Shi Yin?" "Yes." "Not bad." Nu Lang nodded, then snorted. "You could defeat the brothers Bao Wen and Bao Ke with your Sky Realm cultivation base. Seems the Yang family has another dangerous warrior. Yang Tian Emperor has a good destiny that he has a brat like you to fill his slot when he is being confined in the demon area." Shurian smiled and didn't say anything. You came here to help me refine treasures, which will make me approve the overlord position of the Yang family in Barren City, right? Yes. It's not a big deal. As long as you can please me, I can promise you that. Thank you. I don't like people watching me when I'm refining treasures. You tell your heaven flame, and then I'll imprison you for the time being. His visage slightly changed, but eventually Shurian agreed, all right. Then he contacted the earth flame, asking it to pay attention to Nu Lang and help him to refine treasures. The earth flame answered that it understood the matter. As Nu Lang saw the heaven flame floating above the scarlet flame crystals, releasing the burning fiery flame, he suddenly snatched it. Dark halo rippled out from above and covered Shi Yin in a flash. Inside the dark light shell, Shi Yin couldn't see anything out there, and his soul conscious couldn't see through that dark light. It was like he was being restrained in a pitch-black prison. His sight, sense of hearing and touch, and his soul consciousness were all covered. Just with his first move, the third sky of Spirit Realm Warrior could frighten Shi Yin. Now he knew that he couldn't deal with a character at such level at the moment. Anyway, he had thought that Nu Lang would have confined him before he had come here, so he wasn't surprised. Staying inside this black halo, he sat down cross-legged, concentrated his mind, and let his thoughts sink into the halo of memories. It was the entire life experience of a spirit-level blacksmith. During this time, whenever he had free time, he would sink his mind into it, trying his best to comprehend the refining methods. Flows of thought moved in there, projecting some scenes of the precious refining process. He was making progress quietly, as he had a deeper knowledge about refining treasure's method and techniques day by day. Time flew. It was unknown how long he had been in there. All of a sudden, he realized that the dark halo covering him had disappeared. Light shone again. Shi Yin opened his eyes, looking forward. He found that all the scarlet flame crystals inside the magma pond had been burnt into ashes. The heaven flame bobbing above the magma pond sent him a message. He has refined a trident by melting precious metals and ores. Although he didn't use any formations or spells, it's cumbersome. Such a weapon is very extraordinary. Shi Yin nodded slightly. The earth flame turned into a bunch of flames and disappeared into the blood vein ring. He nosed out some signs, then shifted his gaze at Nu Lang, who was sitting above the magma pond. He smiled. Congratulations. Nu Lang pouted his lips, then waved his hand and said, go. The Black Flood Dragon clan won't interfere the business in Barren City. All stays the same. Precursor Nu Lang, Shi Yin took a deep breath, didn't leave but smiled and asked, at present, the endless sea's a big mess. The Dark Dwellers and the Demon Dwellers are swaggering across the Yuan Luo and Kiara Sea areas, fighting against human warriors of the Endless Sea. The current situation's nothing but a deadlock. What do you think about it? What does it matter to me? Nu Lang gave him a supercilious look and answered him impatiently. Who do you think will win at the end? The Dark Dwellers, the Demon Dwellers, or the warriors of the Endless Sea? Shi Yin was patient. Your cultivation base is exquisite and your vision's wide. I guess you would have a thorough analysis of this case. Would you mind sharing it with me? I don't care who will win. As long as they are not going to stir up my seabed, I don't care. Nu Lang snorted. As if he wasn't interested in the activities above the sea, he coldly looked at Shi Yin. Kid, you've been probing. What do you want? Do you have intention to go up there? Shi Yin darkened his face and asked him coldly. Light sparked and vanished in Nu Lang's eyes. He sneered, shook his head, but didn't say anything. If I were you, the moment when the endless in chaos, I wouldn't be content with my lot on the seabed. Shi Yin said, I would keep close track of the situation up there and wait for the best chance to come. When the two tigers are biting each other, I could launch my attack, or I could always join one side and destroy the other to take the upper hand. Cruel light flared up from Nu Lang's eyes. You little brat, do you think I would do that? Shaking his head, Shi Yin said, I don't know. But if I were you, I couldn't rest my mind with the current situation. Anyway, the endless sea's still a big mess, while the seabed is steadily peaceful. as the once-in-a-blue-moon chance is right in front of you. If I were you, my mind couldn't help but be moved. Nulang stayed calm, didn't say anything. Goodbye, Yin clasped his fist, greeted him. If you want to join any side, I hope you will consider the Yang family. Currently, although we are still weak, I think you'll soon see our Yang family's real competence. Then, he left following the way he had come, without waiting for Nulang's answer. Nulang's eyes sparked an ominous light, coldly looking at Yin, who was fading away. All of a sudden, he burst out laughing. This kid has big guts and great ambition. Unfortunately, his power is still small. If Yang Tian Emperor came himself, I would still consider, but you aren't eligible, kid. Of course, Yin couldn't hear his words. 3 spirit realm warriors of the Black Flood Dragon clan came out from the dark. They were looking at Yin disappearing with astounded faces. Patriarch, this kid does have big guts. He dared to come here alone and even probe us to ask for joining us. Later on, he would become a character in the Endless Sea. Perhaps he could be like Chao Chiu Dao and Yang Tian Emperor, who could rule his own territory with force. A fat man from the Black Flood Dragon clan mused and said. Nulang nodded. He has wild schemes, and he seems not to care about the others. He doesn't respect the rules or care about races. This kid isn't afraid of receiving insults from others when he proposed to join with the sea tribes. In the eyes of people on the sea, the ones who join with other races are the ones who dare to do any cruel things. I didn't expect that he has this thought and came here himself. I'm surprised. When Yang Tian Emperor went to meet you that year, you wanted to join up with the Yang family and plan something toward the Endless Sea. Yang Tian Emperor had denied your proposal. He said that the 2 races couldn't get along well and that they couldn't exist in the same sea area. Yang Tian Emperor is racist. He believes that besides humanity, the other races are all aliens, and they're not eligible to live with humans. The short, fat man of the Black Flood Dragon clan had his eyebrows slammed together as he snorted. Yang Tian Emperor was so stubborn when he said that as long as he's still in the Endless Sea, the sea tribes won't have a chance to leave the seabed and earn a living on the sea. Now that he's confined in the demon area, he can't even protect himself. And the Yangs suddenly have a brat that doesn't care about common sense. It's strange, but it's a pity that he isn't the head of the Yang family. His cultivation base is also weak. Otherwise, our patriarch could consider this business. Right, said another spirit realm warrior of the Black Flood Dragon clan. Human race doesn't want us. They think that we should live in the seabed. Anyway, they don't know that the sea tribes have many tribes. In fact, we also aim at the rich lands on the sea, and we do want to reside there. No matter it's Chao Chiu Dao, Yang Tian, or the leaders of other forces, they're all affected by this preconception. They all consider our sea tribes aliens, so it's hard for them to befriend with us. This kid is somehow special indeed. Nulang mused, then talked. Too bad his realm isn't high enough. Meanwhile, the Yang family is not as strong as it used to be. We'll just ignore him then. Patriarch, he said that the Yang family would come back to the Endless Sea. I think there's some information we haven't gotten to know yet. Yes, this brat is that arrogant, so maybe he has some backup. Has Yang Tian Emperor escaped his restraint in demon area? Nulang's pupil shrank. He frowned. Why do we have to care about them that much? Just stay here, and we aren't going to interfere their business. Wait until they all engage in war, and then we will see what we can do. This is once in a blue moon chance. Although our ancestors couldn't achieve big in their lives, perhaps we can. The other 3 strong warriors also got incited, as their eyes brightened. The sea tribes will not be content with their lots. Seems like we have to make our decisions soon. After Yin got out of the Black Flood Dragon clan, he looked at Li Feng with a stiff face and said, Nulang has big ambition. He will definitely not want to stay on the seabed and watch the fun. He's waiting for the chance to take the strong warriors of the sea tribes to attack the Endless Sea. Maybe he's waiting for both sides to engage in war, said Li Feng. Possibly. Yin wore a solemn face, looking at the territory of the Black Flood Dragon clan, then sighed. The Black Flood Dragon clan is really intimidating. Added with the Water Scorpion tribe, the Silver Shar clan, and the Naga tribe. This force isn't weaker than the Dark Dwellers or the Demon Dwellers. They even have more advantages than the Dark Dwellers and the Demon Dwellers. They can attack or withdraw at ease. If the situation is not going on the desired track, they can always hide in the seabed. It's tough for us to deal with them undersea. Seems like the situation of the endless sea is getting more complicated. Li Feng beamed a wry smile. We can't stay on the seabed for long. Intelligence sent to Barren City is too slow. We're almost isolated, and we can't get a good grasp of the endless sea situation as fast as we want. Shurian contemplated for a while, then spoke up again with serious visage. We have to go back to the endless sea earlier. Just let them stay at Barren City to control the place. Only if we go to the endless sea can we have chances to talk to the members of the demon area. I'm not able to make this decision. Li Feng shook her head. I'm going to talk to Big Uncle. 3 days later, Shurian came back to Barren City. When he saw Yang Zhua, he said immediately, "We can't always stay in Barren City. We need to go out." "Why?" "Nu Lang has the wild schemes to invade the endless sea. He's waiting for a good chance. If we can't join Nu Lang, we can only spread this news as soon as possible. Some people will pay attention to him then." Chapter 459, Entourage of 8. Chapter 459, Entourage of 8. The most fearful thing is still to happen. Yang Zhua's face darkened and stiffened. He breathed out cold air and then shook his head. The sea tribes always had their dark ambitions towards the endless sea. However, the warriors above the endless sea always stood guarding against them. Moreover, thanks to Chao Chiu Dao, Yang Yi Tian, and your great-grandfather, the sea tribes haven't done anything just yet. But at present, since the endless sea's in chaos, Nu Lang has seen the opportunity once in a lifetime. Of course, he would try to stir everything up. "Big Uncle, you've already known that the sea tribes wouldn't be content with their lot, right?" "Of course, they won't be content with their lots." Yang Zhua's face was solemn. Thousands of years ago, the sea tribes had taken actions, but stopped after that big loss. That was a big and painful lesson to them. It made them know the big price to be paid to get to the land above the sea. After that battle, more than half of the elite force of the sea tribes was lost. Some small tribes even got extinguished. Afterward, they decided to withdraw completely. Thousands of years have gone, but they hadn't rebelled even once. But it's different now. Yes, it's different now. The Dark Dwellers and the Demon Dwellers have come to the endless sea, and your great-grandfather's imprisoned in the demon area. At this moment, if the sea tribes have ambitions, they would try to fulfill the goal their ancestors had set thousands of years ago. Yang Zhua sighed grudgingly. It's a general trend. Seems like no force can stop the sea tribes. Thus, if we continue staying in Barren City, it's not good at all. I'll arrange it like this. In the coming time, the Yangs will revive. We will leave a part here on the seabed, and the others will come up to the sea in groups. Xia Qingho soon sent a messenger here. He said that if the Yang family comes to the sea, we can ask for help from the Xia family. Currently, Xia Qingho is the overlord of a part of the endless sea. If we have a good relationship with them, even if we have to deal with the Martial Spirit Palace or the Penglai Holy Land, we still have time to solve the dispute. Yang Zhua thought for a while, then spoke to him. "Don't overthink. You should rest for some days. I'll arrange this. Then, we're going back to Endless Sea." "Great." Sure, Yin went to the vault. Looking at that radiant piles of materials in front of him, he felt grudging and tired all of a sudden. Although he had progressed fast in cultivating, he was still far behind the strong warriors like Chao Chiu Dao or Yang Yi Tian. Qi Yin, Bo Sun, and the Yama Kings were all earth-shaking warriors. Currently, he couldn't fight with them. And now came Nu Lang, an ambitious and tyrannically strong warrior. In front of them, he could see his power was much weaker. "I have to reach a higher level as soon as possible." Taking a deep breath, he sat down neatly in the vault and started to think about how to increase his power faster. However, it was tough for any warrior in Sky Realm to thrive more. Each time the cultivation base leaped up, it required abundant, profound chi and a flash of realization of the realm. He didn't need to worry about the profound chi. With the mysterious martial spirit, It was simple to have more profound chi, killing more people and absorbing the negative energies from the fiercest battlefield. It was easy to get more profound chi. However, gaining realization regarding the realm had no way to be found. He had to experience and observe the powers of earth and firmament to have a chance for a good grasp of the mystical features of the most inner essence in there. No one could help him with this requirement. If he couldn't comprehend his realm, no matter how much profound chi he could accumulate, it was useless and couldn't help him to increase his strength. Shi Yin frowned, looking at the cultivating materials on the ground and the 2 rings on his fingers. Light sparkled from his eyes as his mind flickered fast. He eyed the blood vein ring. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. It had been long since he had last attacked the wall of force inside the blood vein ring. The ways to use the 2 most evil, eccentric powers were the rampage and the life and death seal. He got them from the blood vein ring when he had broken through new realms. When his power had reached a certain level, if he used all of his power to attack the wall inside the blood vein ring, it could work. At present, he had actually entered the sky realm, which meant his cultivation base wasn't bad. It was time to attack the blood vein ring again. Making up his mind, he didn't hesitate. He quieted down his mind and then started to gather the power of the entire body. Profound chi in the chi ancient tree at his lower abdomen was urged, moving rapidly in his veins and tendons. Wherever the profound chi traveled through under his urge, it brought together the energy of that organ to mix with it and help him increase his power. Gradually, the profound chi was like a torrential stream running in his body. He felt a pain in his meridians, as he could feel his profound chi accelerating to a terrifying level. Complete focus. His chi condensed into a bunch of light beams, guiding the enormous energy in his body to turn into a column of fierce light, banging hard on the energy wall inside the blood vein ring. Thump! An odd echo resounded from the energy barrier inside the blood vein ring. It seemed a layer or membrane had been poked through. A strange memory electric current stormed out, flooding his brain. The red halo of the blood vein ring covered the entire vault. Bizarre, vague scenes were projected inside the red halo. It was some area on the seabed covered with bones of beasts. 5-colored seawater was rumbling. The beast skeletons, they were all dozens of meters tall, even taller than the main building of the Yang family. This was the first time he had ever seen such giant beast skeletons. Even the Black Flood Dragon he saw in the Black Flood Dragon clan was 1 grade smaller than the beasts in this scene. There was a 300-meter dragon skeleton. The bones were numerous and dense like a small mountain. This was really dreadful to watch for ordinary people. A strange halo was twinkling inside that massive skeleton. In the vague halo, he could see a coffin. Lao Luo's dark body, one of the bloodthirsty's entourage of 8. A stirring thought shot out, flooding his brain. From the blood vein ring, a current of strange memory electric had ambushed him, unceasingly sending him thoughts along with the scenes appearing in the blood vein ring. That bizarre memory electric current seemed to have a close relationship with the scene projected in the blood vein ring. As the blood vein ring was continually blinking, that electric current was gradually releasing the miraculous description of these scenes. Lao Luo's dark body. Shi Yin discolored, watching the scene with a dumbfounded face. His heart was filled with surprise, not knowing what was going on as he was gazing at the 300-meter dragon skeleton and the coffin lying within it. The Antiquity Lofty Dragon Graveyard, one of Bloodthirsty's entourage of 8, the dark body of Lao Luo. The thought in his head described the scene one more time. The immense light from the blood vein ring started to cease, and the scenes inside its red halo were fading away. Everything restored to the normal states. The strange light sparkled on the blood vein ring for a short while and then stopped. The blood vein ring became normal. The shocking energy waves are really strong. The ice-cold flame sent him a message from the blood vein ring. It looks like the skeleton of the Antiquity Lofty Dragon in the scene. What happened? The Antiquity Lofty Dragons had been vanished for a long time ago, hadn't they? What kind of ring is your ring? Antiquity lofty dragons. Shi Yin was startled and couldn't help but probe. Do you know the antiquity lofty dragons? Yeah, the antiquity lofty dragon was the royal family of the dragon tribe in the ancient time. As the black flood dragons were a kind of dragon beasts, according to the legends, they were the descendants of the antiquity lofty dragons. In the ancient times, the size of the antiquity lofty dragon was extraordinarily enormous, like hundreds of meters. They were terrifyingly strong, the royals of the dragon tribe. Each lofty dragon was astoundingly mighty, as they had the cultivation base of a spirit realm warrior. Extreme lofty dragon could have the competence of a true god realm warrior. I heard that the lofty dragons in the ancient time were the overlords of the Grace mainland sea areas. They even occupied many caves or big rivers on the land over the sea. In their prosperous time, their overall competence could be compared with other strong alien tribes. Later on, in the Great War between tribes, the lofty dragon tribe was sealed in some area. All of them withered, and no one has seen them ever since. Anything else you know about the lofty dragons? I'm not a human. During the antiquity time, I was still dormant deep inside the glacier. I don't know much of the events during that period. However, at that time, the lofty dragons were truly a tyrannical tribe. They were the royals of the dragon tribe. I also heard that they had ruled most of the beasts. Super strong for sure. Shi Yan's countenance changed slightly, as the pictures he had just seen popped up in his mind. The dark body of Lao Luo, what is it? Lao Lu was one of Bloodthirsty's entourage of 8. What is Bloodthirsty? Apparently, entourage of 8 is the group of 8 servants. As Lao Luo was one of them, were there 7 more? Is that Bloodthirsty something the previous master of the blood vein ring? If so, what were the cultivation realms of these 8 servants? Dark body. Is it just a clone of Lao Luo, just like the White Bones clone of Demon King Bo Sun? If Lao Luo were a dark body hidden inside a coffin under the skeleton of the antiquity lofty dragon, would it still be useful in that coffin? Suspicions arose continuously in his head, making sure Yin confused. Since he had had the blood vein ring, he always paid attention to it. Yet, apparently, he couldn't know the subtle features of the ring. Since the blood vein ring could store creatures with mysterious lives like the ice-cold flame, the Holy Spirit God, the earth flame, the king of demonic insects, and the devouring gold silkworm, it was much more mysterious than any kinds of storage ring. The giant mystical sword was related to the blood vein ring, too. That sword could destroy the hardest defense with its tremendous, fluctuating, evil energy. Seemed like it was a sacred-level treasure. All sorts of signs proved that this blood vein ring was obviously something extremely mysterious. Perhaps it had some connection with the Bloodthirsty indeed. There was a clone of a servant of the Bloodthirsty hidden under the skeleton of the lofty dragon, and the lofty dragons of the dragon tribe lived in the antiquity time. Was it true that Bloodthirsty came from the antiquity time? It took him half a day for figuring out nothing about the reasons. He only felt that every detail related to it was doubtful. Shaking his head, Shi Yin was utterly confused. He didn't want to think about it more. Came out from the vault and found Yang Zhua. Big uncle, do you know the graveyard of the antiquity lofty dragon on the seabed? Yang Zhua discolored, trembling. He asked Shi Yin with fear, how do you know about the antiquity lofty dragon graveyard? Did Nulang tell you that? Chapter 460, Silverstone Fort. Chapter 460, Silverstone Fort. Not Nulang. I got it from the ice-cold flame. There's something I need in the antiquity lofty dragon graveyard. I want to go and see. You can't. All of a sudden, Yang Zhua paled while shaking his head constantly. Absolutely shouldn't do that. The antiquity lofty dragon graveyard's the restricted area on the seabed. Throughout thousands of years, no warrior of the sea tribes has ever come out alive from there. In the legends, there are treasures that the lofty dragons had collected in that forbidden area. It has attracted numerous hotshots from the sea tribes, but I have never heard of anyone who could actually find them. As far as I've known, all had buried their bodies altogether in the dragon's tomb. Is that a strange place? I think that Nu Lang wanted to harm you when he told you about the antiquity lofty dragon graveyard. Yang Zhua wore a serious face and said with a low tone, In short, you should never go there, let alone your Sky Realm cultivation base. Even the God Realm warriors couldn't escape alive. Nu Lang has the cultivation base at Third Sky of Spirit Realm, but he doesn't dare to peep in the place. Shi Yan's complexion changed. Why do I want to go there? There's something essential to me. I want to go there. Don't go. And don't you ever mention this again. Yangjua continuously shook his head to refuse. Seemed like he was absolutely terrified of that lofty dragon's forbidden area. As Shi Yan saw his determination, he didn't repeat the matter, but shifted the topic and asked whether he had arranged everything or not. Yangjua hid something in this matter too. He told Shi Yan that several days after he had arranged things in Barren City, he would leave the city together with Shi Yan. Shi Yan nodded and didn't say anything further. Then, he left the Yang family's house alone. Afterward, he came to the tavern in the city. The shopkeeper and the waiter greeted him with friendly faces. They served him food and good wine even before he could have time to order. "You're really awesome," the waiter said with admiration. "After you left, the Yang family sent someone to collect the fee. I told them what you said to us. Indeed, they didn't argue with us and said that they would no longer come here for collecting the tax." The waiter had his eyes brightened as he said with low tone, "Are you really Shi Yan, the one who killed Ming Hai and got the approval from the Water Scorpion tribe, Bao Wen and Bao Ko?" "Yeah." The young waiter's eyes got brighter. His face was getting more excited. "From now on, when you want a drink, come to us." "Huh, I think the shopkeeper won't take your money." "Right, sir?" "Little brother, we didn't recognize MT Taishan. We didn't know that you are Shi Yan. If we offended you, please forgive us," smiled the shopkeeper. "You are being too polite," Shi Yan smiled, shook his head, then said, "Shopkeeper, you're doing business in Barren City. I guess you're familiar with the situation here, right? I have something I want to ask you. May I?" "Little brother, you shouldn't be too polite." The smile on the shopkeeper's face widened. He slightly bent his body and said, "You can ask for sure. As long as we know it, we will tell you all together. We won't hide any small details, either. Have you ever heard about the Antiquity Lofty Dragon Graveyard?" "Ah." The shopkeeper changed his visage to a more surprised one. He raked his eyes to his side. After he could confirm that no one was there, he asked hurriedly, "Why do you ask this?" As Shi Yan saw the other change his attitude, he felt this could work immediately and said, "I'm interested in some rumors on the seabed. I've just come here, and I want to know more about the seabed situations and gain more knowledge. That's why I asked you. If you know and you aren't afraid, please do tell." The shopkeeper relaxed his complexion when he knew the other was just curious. The Antiquity Lofty Dragon Graveyard is the mysterious forbidden place in the seabed. Thousands of years have passed, and so many strong warriors undersea want the lofty dragon's treasure. They went and probed over the years. Unfortunately, as far as I've known, no one came back alive. Seems there's something really intimidating, which killed everyone who dared to go in. The information he provided wasn't much different from Yangjua's, as they had just mentioned how terrifying that Antiquity Lofty Dragon Graveyard was and how many famous warriors of the sea tribes had died there. They all said that the place wasn't a place that warriors should visit, since that area was protected by God. Anyone who entered would be punished by God. "Do you know where it is exactly?" Shi Yan went around the bush, then came back to his main purpose. "People said that it's under the Vault of Heaven Sea area, but I'm not sure about the exact location. Only someone who has gone there could know, but they're all dead." The shopkeeper shook his head and sighed. The lofty dragons were the overlord of all kinds of beasts undersea. Of course, their graveyard won't be ordinary. It should have unimaginable dangers. No visitors can escape death. "Oh," Shi Yan nodded and mused for a while, then said, "After I leave, in 2 more days, please come to the Yang family and tell them I'm going to the Vault of Heaven to find some stuff. Tell the master of the Yangs in Barren City, Yangjua." "Are you going to the Antiquity Lofty Dragon Graveyard?" The shopkeeper and the young waiter were flurried all of a sudden. "Haha, help me deliver the message. Don't ask too much." Shi Yan smiled, left a crystal, and then turned into a beam of light shooting towards the Vault of Heaven Sea area. "Boss!" The young waiter was worried and said hurriedly, If he goes to the lofty dragon's forbidden area, he can't come back alive. I think we shouldn't wait longer. We should tell the master of the Yangs now. Yes, I'm going to the Yang families. The shopkeeper was in a hurry too. He answered the young waiter, then left. 15 minutes later, Yang's face darkened. He continuously shook his head and muttered, "Why did he not listen to my advice? Why is he so stubborn? Young men who don't listen to old men would suffer a huge loss. Yin, you kiddo, do you think that you can be lucky forever?" 7 days later, Yin arrived at a sea area under the vault of Heaven Sea area. The seawater there was crystal clear blue. Fish were moving in schools, and beasts could be seen here and there. At first, he had just met low-level beasts at level 3 or 4. The closer he got to the vault of Heaven Sea area, the higher the level of the beasts was. Searching this sea area for a while, he still hadn't found the lofty dragon graveyard. But he ended up having some conflicts with some daring beasts. Beasts at level 6 and 7 weren't his match now. Facing Yin, their only consequences were to be skinned, and their demon crystals be taken. After spending several days under the vault of Heaven Sea area, he still had nothing. Without the exact direction, it seemed not easy at all to find the antiquity lofty dragon's graveyard. Today, he saw a giant fort built with silver stone. Many members of the sea tribes were working and living in there. His eyes brightened. He wanted to enter the city. Walking around the fort for a while, he found out that the sea tribes members inside the fort were mostly from the Silver Shark clan. Yin stopped a member of the Jade Clam tribe outside the fort. Among the tribes of the sea tribes, the Jade Clam tribe was one of the weakest. Members of the Jade Clam tribe had a giant shell on their back, just like the turtles. Their fleshy body was in between the shells. People said that their cultivating process was arduous. None of the Jade Clam tribe's member had ever reached the spirit realm. This Jade Clam's member was a young female. She looked pretty with red lips and white teeth. After she was blocked by Yin, she didn't fluster, just frowned at him coldly and said, "Human, why do you come to the Silverstone Fort? Don't you know that the Silverstone Fort's the Silver Shark clan's territory? You damn human, bet you're planning to mess up with our sea tribes. I'm telling you, Hui, the patriarch of the Silver Shark clan, is in the Silverstone Fort now. Death is a certain consequence if you dare to provoke us here." Silverstone Fort, frowned Yin. He had heard from Li Feng that the Silver Shark clan's territory had been divided into some parts. The Silverstone Fort was just one of them. It was the place where an elder of the Silver Shark clan cultivated. Many weak tribes were living around the Silverstone Fort, and the Jade Clam tribe was one of them. Those tribes didn't have warriors strong enough to protect the tribes. Their life was a little bit difficult, so they had to depend on stronger tribes like the Silver Shark clan. Every year, they had to offer the Silver Shark clan massive wealth to receive the protection from the stronger tribe. That was how they could survive on the seabed. Hui's staying in the Silver Shark Fort. Scared now, the female member of the Jade Clam tribe sneered, then said arrogantly, "You'd better get out of here as soon as possible. The seabed isn't a place where human warriors could poke your nose in. Harumph, Silverstone Fort is Crew's cultivating place. He's the elder of the Silver Shark clan, and he has just entered the spirit realm. Patriarch Hui came here to congratulate him. Many strong warriors of the sea tribes are gathering in the Silverstone Fort, too. If you dare to provoke us, I'm sure you'll see enough." This member of the Jade Clam tribe had a shallow cultivation base, but her tone was cold and arrogant. She was using the connection with the Silver Shark clan to intimidate Yin, so she didn't fear. Yin burst out laughing, but he didn't quarrel with her. He contemplated, then said, "Me too. I'm going to cheer for Elder Crew. Shall we go together? I don't walk the same road as humans." The female member of the Jade Clam tribe rolled her eyes, threw him a malicious look, put on the serious face, and crossed him, swimming towards the Silverstone Fort. Yin shook his head and smilingly followed her. "Human, stop." He hadn't even approached the Silverstone Fort gate when a member of the Silver Shark clan shouted, pointing his weapon at him. He seemed to ready fight Yin at any minute if the other didn't follow his words. "I've told you, humans like you can't enter the Silverstone Fort." The Jade Clam tribe's member mocked him, then chinned up, entering the Silverstone Fort. Chapter 461, The Sea Races Banquet. Chapter 461, The Sea Races Banquet. Human, get back to where you came from. We, people of the Silver Stone Fort, do not welcome mankind. A member of the Silver Shark clan snorted coldly with a displeased face at the gate of the Silverstone Fort. People of the Silver Shark clan had a shark fin on their back. This was the signature of the Silver Shark clan. Besides this fin, they didn't look much different from humans. People said that the Silver Shark clan had been evolved from sharks. That's how they had the fin, the signature of their kind. Among the other clans in the ocean, the Silver Shark clan was almost as strong as the Black Flood Dragon race, one of the strongest races in the sea. Silver Shark's people were born with a sense of superiority. Unless they were facing the Black Flood Dragon clan, they were always haughty in front of the members from other sea tribes. This little guard wasn't an exception when he was talking arrogantly to Shi Yin. Shi Yin came here this time to find Yin Hui to ask for something related to the ancient Lofty Dragon's graveyard. As the Silver Shark clan was situated in this area, being the patriarch of the race, Yin Hui must know the exact location of that ancient Lofty Dragon's graveyard. Compared to searching alone with no clues, it had better ask someone who might know. I come from Barren City, a member of the Yang family. I heard that Precursor Crew has entered the spirit realm, so I came here to congratulate him. Please report. Oh yeah, your patriarch Yin Hui and I have met once. I hope that you guys would give me a chance to praise Precursor Crew. Shi Yin held a smile on his face, handing out a small purse, which kept 10 pieces of good profound chi crystal. A female member of the Jade Clam race couldn't hold her despising look seeing him bribe the guard. It's true that humans are all cunning indeed. The guard of the Silver Shark clan estimated the value of the purse and then changed his manner to be friendlier. However, he still had to keep his face. Human, are you lying to me? Even if you're a member of the Yang family, you're not eligible to meet my patriarch. However, as you know the situation, I'll let you in. Then, he stepped aside to give way for Shi Yin to enter the city. It seemed that profound chi crystals could be the pass to anywhere. This guy from the Silver Shark clan received Shi Yin's bribe, couldn't help but fall into the same track, and opened the convenient door for him. Villain! As Shi Yin just passed through the gate, the female member of the Jade Clam race cursed. Humans are all cunning. You didn't embarrass your kind. You're truly a villain. Shi Yin ignored her, raised his eyebrows, and passed her over to get into the Silverstone Fort. Members of the rare sea tribes like the Whelks, the Mare People, the Saber-Teeth, all were living inside the Silverstone Fort. Many members of the sea tribes had low cultivation bases, such as Nascent, Human, and Disaster Realm. They were gathering freely at a corner in the Silverstone Fort to talk about the significant issues in the ocean or the secrets of their own races. Shi Yin suddenly burst out laughing. After listening attentively for a while, he found out that the focus of their talks was him. These sea tribes members were gathering and talking about the event of Barren City and mentioning his name. When people of the sea tribes talked about him, their faces were stiff, as they knew there was a new ferocious slaughterer born among mankind. He was a brutal guy who liked to kill the sea tribes members, and that he had stirred up the human race and killed many members of the sea tribes. Those sea tribes members talked about him like a wicked beyond redemption, utterly unbearable villain. After a while, Shi Yin forced a smile, shook his head, and sighed. Members of the sea tribes didn't have a good impression of the human race naturally, just like the way they treated the Yang family. They would favor their members, and it was totally natural. Although the reputation of the water scorpion tribe wasn't good, it was a member of the sea tribes. As Shi Yin had hurt Bao Wen and subdued Bao Ku, in their eyes, Shi Yin was already their enemy. No matter what the truth was, they considered the water scorpion tribe the victim. He couldn't change the attitude of the sea tribes toward him. Discrimination would never be changed, even if it were in the endless sea, the underworld, or the demon area. Even if they wanted to change, it wouldn't happen. No warrior could utilize only his strength alone to convert the awareness of other races. Uniting all the races to one and living in peace in the same place was impossible. Shaking his head, Shi Yin didn't think about it furthermore. After walking one round in the Silverstone Fort, he knew where Crew was in the south of the Silverstone Fort. Inside a spacious place around 100 acres in area were situated many oval Silverstone buildings. Those buildings had strange shapes, which had been decorated with drawings of the sea monsters. When Shi Yin came to that place, he took in the scene and suddenly shook his body, changing his appearance as a fin jutted out from his back. When he had entered the Silverstone Fort, if he still used the human appearance, it would be hard for him to get in Crew's place. Only if he had the appearance of the Silver Shark clan's members could he mingle with the others and get the chance to visit Crew. After his petrification martial spirit had reached the peak, his control over his body had also entered a subtle, mysterious realm. He only needed a flicker of a thought, and he could conveniently change his body, turning into another person's shape. Growing only a fin on the back wasn't a tough job to him. After he had transformed into the appearance of the Silver Shark clan's members, there was no strange look gazing on him along the way. Members of the weaker races like the Jade Clams, the Whelks, and the Mare people also showed respect to him. When he approached Crew's house, the Silver Shark guard only threw him a look, and when he found that Shi Yin had the Sky Realm cultivation base, he didn't say anything and just let him go. Shi Yin walked to the roomy court where Crew was holding his party. It was a lively scene of celebrating peace with songs and dance. Female members of the Jade Clams and the Whelk tribe were shaking their bodies, dancing on the stage made of coral. The Jade Clams and the Whelk tribes had average powers among the sea tribes, but their women were really good at dancing, as their moves were charming enough to shake people's mind. On that luxurious stage, 10 women from the Jade Clams and the Whelks were smiling, dancing like silk. Scattered around the stage were crystal tables. Those crystal tables had all the colors one could name. They were translucent and shimmering with a dreamy light. The best warriors from the sea tribes were sitting at the crystal tables, drinking good wine and enjoying the fine cuisine of the ocean. They also amused themselves with the performance on the stage while chatting with the others. The atmosphere was boisterous. Right at the middle, in front of all of them, stood a giant crystal table with an old Silver Shark man seated. His face was reddened because of the wine he took. He was talking and laughing with emotion as he was continually poured wine to a middle-aged Silver Shark man sitting next to him. That middle-aged man also had a shark fin on his back. Although he was sitting in his seat, an oppressing aura like a big mountain was spreading. The patriarch of the Silver Shark clan, Yin Hui. At first glance, Shi Yin knew right away that man was Yin Hui. The old Silver Shark man with a long beard was the host of the party today, Crew. A young maiden was sitting next to him. Perhaps she was his daughter. She was also smiling and offering fine wine to Yin Hui. Yin Hui didn't deny her, just smiled and drank. Sometimes, he gave the girl a compliment, as she was a beauty that would become the dazzling pearl of the Silver Shark clan. There were 10 crystal tables behind the table of Crew and Yin Hui. Seated there were the hotshots of the sea tribes. There were members of the Black Flood Dragon clan, the Naga tribe, and the Water Scorpion tribe. The lowest cultivation base those people had was the Nirvana realm. Most of them were at the Sky realm. All were drinking too much and delivering their compliments to Crew and Yin Hui. The atmosphere was warm and harmonious. Shi Yin stood behind the stage, far away from the center of the feast. He frowned, looking at Yin Hui as he was considering what kind of excuse he could use to approach Yin Hui and ask for the ancient lofty dragon graveyard. All of a sudden, a familiar aura got to him from behind Yin Hui and Crew, making his pupils shrink. Looking more attentively, he found 6 people wearing veils and covering all their bodies standing behind Yin Hui and Crew. Apparently, the aura from 2 among them was really familiar to him. Chao Jilan, Panja. Shi Yin was terrified. When he was in the demonic Sound clan, he had planted a soul seed inside Chao Jilan and Panja's souls. Although he had soon lifted the barrier, he was still familiar with their souls. In a certain range, he would be able to detect their existence and recognize them. The man and the woman wearing the veil there were absolutely Chao Jilan and Panja. The most outstanding young leader of the Chao family and the Penglai Holy Land's future successor. The two prominent youths of the Endless Sea appeared at the territory of the Silver Shark clan and in Kru's house. What was going on? Shi Yan's face darkened as suspicions filled his heart. While he was coldly looking at Chao Ji-lan and Panja, he changed his appearance in silence. After a while, his cheeks were much thinner as his sockets became deeper. That made him look more ferocious and malicious. Both Chao Ji-lan and Panja had known him. If those two saw him, they could know his identity right away. For the moment, he didn't want to expose himself. He wanted to hide and observe what Panja and Chao Ji-lan were up to. Hey, as Yin Hui was talking with Kru, he suddenly shouted, shifting his look towards him as sharp as lightning. Yin Hui's look suddenly became colder, looking at him from a distance. He was wearing a cold smile, but still waving at Shi Yan. Shi Yan discolored. I didn't expect that we will have a friend from far away. Haha, you're considerate indeed. Yin Hui smiled as his eyes were as bright as a torch, crossing through the hot shots of the sea tribes to gaze at him. Yin Hui had seen through his disguise. Chapter 462. Shi Yan from the Yang Family. Chapter 462. Shi Yan from the Yang Family. Shi Yan suddenly felt embarrassed. He and Yin Hui had just met once. Moreover, the distance between them was too far away. He thought that even when they had a chance to meet up again, Yin Hui wouldn't recognize him. Thus, he decided to visit Kru's banquet deliberately. Unexpectedly, Yin Hui was excellent as he was able to recognize him with just a glance from such a distance. As Yin Hui voiced up, warriors of the sea tribes had their eyes gaze Shi Yan with great surprise. Even the hotshots from human race Chao Ji-lan and Panji were looking at him after Yin Hui's recognition. However, Chao Ji-lan and Panji didn't have a strong cultivation base like Yin Hui, and Shi Yan had disguised himself, so those two people couldn't recognize Shi Yan's real identity. Kru was surprised for a while before he said with a low tone, Patriarch, is this young man a great warrior of our Silver Shark clan? Why doesn't he look familiar at all? He's not one of us. Yin Hui smiled coldly, then said, I do hope that our Silver Shark clan could have an outstanding young warrior like him. Too bad, the Silver Shark clan doesn't have that luck. Having heard Yin Hui say so, the hotshots from the sea tribes were more shocked. They eyed Shi Yan with strange faces. Come sit here. Yin Hui ignored the other suspicions. He didn't reveal Shi Yan's identity right away as he beamed a smile while looking at the group of Chao Ji-lan standing behind him. As if he thought this case was interesting, he couldn't help but wave at Shi Yan. As he got exposed, Shi Yan didn't continue to hide. Besides, he wasn't afraid of Yin Hui. Thus, he deliberately walked over, entering the center of the stage and clasped his fist, talking to Kru. Congratulations for entering the spirit realm. You're one step closer to the Great Way. Kru didn't understand the situation, so he just furrowed, nodded, and said, Thank you. We met half a month ago at Barren City. We were far away at that time, so I didn't have the chance to chat with you. Yin Hui curled his lips to form a smile, nodded to Kru, then continued. He's our guest from far away. Make a seat for him. This little brother is so outstanding that he could make the bow when brothers bow to him. He deserves our respect. Yin Hui succinctly pointed out his real identity. The warriors from the sea tribes couldn't help but exclaim out loud. Shi Yan from the Yang family. The Silver Shark mild-mannered maiden sitting next to Kru cheered softly as her beautiful eyes brightened up. Standing behind Yin Hui, Chao Ji-lan and Panji, who were wearing the bamboo hat with a long veil, were shaking in shock. It's him! Chao Ji-lan gritted her teeth. At this moment, she felt the 5 flavors were all flooding her heart. The last time they met was at the Sun Island of the Three Gods sect in the Yuanluo Sea. After she knew that the pagans Etion Mo and Dishan had turned to the demon dwellers and cut off the relation with Shi Yan, she determinedly gave Shi Yan up. Now, when she looked back, she thought her decision at that time was so wrong. Not long after Shi Yan had left the island, he had raised waves in the endless sea, fought against Mo Chita, Qingming, the Queen of Heaven and the Emperor of Earth. He also caused a significant trauma for the Corpse God sect as he had made the king corpse revive his consciousness. This series of his deeds had shaken all the strong warriors of the Endless Sea. She thought that Shi Yin would barely be able to struggle, but in fact, he had used his deeds to make all the warriors of the Endless Sea remember his name. Shi Yin had disappeared for 1 year. Anyway, whenever the leaders of the forces in Endless Sea mentioned his name, they all wore a serious face, as if his name were a taboo matter. Chao Zhilan knew that she had made a wrong assumption that underestimated Shi Yan's profound potential. Too bad it was too late. Under her suggestion, the Chao family had joined the game to chase and kill Shi Yin, which meant they had cut off the relationship with him. Due to this one mistake, she had lost the close relationship with Shi Yin forever. At the moment, as they saw Shi Yin, who had gone missing for a year, Chao Zhilan suddenly felt her heart was constantly moved, as the image in her mind had flooded her heart once again. The face under the bamboo hat was filled with remorse. Chao Zhilan bowed and sighed begrudgingly. The Endless Sea was vast, but she had only met one man who could touch her heart. This man had used his domineering power and mysteriously left a bold brush stroke in her soul. However, due to the complexity of the situation, she had chosen to be on the opposite side of his. This was hard to recover. Chao Zhilan shook her head as her eyes revealed her sorrow. She beamed a self-ridiculing smile. Under Yin Hui's reminder, all the warriors of the sea tribes present at the banquet held an amazed countenance. They all gazed at Shi Yin, who was standing unyieldingly. During this period, the name Shi Yin was the most resounding name in the ocean. He was the one who used a Sky Realm cultivation base to defeat Bao Ku and Bao Wan, who received both Yin Hui's and Li Sha's praises. He was such a legend. Even if they were living undersea, members of the sea tribes were also interested in strong warriors. From the misfortune at Barren City to Shi Yin stopping the furious wave, all kinds of rumors have been spread out on the ocean floor. All warriors of the sea tribes knew that the Yang family had a tough character. That kid's potential was even more dangerous than Yang Tian emperors that year. As of now, they could see the hot shot in the rumor, and strong warriors from the sea tribes were all showing their interests. Crew's eyes brightened up as he suddenly laughed and pitched his voice. "Come, bring up a table with fine wine and food." Some guards of the Silver Shark clan immediately received the order. Not long after that, they presented a table with good wine and good food. Shi Yin clasped his fist to thank him, then sat down at his table. He was wearing a cold face without any sign of anxiety. He picked up his glass, took some sips, and said heroically, "Good wine." The beautiful maiden of the Silver Shark clan, sitting next to Crew, had her eyes sparkling. As she seemed to be interested in the man, she giggled. "Rumors say that you look extraordinarily ferocious, as if you want to swallow up our sea tribes members. But I think you look normal." Shi Yin beamed a wry smile. Under the watchful eyes, he started to transform. Within just 3 seconds, the fin on his back disappeared, and his face had recovered to its original form. The beautiful eyes of the maiden brightened up as she chuckled. "Is that your real appearance?" Shi Yin nodded. "A lot better now." The young girl smiled, holding her glass. "My name's Hai Luo. Thanks for coming to celebrate with my father." Shi Yin drank up his glass, smiled, and said, "Hai Luo, the beautiful pearl of the sea, truly worthy of a name." Hai Luo smiled, and it made her eyes as narrow as a line. She wiped off the wine on her lips and said, "You know how to say sweet words." Chao Zhilan, standing behind, suddenly felt irritated. She couldn't help but hum quietly. "Jealous," Panja said with a low tone. "Previously, you had a close relationship with Shi Yin. I used to think that with your charm, you could subdue him under your dress. How could it turn to this? So, now you feel regret when you see him flirting with others? Even if I made a wrong decision, I will not regret it." Chao Zhilan clenched her teeth and snorted coldly. "You shouldn't be wordy. Think about how to deal with this sudden situation. There's no solution. Even if Shi Yin didn't come here, the Silver Shark clan wouldn't still cooperate with us." Pan just shook his head. "People from the sea tribes are discreetly watching the situation up there, waiting for us to engage in the war. I don't think they will form a relationship with us." As long as the benefit's big enough, nothing's impossible. Another young man smiled behind the veil of his bamboo hat. What a pity that Nu Lang didn't come here. If not, we just need to talk to him. As long as Nu Lang nods his head, the Water Scorpion tribe, the Naga tribe, and the Silver Shark clan will agree with his opinions. Nu Lang has never talked to humans. In the recent years, there's only Yang Tian Emperor who has come to the Black Flood Dragon clan to talk to him once. We shouldn't lay hopes on this person. Unless our seniors come here directly, he won't meet any guests. Chao Jilan couldn't help but sigh. As they were whispering to each other on this side, on the other side, Shi Yin was drinking with the hotshots of the sea tribes. He drank one glass with each of them, including Kru and Inhui. It looked like he didn't know that this was a celebration of the Silver Shark clan, and he was rather a guest that somewhat overwhelmed the host. He was feasting with other people, drinking happily with the members of the sea tribes. Chao Jilan was a guest, but she could only stand aside and watch, as she wasn't eligible to join the banquet. Chao Jilan and Panja felt really annoyed, seeing Shi Yin seemed to have a good relationship with the Silver Shark clan. All right, Inhui took a glass of wine, then acted as if he suddenly remembered his guests. He patted his head, then turned around, smiled, and said, "Seems we still have some guests here." Kru also looked around. "Perhaps you guys have known each other." Inhui's smile hid something behind as he suddenly said, "Bring up another table. Friends, please come forward. Please take off your bamboo hats. Don't worry, although our sea tribes don't get along well with your human race. As you come here with goodwill, of course, we will treat you well." Chao Jilan's group was like they were riding a tiger, and it was now hard to get off. "Let's go. It's only Shi Yin. We don't need to be afraid of him." The young man standing next to Chao Jilan and Pan Zhe had taken off his bamboo hat, revealing a handsome face. He was Zhongli Dun of the Martial Spirit Palace. The #1 warrior of the combat list, Zhongli Dun was walking forward from the spot of Chao Jilan and Panja with a natural expression. Panja and Chao Jilan were hesitant for a while before following him. Inhui's smile became more radiant. He extended his arm to introduce them. These are the young hotshot of the Chao family, the Martial Spirit Palace, and the Penglai Holy Land. Yeah, the three behind them are the consecrators Wei Yu Feng of the Chao family, Situ Jie from the Martial Spirit Palace, and Song Lan from Penglai Holy Land. They're all famous in the Endless Sea. I guess you guys know each other well. Zhou Yufeng and Situ Jie from the Martial Spirit Palace were the kind of people with deep thoughts and wild schemes. They were standing behind Chao Jilan and Zhongli Dun, frowning at Shi Yin. Shi Yin couldn't help but shrink his pupils. Those were the two first sky of Spirit Realm warriors. Chapter 463, Safely Free. Chapter 463, Safely Free. After the 9 Serenity's soul-devouring flame had merged with his host soul, he was able to detect the real realm of the others on seeing them. God Realm warriors were no exception, as even they couldn't avoid his sensing. Zhou Yufeng and Situ Jie were covered in the bamboo hat with a veil. This made the others focus on Chao, Jilan, and Panja. Anyway, no one was too attentive. Currently, those two had taken off their hats and revealed their appearance. When they came in Shi Yan's line of sight, he knew their real realms at once. Zui Yufeng and Situ Jie looked quite thin with dark faces, which gave people the impression that their schemes were really heavy. Especially Situ Jie, and Shi Yin didn't know when he saw this man, yet he felt familiar as if he had met him before. But then, he recognized that he had never contacted this person before and had no impression of his face. Song Lan from Penglai Holy Land had the cultivation base of Third Sky of Sky Realm. Shi Yin didn't even consider this person. From this point, the Chao family and the Martial Spirit Palace were one level stronger than Penglai Holy Land. This time, the Chao family and the Martial Spirit Palace had sent Spirit Realm warriors, but the Penglai Holy Land had just a Sky Realm warrior. Obviously, they were lower than the Chao family and the Martial Spirit Palace. Shi Yin also knew that the 3 strongest forces of the Endless Sea were the Chaos, the Yangs, and the Martial Spirit Palace, and they didn't have only one Spirit Realm warrior. The Yang family was the same. He had heard from Yang Zhua that besides Yang Tian Emperor, the Yangs had two other spirit realm warriors. However, only Yang Qingdi knew where they were. Yang Zhua guessed that the two spirit realm warriors of the Yang family were still in the fourth demon area. Situ Jia looked at him with a cold, dark face, then gave him a fiendish grin. Shi Yan's eyebrows slammed together, as he felt this guy was somehow familiar, and he had sensed his aura from somewhere before. But at this moment, he couldn't figure it out. As you're all the warriors from the Endless Sea, I suppose you've known each other, right? Do you want me to introduce a little bit here? Yin Hui smiled, shifted his look between them, and continued coldly. People that come here from the other places are our guests. If you guys have any resentment, you shouldn't resolve it within the Silverstone Fort. I don't care if you deal with each other outside the Silverstone Fort. You should solve your human race's matters somewhere else. Hotshots from the sea tribes burst out laughing as they heard that. Yin Hui knew the situation that happened above the water surface. He seemed to know that the other forces from everywhere didn't get along well with the Yang family. Now, he had called for Chao Zhilan's group, and Shi Yan understood his purpose. Yin Hui regretted that he couldn't make the two sides battle against each other. It'd be better if one of them lost. Hope you're well. Shi Yan sneered inside, but his face was still calm. He nodded to Chao Zhilan and Pan Zhe. Long time no see. Chao Zhilan curled her lips with a cold face. Yeah, long time no see. You're undersea. No wonder why people up there have to search for you with great efforts. It's my bad I've made you guys worried, Shi Yan said. Unfortunately, you've put forth many things, but I've survived well. As long as I'm alive, we will have chances to solve this grudge in the future. Something flared up in Chao Zhilan's beautiful eyes as she nodded deliberately. Pan Zhe also felt embarrassed. He forced a smile to Shi Yan and clasped his hands. We've met again. Seeing you're still alive, I think many people feel worried. Sigh. Honestly, I don't want to be your enemy. Too bad it's the situation, and I have no choice. Shi Yan was dazed and didn't understand his attitude. No matter what happened, you saved me in the chasm battlefield. Although your deeds were despicable when you confined our souls, we got out of there alive. Pan Zhe sighed. I can't control the situation of the Endless Sea. Here's my advice for you. Leave. Otherwise, you won't have a day living in peace. Shi Yan frowned, but he didn't say anything. The Sea Tribe's warriors, Yin Hui and crew, kept a smiling face, watching them without saying anything. It was just like they were watching a play, waiting for the two sides to start the war. Zhongli Dun of the Martial Spirit Palace wore an arrogant face. You are that Shi Yan? With the difficult situation of your Yang family, do you still think that you can borrow the force from the Sea Tribes to do something up there? Do you think it's possible? Zhongli Dun always looked down on Shi Yan. Before Shi Yan had arrived the Endless Sea, he had been the top warrior on the combat list, and everybody from every force admired him. However, after Shi Yan got back from the chasm battlefield, he had subdued Mangu, showing his tremendous cultivation base, and that he had also hurt Mo Cheetah severely. So many rumors about Shi Yan were spread out. Anyone who knew Shi Yan's stories considered him a new generation hero that no one could deny. He would oppress all the young ages of the Endless Sea, including the one who had topped the combat list, Zhongli Dun. Shi Yan appeared across the sky and had covered his presence, as the other had become the peerless young warrior that many people from the Endless Sea had to recognize. This man even had the competence to provoke the previous generations. This was a hard hit to Zhongli Dun. At this moment, as he was meeting Shi Yan undersea, Zhongli Dun's attitude couldn't be better. Although the Yang family doesn't appear in the Endless Sea, they do live well, and the competence of the family is well preserved. Of course, Shi Yan wouldn't give him face. He sneered. Well, we aren't like some other forces. First, they would take the chance to collaborate with every force they could reach. Well, they thought they could satisfy their long-cherished wishes, but the demon dwellers and the dark dwellers had spanked their butts. Their power is draining, and the dark dwellers and the demon dwellers are torturing them every day. A brutal look shot out from Zhongli Dun's eyes. He coldly looked at Shi Yan and said, Nonsense. The demon dwellers in the demon area had eradicated the Yang family. You really think that people would believe in your lies? Yin burst out laughing. He shook his head, wore a disdainful look on his face, but didn't regard the other. Forgive me for speaking frankly. Zhongli Dun clasped his hands, looking at Hui. If you guys cooperate with the Yang family, I think the human race will not approve it. It could be said that the Yang family is the common enemy of the whole endless sea. They aren't on the same side with the demon dwellers and the dark dwellers either. Once you choose to collaborate with the Yangs, you'll face a formidable pressure you have never had. Our sea tribes only love the beauty of the ocean. We don't like killing. Hui laughed. Today is the banquet of crew. If you guys want to drink, we'll welcome you. But if you want to discuss things we aren't interested in, please cut it off. Come. Let's toast. Hui didn't want to expose his real purpose. No matter it was the Chows, the martial spirit palace, or the Yangs, he pretended that he wasn't interested in anyone. Having heard Hui say that, Zhongli Dun and Chao Zilan were disappointed. However, they didn't continue the talk, as they wanted to wait until the party finished. They would find Hui to talk him into this. As Yin didn't come here to create the relationship with the Silver Shark clan, he didn't bother with Hui's words, just relaxed and drank. He looked breezily, as if he didn't want to discuss any important matter. This man's free and easy. Hai Luo chuckled, then picked up her jade glass, walking over to Yin like a beautiful siren. I can see you don't really want to work with the Silver Shark clan. I also heard that the Yang family doesn't live well on land. What do you want? I don't want anything. I'm okay with my life now. Yin smiled, not intending to discuss any business with Hai Luo, as he was drinking and chatting about some interesting rumors in the Endless Sea. Hai Luo had heard a lot about Yin. With her curiosity about his personality, she stayed close to him and asked him many questions. Yin then talked about the dark, magnetic, noxious mist, the powers of the earth and firmament, the beasts, the exotic land of the place, and the floating island and mountain. Hai Luo was amazed. She asked more questions as her curiosity was growing. The two were talking with low tone. Yin did it on purpose, so the other Sea Tribes member surrounding them couldn't hear the content of his story. Chao Zilan pouted her lips while wearing a bitter face. As she was watching Hai Luo and Yin, her beautiful eyes flared up with jealousy. She felt annoyed seeing Yin and Hai Luo close to each other. Hui's look was faint. Sometimes, he shifted to Yin just like he was watching over something silently. This was a big feast, and most of the Sea Tribes members had grown their interest in Yin. Sometimes, some hotshots of the Sea Tribes would come over and have a toast with him. In the recent years, the Yang family had helped the Sea Tribes. If the strong warriors from the Sea Tribes had any good feeling towards the humans, it would be only for the members of the Yang family. Previously, Yin had performed his invincible power in the barren city, which raised the curiosity among the Sea Tribes members. Moreover, he was one of the Yangs. That's why the Sea Tribes members would proactively come and offer him drinks. No one cared about Chao Zilan, Panja, and Zhongli Dun. Although these three people represented the influential forces in the Endless Sea, the Sea Tribes members didn't give them any face by drinking with them. Chao Zilan's group was as if they were sitting on pins and needles. They suddenly felt that they somehow were inharmonious with the rest of the people enjoying the banquet. Many members of the Sea Tribes acted like they didn't see this group of people. Quite on the contrary, Yan's table was bustling with noise and excitement. Not only the beauties, but also the hotshots from the Sea Tribes came there. The party was finally coming to an end, but no member of the Sea Tribes visited Chao Zilan's table. The banquet ended. 6 people of Chao Zilan's group stood up, looking at Hui with expectation. They seemed to want to say something, but still hesitated. Hui smiled, waving his hand. Come here. The faces of Chao Zilan's group brightened. They hurried to go with Hui to a secret chamber behind the stage to discuss something important. Yin, hang in there. We'll talk later. Hui regarded him, smiled, then led the group of 6 to another place. The 6 people of Chao Zilan and Panja's group followed Hui. However, after half an hour, they all came out of the place. They were frowning, not looking happy at all. It seemed they didn't have a good discussion with Inhui. After the 6 of them had gotten out of the place, they regarded Shurien coldly and left Crew's house. They seemed to leave the Silverstone Castle, too. Inhui called out for Shurien, who then finally got up. A guard of the Silver Shark clan led him to another secret chamber. Only Inhui was in the room. Do you know what they asked us? Inhui smiled, but it didn't look like a smile. No, I don't. Shurien shook his head and gave the other a cold answer. I don't care. It's related to your Yang family a bit. Inhui proactively explained. They're willing to give up the Kiara Sea. As long as our sea tribes agree to deal with the Dark Dwellers, the Kiara Sea will belong to us. Haha, seems like the Dark Dwellers and the Demon Dwellers have subdued people of the Endless Sea quite badly. It's been many years, and the human race hasn't had a good relationship with our sea tribes. They don't even want us to come up to the surface. This time will become a precedence. They are even prepared to give us the Kiara Sea. Don't you think it's interesting? Shurian's face was stiff. The Kiara Sea used to belong to the Yang family. After the Yangs had left that sea area, the Demon Dwellers had taken over the area and then handed over to the Dark Dwellers. It could be said that the area had undergone strenuous events with bleeding wounds. Unexpectedly, the Chows, the Martial Spirit Palace, and the Penglai Holy Land came here this time to offer the Yang family's territory to the Sea Tribes. Basically, they didn't care about the Yang family. Seems like their situation is not really optimistic. Shurien frowned, snorted, and said, Nevertheless, Kiara Sea belongs to the Yangs, even if it's controlled by the Dark Dwellers now. In the future, we, the Yang family, will take it back. Whoever claims the Kiara Sea will become the Yang family's enemy. As I heard from the Black Flood Dragon clan, you wanted the Yangs to cooperate with the Sea Tribes? Inhui said with a solemn face. I had that thought, but it would be impossible with Precursor Nu Lang's attitude. Sure, Yin didn't want to conceal. What your Sea Tribes want is not to join the battle. You're waiting for the war to come to the most brutal point, in which both sides have to be wounded. And then you will take over the Endless Sea, the Demon Area, and the Underworld at once. This is your true great plan. Inhui's eyes suddenly brightened. Since you just want to sit there and watch the fight, no matter how much that group of 6 tries to persuade you, it's useless. I don't have to worry at all. Shurien smiled. Precursor Nu Lang's a man who embraces ambitions. As the opportunity that happens once in 1,000 years is in front of your eyes, nobody will believe that you won't take the chance. So why did you come here? Inhui contemplated for a while before frowning and asking him. Seems like you're not here to persuade me, right? Of course not. Shurien shook his head. I want to ask for the location of the Antiquity Lofty Dragon Graveyard. You're the patriarch of the Silver Shark clan, so you should know where it is, right? You want the treasure of the Lofty Dragon? Inhui sneered all of a sudden. Over thousands of years, countless strong warriors from amongst us have intruded that place, but no one could get out alive. Even Nu Lang doesn't dare to get in because he couldn't be sure. You brat really think that using external forces to defeat Bao One is enough for you to enter the Antiquity Lofty Dragon Graveyard? If you know the place, just tell me. You don't need to care about the other stuff. Sure, Yin didn't put his ridicule in mind. Even if there's no one to show me the way, it's just a matter of time before I find out that dragon graveyard. Don't you agree? If you want to die, I don't care. Inhui mused for a while, then threw him a crystal. This crystal can show you the way to the Antiquity Lofty Dragon Graveyard. Just follow the crystal's guidance, and you can get to that forbidden area at the bottom of the sea. Anyway, I don't think you can get out of here alive. Oh, those 6 people are waiting for you outside the Silverstone Fort, perhaps. I don't know if you can escape their hands. Even if you can leave this place safely, it's your dead end entering the forbidden area of the Antiquity Lofty Dragon. As an appreciation to the Yang family's attitude toward our sea tribes throughout many years, I'll give you a piece of advice. Stay away from that graveyard. It's not the place you human can dig for benefits. Thanks in advance. Shurien ignored Inhui's advice, clasped his hands to greet, then left Crew's house. Patriarch, Crew regarded his leader after Yin had left. I denied the offer from those 6 people, said Inhui coldly. Crew nodded. I know Patriarch will not appreciate the small benefit. I heard that Yin had visited the Black Flood Dragon clan. Then, Precursor Nu Lang declared that the Black Flood Dragon clan would not interfere with the Yang's business in the Barren City. Everything stays the same. So, does Yin have with Precursor Nu Lang? Do you think it's possible? Laughed Inhui. Crew was dazed, but then he also smiled. Impossible. I also feel confused. Why does this brat want to visit the antiquity, lofty dragon graveyard? It's the forbidden area of the seabed. Thousands of years have passed by, but no one ever came out of there alive. Even I just dare to stay outside. I have never actually entered the center of the tomb. Inhui frowned. That kid isn't stupid. It's obvious that he knows how dangerous that place is, but he still wants to get in there. Why? Is he confident that he can get out of there alive? How could it be? Crew let out a light sigh and shook his head continuously. Even Precursor Nu Lang, who has already entered the 3rd sky of Spirit Realm, doesn't dare to enter the place. He's just a junior at the Sky Realm. What skills does he have? I overheard from his talk to Hai Luo that he has visited the dark magnetic noxious mist. It's also a mystery, and we can't measure it. He has survived that place. Does it mean he has something special? Did he just boast it? I doubt that. Inhui shook his head. He confirmed that he did visit the dark magnetic noxious mist. We have no doubt about this point. The dark magnetic noxious mist is really mysterious, and we don't know what it's like if we haven't been there. He's able to get out from there, which means he should have something great. This kid isn't an ordinary young man. He has the power of a warrior at the Spirit Realm when he's just at the Sky Realm. We can't consider him with common sense. So what do you mean? I will go to the Antiquity Lofty Dragon Graveyard to see if he does enter that place. I do want to know whether or not this brat was just boasting about himself. Well, we don't know if he could survive the other 6 people waiting for him out there. They can't challenge him. Anyway, even Bao Ku and Bao won't have to be afraid of him. I think if this kid put forth all of his abilities, he could escape from that group of 6. Yeah, I think it shouldn't be a problem. This man is more excellent than Yang Tian Emperor that year. We should treat him with care. It will be better. Such good ideas from our patriarch. Chapter 464. Look, you are not strong enough. Chapter 464. Look, you are not strong enough. Outside the Silverstone Fort, the group of 6, including Chao Zhilan, Zhou Yufeng, Zhong Li Dun, and Situ Jia were waiting in silence. 2 Spirit Realm hotshots, 2 Sky Realm warriors, plus the outstanding talents whose cultivation base was a little bit lower, Chao Zhilan and Panja. This powerful group could silence many warriors in the Endless Sea and make them not dare to go against their wishes. Although they were waiting for Yin, this group of 6 didn't look relaxed at all, wearing a serious face like they were going to encounter their archenemy. The name Yin had soon been spread through the Endless Sea. His brutal fight against Mo Chita, Qing Ming, the Queen of Heaven and the Emperor of Earth, and all the other types of experience made those people recognize that even if Yan's realm weren't high, he was really dangerous. Without the assistance of Zhou Yufeng and Situ Jia, they wouldn't have the guts to stay there. We should be careful later on, Chao Zhilan said with a low voice and a serious face. Seems like his realm's been increasing every day very fast. Last time when he was in the Endless Sea, he was at the Nirvana realm. But now he's gone straight up to the Sky realm. At that time, he had caused a lot of trouble to Qing Ming and the other 2. As he's at the Sky realm now, it should be really tough to deal with him. Don't worry, miss. Zhou Yufeng arched his eyebrows and smiled coldly. The Queen of Heaven and the Emperor of Earth are also in the Spirit Realm, but they only have the power of the Spirit Realm warriors when they fight together. Situ Ji here, and I have our powers from ascetic cultivation. We're different from the Queen of Heaven and the Emperor of Earth. If we join our force to attack him, even if that kid has some secret method to increase his ability, we still can make him die in this seabed. Situ Jie smiled. When we were on the Sun Island, I had tried. Although that kid can borrow external force, it's hard to change his real realm. The soul in his sea of consciousness is estimated to be 1 level lower than ours. If we launch attacks in that aspect, we'll surely trouble him and not let him escape. Right? Zhongli Dun nodded. It's hard to change the sea of consciousness. If we use soul attacks and intrude his sea of consciousness instantly, he absolutely won't be able to bear it. If we can attack fast enough, I think he wouldn't have time to borrow external force. We can then break his sea of consciousness, and that will destroy his soul. His skills in using soul power aren't typical. We still need to be very careful. Pan just shook his head and forced a smile. That year when we were in the Chasm battlefield, he had learned many secret soul techniques from the demonic Sound Clan. His understanding towards the soul aspect is much more profound than that of normal people. Sigh, I was a victim. His knowledge in soul power is really mysterious. You shouldn't be careless. The 6 of us are waiting for him here. I think he doesn't dare to get out of the Silverstone Fort. Zhongli Dun sneered. If he isn't an idiot, he'll stay inside the Silverstone Fort. As we have to give the Silver Shark Clan face, we won't touch him. I believe he won't go out. Not sure. Chao Zilan's beautiful eyes twinkled as she let out a light sigh. This man has more guts than anyone else. I guess he will go out for sure. You guys have overestimated him, disdained Zhongli Dun. Here he comes. Situ Jie's eyes flared up with cold intent. He couldn't help but shout. He even comes from the main gate. This brat's extremely arrogant. Seems like he doesn't put us in his eyes. He knows we would wait for him here, but he still dares to come. Well, this person doesn't care about death or life. He isn't scared. Perhaps Panja's face also looked odd. From the main gate of the Silverstone Fort came a young man strolling through the empty area. It looked like he didn't know that some persons were waiting for him. Behind him, some strong warriors of the Sea tribes were watching the situation there. Everyone knew there would be a great fight. Even the two-spirit realm of the Silver Shark Clan, Yin Hui and crew were standing on a high building in the fort, watching in that general direction. Hai Luo was standing next to crew, listening to her precursor's discussion. Her beautiful eyes were twinkling like shiny pearls, and her succulent lips were moving emotionally. Members of the Sea tribes were observing them both publicly and privately from a distance. This kid's haughty. Crew shook his head and frowned. This is the first time I've met such an extremely arrogant fellow. We will have a good show to watch for sure. If he can breezily go out, I think he'll have his part in the future of the Endless Sea. Inhui appraised with a serious face. The future of this young fellow can't be foreseen. If he has enough time, he will be like Chao Chiu Dao, Yang Tian Emperor, or Yang Yi Tian. Perhaps he will be even more excellent than those people. Patriarch, I didn't think that you've estimated him that highly. Crew was surprised. According to the information I have, when Yang Tian Emperor was at his age, he had only the cultivation base at Earth Realm. Even when Yang Tian Emperor was at a Sky Realm, I don't think he could be that arrogant under the attentive watch of 2 Spirit Realm warriors. Inhui's face was solemn. Wait and see. If he can get out of here safely, the future era will belong to him. Crew's and Hai Luo's eyes suddenly brightened. It's my bad I let you wait for so long. Outside the Silverstone Fort, Shi Yin smiled then sighed. Unfortunately, you just wasted your time. If you want to deal with me, I think you should let Chao Chiu Dao and Yang Yi Tian do it themselves. Zhou Yanfeng and Situ Jie aren't enough. This boy talks big. Zhou Yufeng snorted and gave a cold smile. What kind of calculation you've done? You're just a Sky Realm warrior. Do you think that's enough to ask our masters to play with you? Today, I'll show you that the real situation of the Endless Sea isn't what you've seen. Even if you have infinite potential, you can't do much. Shi Yin wore a mocking face, shook his head, and said coldly, I'm waiting to see what you can do to me. The 3 strange energies of the ice-cold flame, the Holy Spirit God, and the earth flame had mixed together in the profound chi vortex, creating a torrential power as strong as a river. A chain of bloodthirsty thoughts couldn't help rising up in his heart. Milky fog emitted from the pores in his entire body, forming something like a thick cocoon covering his body completely. A brutal and evil aura, as cold as ice, silently permeated the area. The sea water around him was like it was forced to stay away from him by an invisible force. Come out! He called out to the blood-veined ring, and a mysterious giant sword flew out. At the same time, the king of demon insects and the devouring gold silkworm also turned into two different beams of light and parked on his shoulders separately. They opened their small eyes wider to watch the group of Zhou Yufeng. As the people of the sea tribes sensed the evil power that burst out from Shi Yin, they had their faces changed in awe. In front of the main gate of the Silver Stone Fort, a young girl from the Jade Clam clan covered her mouth in shock as her eyes were panic-stricken. Previously, she had taunted Shi Yin. She wasn't eligible to join Cru's banquet, so after the party was over, she found someone she knew at the gate on the way home. However, she didn't have time to think much as she suddenly found an earth-shaking energy burst out from Shi Yin. Under that formidable, fluctuating energy, she found herself so small, feeling frustrated even with a single glance at Shi Yin. The difference between their realms was too vast. At this moment, she knew how subtle Shi Yin was. Such a dangerous hotshot. He just needed to use a finger to savage her. She recalled the time she had disrespected him and felt scared, silently retreating into the city as she worried that Shi Yin would find her. His name isn't in vain. Inside the Silver Stone Fort, Cru's pupils shrank. He suddenly nodded with a surprised face. So, you know why I've appreciated him, right? In Hui smiled. Cru nodded. If this young man keeps growing up this way, he will be a peerless warrior in the endless sea. Sigh, I finally know why the patriarch has valued him that much. Yang Tian Emperor has good fortune as the Yang family can have such an outstanding fellow. Never underestimate the Yangs. In Hui's face became somber. Nu Lang used to say that in the endless sea, Yang Tian Emperor's the toughest. If you haven't seen him die with your own eyes, he will live forever. Our sea tribes are staying calm because we're afraid that Yang Tian Emperor will come back at some point. The Yangs are really extreme, exclaimed Cru. Don't give him the chance to prepare. Zhong Li Duns suddenly shouted. Numerous soul consciousness strands spread out from Situ Jie's head like tentacles, directly aiming for Shi Yan's sea of consciousness. Zhou Yufeng didn't dare to hesitate, and also condensed his soul consciousness into a silver beam that naked eye could observe, slashing down at Shi Yan from the sky. They could vaguely see a tiny electric current inside the silver beam. Soul consciousness substantializing. Moreover, there was the lightning power inside his soul consciousness. This was clearly a sophisticated soul technique. Zhou Yufeng's eyes were as bright as stars when his vitality, qi, and spirit became one. He had gathered and condensed numerous beams of soul consciousness, controlled an executing god electric spear that had the lightning power to destroy Shi Yan's soul within this attack. The nine firmament lightning was the nemesis of all souls. Once the lightning power struck the sea of consciousness, touching the soul, even spirit realm warriors wouldn't be able to bear it. This executing god lightning spear was Zhou Yufeng's strongest killing skill. With this skill, he had been swaggering in the endless seer for many years. Even Xiao Qiu Dao had once said to have gotten hurt by the executing god lightning spear. When the strike was struck out, strong warriors from the sea tribes in the Silver Stone Fort, who could use their soul consciousness to sense, had their faces discolored. Shi Yin was the target. All of a sudden, under the attentive eyes, he closed his eyes. Inside his sea of consciousness, the host's soul opened its third eye. The nine serenities devouring soul flame released bizarre flames, spreading out in his sea of consciousness, while Sidu Jie's and Zhou Yufeng's soul strikes were attacking his sea of consciousness vehemently. Bunches of flame stormed over, just like they could sense the smell of blood, burning off the soul energy that had just intruded Shi Yan's sea of consciousness. SSSSS. Under the burning flame of the nine serenities devouring soul flame, the soul tentacle from Situ Jie and the executing god lightning spear of Zhou Yufeng had turned into nothingness. Situ Jie and Zhou Yufeng paled as blood gushed out from their mouth because their soul consciousness had been hurt severely. I told you, you're not strong enough. Shi Yin grinned, then said, Situ Jie, I know who you are. Your soul had intruded our place in the Sun Island. I remembered it when you just released your soul consciousness. Haha, good enough. It's time to take revenge. Chapter 465, Vicious Chi Overflows Firmament. Chapter 465, Vicious Chi Overflows Firmament. Shi Yan's real realm was at the sky realm, so certain flaws existed in his soul consciousness and soul. Without the assistance of the nine serenities, soul-devouring flame in his host soul, facing the soul intrusion of a real spirit realm warrior, his sea of consciousness would explode and his soul would collapse. However, the nine serenities' soul-devouring flame had made up for this inferiority. This eccentric firmament flame could devour any kind of soul energy. Soul energies which dared to enter his sea of consciousness had no chance to escape danger as long as they had touched the fire of the nine serenities' soul-devouring flame, all getting burned down. As he was sure about that, he dared to risk his life against spirit realm warriors, and he wasn't afraid of being soul attacked. Situ Jie and Zhou Yufeng had underestimated him. They didn't know that the dormant nine serenities' soul-devouring flame was staying in his host soul. Thus, they had rushed to contact him and hurt their soul consciousness. The damage in the soul consciousness was severe to a warrior, as he couldn't recover it with only gathering qi from heaven and earth. Situ Jie and Zhou Yufeng sprayed out blood. They were looking at Shi Yan with pale faces, which were filled with fear and resentment. Inside the Silverstone Fort, Yin Hui and crew from the Silverstone Fort also changed their faces. They were looking at each other in a daze, as they could see the shock in the other's eyes. The soul attack that Situ Jie and Zhou Yufeng had released and the soul surging that they could feel was all clear. They asked themselves and realized that if they were Shi Yan, it would be tough for them to deal with these great soul techniques, no need to mention counterattack. But Shi Yan did that. A Sky Realm warrior could dissolve the killing soul techniques of two Spirit Realm warriors and also hurt their soul consciousness severely. This event made Yin Hui and crew confused if they had seen everything clear enough. When they looked at Shi Yan, their complexion became more serious. They didn't know what kind of heaven-shaking techniques he had. Go! When the two Spirit Realm warriors spat out blood, Shi Yan's face was still calm as he shouted. The king of demon insects and the devouring gold silkworm on his shoulders flew out, striking towards Situ, Jie, and Zhou Yufeng. When the king of demon insects took off, an incredibly evil, surging energy started to ripple from it, rolling towards Situ, Jie, and Zhou Yufeng just like waves. The devouring gold silkworm was radiating gold beams. As a demonic beast of the metal class, it understood well how to use attacks to defend. After it had sucked the immortal blood, it seemed to have advanced in some aspect. It was now releasing the golden silk in the water, which were straight, small, and sharp as a needle that could penetrate all kind of imprisonments. When the king of demon insects and the devouring gold silkworm made their debut, Situ Jie's and Zhou Yufeng's countenances became more grimaced. At this moment, they came to know that Shi Yan had a level 8 king of demonic, corpse-eating insects and a demonic beast of the metal class, which could destroy even the hardest defenses, the devouring gold silkworm. The two of them suddenly recognized that besieging Shi Yan outside the Silverstone Fort wasn't a rational decision. But it was impossible to stop halfway. Seeing the king of demonic insects and the devouring gold silkworm storm over, they could only gather their nerves to counter at all cost. As Situ Jie was the consecrator of the martial spirit palace, he had learned many bizarre soul techniques from Yang Yitian. The soul attack of the king of demonic insects hadn't approached yet, when his pupils shrunk and a green light shot out from his eyes. Inside that green beam, people could vaguely see the illusion of green water and mountains, giving people a relaxed feeling. This was some sort of a soul technique that made people lose their fighting spirit and just want to sink in the beautiful and poetic scenes. The illusions inside the green light piled up in layers, showing many attractive sights. The soul aura from it made people feel like they were sunbathing and only want to stay in this scene forever. After the scene inside the green light spread out, the the soul attack from the king of demonic insects halted, and then scattered like a rain shower, unable to intrude Situ, Jiez, and Zhou Yufeng's souls. The calm soul consciousness was still spreading out, crossing the king of demonic insects and the devouring gold silkworm to reach Shi Yin. This time, Situ Jie had acted more carefully, as he didn't dare to let the soul technique be absorbed directly into Shi Yan's sea of consciousness. He just let this intent domain expand near Shi Yan. Although it couldn't maximize the power of the calm soul consciousness soul technique to the peak, it could prevent his attack from being burned down by the devouring soul flame. This intent domain calmed people down to the point that they really wanted to sleep. Even though the attack's power was reduced, it still drained Shi Yan's fighting spirit. The dreadful fighting spirit had been affected by this strange intent domain. Shi Yan suddenly calmed down, as if this battle wasn't exciting at all, and he just wanted to quit. He immediately realized that his soul consciousness had been affected by Situ Jie's intent domain. The spirit realm warrior had learned the subtle principle of the earth and firmament. If Shi Yan didn't counter with care, he would have himself perished. Mysterious ice enthralls. He shouted in his mind and withdrew the ice chi of the ice-cold flame, guiding the biting cold chi to his brain. The relaxed mind of his got struck by this cold chi. He couldn't help but shiver, which immediately helped him recover his sound mind. The dreadful fighting spirit once lost had been condensed again. When his fighting spirit rose up again, the power he had condensed was directly poured into the mysterious giant sword. Blood-like red eyes opened one by one on the sword. Whenever a new eye opened, the brutal and ruthless murderous aura emitting from the sword was rising by another intense level. When 2/3 of the eyes on the sword had opened, Shi Yan entered the third sky of Rampage. Previously, when he was in the mystical, exotic land, he had a fortunate chance to peek at the subtle features of the third sky of Rampage. Once the negative forces had been absorbed into his flesh, tendons, bones, and meridians of his entire body, it would merge with his own powers. When all kind of negative energies affected the energy in his body, he would fall into the wild, bloodthirsty state. This realm and the bedevilment were the same. His eyes were red, and it seemed like he had lost his mind. A desire of destroying everything gradually churned up in his heart. The third sky of Rampage. All kind of negative energies were urged, and as the negative tide rose immensely, a look shot out from his eyes could bring up the negative spirit. Each acupoint could burst out all of a sudden during his fight. In this peculiar realm, he only urged the simplest, murderous desire. The power of his entire body would raise up massively under the urge of the desire at the bottom of his heart, and he wouldn't experience pain and tiredness. In just a short time, his power would soar up abruptly. A surging energy that could destroy both the earth and firmament burst out from Shi Yan as its center. The sea water around him was rolling like huge tsunami, forming a massive vortex. Such a formidable energy. Inhui had a shocked face and couldn't help but exclaim as his eyes were dazzling with light. Crew was also astounded. He constantly shook his head. This kid does have the extreme qualification. This powerful aura can be compared with that of a third sky of spirit realm warrior. Hai Luo's charming eyes brightened. She balled her small hands into fists and threw them excitedly in the air. He's so cool. All the members of the sea tribes surrounding them paled. They instinctively retreated into the Silverstone Fort, keeping themselves as far from Shi Yan as possible. Chao Jilan wore a cold face. She wanted to take action, but a feeling of being helpless rose up from the bottom of her heart. That year, when they were in the chasm battlefield, although Shi Yan was dangerous, he had been far behind from who he was now. At that time, Chao Jilan had had her guts to fight with him. But now, looking at Shi Yan releasing the intimidating aura, she couldn't endure it. She only wanted to hide away and didn't dare to protest. In the third sky of Rampage, the earth-shaking, surging energy was flowing out from his body. He stretched his arm, pointing at the mysterious giant sword. The sword then slashed down, turning into a red ribbon and bringing with it the destructive aura, directly attacking Situ, Jia, and Zhou Yufeng. A deadly destructive intent domain was released from the giant sword. Situ, Jia, and Zhou Yufeng were affected by that intent domain, as an unexpected thought rose up in their mind. I'm dead. When this thought arose, Situ, Jia's, and Zhou Yufeng's aura were suppressed. When their imposing aura was subdued, they couldn't urge the power in their body. Under the attack of the mysterious giant sword and the attentive gaze of the king of demonic insects and the devouring gold silkworm, they had to struggle even more. Go! Zhou Yufeng wore a cold face as he shouted, his body constantly generating illusions, as his true body directly came to Chao Zilan, grabbed her, then turned into a light, escaping to a distant place. Situ Jie didn't dare to linger. In just a blink of an eye, he came to Zhong Lidun, lifted the guy who was petrified, and fled away. Song Lan of the Penglai Holy Land saw the two spirit realm warriors run away, so how could he dare to stay? Despite his wounded body, he urged the forbidden technique to flee away, bringing Panja with him. They disappeared within a short period. As the giant sword was slashing down and its targets were thousands of li away, it could only halt and withdraw the brutal energy with the blood scent permeating the area. Shi Yin was surprised, used his soul consciousness to sense, and then reluctantly shook his head. As Zhou Yufeng and Situ Jia were the spirit realm warriors, if they fled away, it would be hard to chase after them. He released his soul consciousness, but he couldn't sense their current locations. This proved that the direction they had gone was extremely far from him. He wasn't interested in chasing after them. If he maintained this current state, he had to consume the energies of the Holy Spirit God, the ice-cold flame, and the earth flame constantly. Anyway, Zhou Yufeng and Situ Jia were spirit realm warriors. If he pursued them, he would only waste the powers of the three living beings. This wasn't what he wanted to see. As they didn't stay to fight, Shi Yin couldn't do anything. Now he could only leave them there and do the accounting later. Awesome boy. Yin Hui laughed, then flew out from the Silverstone Fort. I made up my mind. I'll guide you to the antiquity lofty dragon graveyard myself. Chapter 466, Second Sky of Skyrealm. Chapter 466, Second Sky of Skyrealm. Inside a coral reef, thousands of li away from the Silverstone Fort, the 6 people of Situ Jia's group were hiding in between the 5-colored coralite. Their faces were illuminated with colorful lights, looking quite odd. Situ Jia and Zhou Yufeng had joined the battle together, and that damaged their soul consciousness significantly. They didn't take any advantage from Shi Yin, but got hurt themselves, and finally had to run away distressingly. This was a deeply depressing attack. Situ Jia and Zhou Yufeng had a grimaced countenance as a light was flickering in their eyes. Their moods were down, and they kept sighing. Chao Zilan had no color on her face. Her complexion darkened, and her sparkling eyes had lost their shiny shade. She looked quite dreary and helpless, just like the state of her mind now. She recognized that she couldn't understand Shi Yin completely. How many years had passed? Shi Yin, who was chased after and threatened in the chasm battlefield, had become such an intimidating character. This took just a short time that she didn't dare to accept. In the endless sea, she was also a genius. Under the nourishment of the Chao family, her cultivation speed was fast, as she had entered the 3rd sky of Earth realm even when she wasn't 30 years old yet. She would soon reach the Nirvana realm. Without Shi Yin as a reference, she would be happy and proud of her natural endowments. But today, when compared with Shi Yin, she found out that her progress wasn't even worth mentioning. When they had first met, she didn't put Shi Yin in her eyes. But now, it had just been a few years, and she had to look up to him. This sudden attack made her, the one who had boasted about herself as a talent, feel really small. Regret. Panja beamed a forced smile and reluctantly shook his head. Previously, I knew this man wasn't someone we should look down on, but I still disdained him. How long it has been? I find that I don't know him at all. Within this 1 year, I don't really know how he is cultivated. No one could have expected that he has tamed a level 8 demonic beast, and he also has such tremendous surging power. Panja let out a deep sigh. I've regretted it. But what is it for? As things have come to this, as we've done it wrong, we should follow the wrong way to the end. Chao Jilan couldn't deny her failure. Her pretty eyes had lost their spirit as she was speaking the bitter words. He won't spare us. Even though he won't take revenge now, he will come for us sooner or later. Soon, we will meet him in the endless sea. Sigh, the endless sea's chaotic enough. If he comes back, no one knows what it will look like in the future. We're not afraid of him if he doesn't have a demonic beasts. But that beast can subdue us, and it has some method to break our soul consciousness. Sigh, it's hard to deal with him. Zhou Yufeng also sighed. Why can this boy from a Yang family reach such imposing strength? Who can tell me what's happened? Only he knows. Situ Jie's face darkened. It seems we have to strengthen our forces if we want to deal with him. I think he's still somewhere undersea. We should call someone from the land to join us and kill him. We can try Wu Xian, Gu Xiao, and Dong Fangju. I think we can only choose that way, said Zhou Yufeng begrudgingly. Yeah, I will send the message and call for them. Situ Jie mused, then spoke up in a low tone. Certainly, Shi Yin would wander around this area. Wait until our assistance comes. We can then find him right away. With more people, we can absolutely kill him. If this kid is not eradicated, the endless sea will have no future. Even if it has a future, that future will belong to him. After he had said that, the group of Chao Jilan and Zhong Lidun discolored. Don't think that I'm merely talking about a dangerous sensation. Situ Jie snorted coldly. I've seen him grow up with my own eyes. That year when he was on the Sun Island, he needed the guard from the demonic Sound Clan and the Wings Clan to run away under my soul consciousness oppression. How long it has been. Now my soul consciousness couldn't attack him, and it even bit me back. If we give him more time, he could become the peerless character of the endless sea. At that time, it will be impossible to kill him. Yeah, we should absolutely not give him more time. Zhong Lidun shouted with a cold face. Summon the hotshots and put this man to death. In front of the Silver Stone Fort, the patriarch of the Silver Shark clan, Yin Hui, laughed and flew towards Shi Yin from the Silver Stone Fort. Under the attentive looks of the warriors from the sea tribes, Shi Yin deliberately withdrew his mysterious giant sword. His sense flickered as he suddenly found a strange fluctuation sent to him from the mysterious giant sword. The mysterious giant sword had just guided him to make him release the deadly intent domain. As they were sinking into it, the intent domain of death covered them, which helped the mysterious giant sword affect Situ, Jie, and Zhou Yufeng. Unexpectedly, these two spirit realm warriors had a disheartened psyche. Under the effects of the deadly intent domain, the two spirit realm warriors had to run away distressingly and didn't dare to parry the mystical giant sword. Currently, when Shi Yin wanted to retrieve the giant sword, he realized that the destructive, deadly intent domain released by the sword was still there. It didn't fade away together with the two spirit realm warriors. But what surprised him was the vehement life intent domain after the deadly intent domain had risen. Only he could sense this bustling life intent domain behind the destructive, deadly intent domain he had released. The existence of this life intent domain seemed to enhance some sort of ability of the deadly intent domain. But he hadn't released the life intent domain. Did the giant sword do that? What was going on? Being dazed for a while, he couldn't help but open his mind and sink into the mystical giant sword, as he wanted to see the mysteries more clearly. After his soul consciousness jumped in, he found a shape that surprised him even more. Behind the life intent domain, there was the deadly aura, and behind this level, there existed another layer of life intent domain. The intent domains of death and life were blended inside the mysterious giant sword, just like a stair that had one step followed by another alternately. This uninterrupted sequence had created the strange reincarnation. Death, life, and reincarnation. Death or destruction appeared to prepare for the new life being born, the appearance of the new living being. Death and life couldn't be separated. A living being would have the fate of dying, and dying had the meaning of being reborn. As if it was to enlighten him with the wisdom, the truth that was related to death, life, and reincarnation appeared in his mind like lightning all of a sudden. His body was shaken, as he was stunned, and lightning was flashing in his eyes. Thoughts were interweaving at the speed of light in this mind, as he was acquiring the knowledge of the death and life intent domains. All of a sudden, the aura of life and death took turns and emitted from his body. This phenomenon looked oddly incomparable. Inhui arrived, but as he was about to say something, he was stunned. The king of demon insects, the devouring gold silkworm, and even the mystical giant sword were aiming for him. They seemed to warn him against something. Looking at Shurian, Inhui frowned as he was sensing. Then, Inhui's face was brightened. He understood something. This is the flash of realization. Good kid. Inhui complimented the young man in his heart. But when he looked at the king of demonic insects and the devouring gold silkworm staring at him like tigers watching their prey, he couldn't help but take some steps back. Crew also came out at this moment, standing behind him. He was also surprised, looking at Shurian. Patriarch, is he? Yes, he's comprehending some kind of intent domain. Just a fight, and he could perceive the truth of some power. This is really inconceivable. Inhui confirmed his assumption and reminded him, don't come close to him. That king of demonic insects is not easy to play with. That sword seems to have its own consciousness as well. Don't come close. Crew's face changed and nodded to indicate that he understood the matter. You should go, but don't leave the Silver Stone Fort. Inhui mused for a while, but he still couldn't ease his mind, shouting at the people of the sea tribes who were about to come there and check the situation. Having heard Inhui shout, they halted and observed from a far distance. How? Inquired Hai Luo with sweet and delicate voice. He's about to break through. The corner of Crew's mouth slightly moved, talking to her. A mighty man among the men. I have never seen a young man with this natural endowment. Hai Luo, you shouldn't maintain close relationships with him. This boy has a great charisma. I'm afraid you would fall in love with him. Well, I think I like him already. Hai Luo smiled shyly. He's much stronger than me and the other sea tribes members. Father, haven't you said that only a strong warrior could be my partner? I think he's able, isn't he? No joking. Crew shook his head. You should never involve with a man like that. Once you do, you will live in regret for the rest of your life. I think this kid will not be content with his lot. Our Silver Shark clan can't mess up with such a fellow. His future enemies wouldn't be ordinary, either. Inhui nodded. If he survives the Endless Seas event, I'm sure the future of the Endless Sea will belong to him. Crew nodded in agreement. After an unknown period of time, Shurian awoke from his comprehension of death and life realm. Where water flowed, a canal would be formed. He didn't linger. After he had comprehended the truth, he had directly entered the second sky of Sky Realm. The death and life intent domains were like a strange nutrient that were absorbed into his sea of consciousness and left a seal on his host soul. This made the host's soul and the sea of consciousness sublimate together, which inspired his whole body. The density and purity of his profound chi had soon reached the peak. With only one time of perceiving the truth, he could break through directly. This fight helped him recognize that the life intent domain and the death intent domain couldn't be separated. It also made him realize that death and life had a coexistence relationship, and that one could not live without the other. With this new comprehension, he entered the new realm, the second sky of Sky Realm. After waking up, he sensed his body's situation, and he found that the profound Chi ancient tree had grown up even more. It now could continue to promote the profound Chi and gather stronger power. His mind flickered, and his body relaxed to detach the ice-cold flame, the Holy Spirit God, and the earth flame. He then retrieved the mysterious giant sword, the king of demonic insects, and the devouring gold silkworm. Then, he looked at Inhui. You've said that you wanted to take me to the antiquity lofty dragon graveyard. Yes. Inhui smiled, then praised him. Congratulations. You've leaped up to another realm that fast. Kid, You're really out of the ordinary. I have to admit this. Huh. Shi Yin smiled. Let's go. I really want to visit the Antiquity Lofty Dragon's tomb. If you want to take me there, let's go. No big deal. Chapter 467, Remaining Might. Chapter 467, Remaining Might. After a fight, Shi Yin had entered the second sky of Sky Realm directly. Through the fight with Situ Jie and Zhou Yufeng, his confidence was boosted, as he knew that the two Spirit Realm warriors couldn't kill him. Thus, when he went with Yin Hui, he wasn't afraid of the other anymore. Yin Hui could be a decent match at Shi Yan's level, which could bring him to another height. So, when he talked to Yin Hui, he didn't need to fret, and he could say anything he wanted without worrying that he would displease Yin Hui. The reason why he chose to carry out the battle in front of the Silverstone Fort was to show his competence to all the members of the Sea Tribes. This would make those people realize his real capacity that could help him counter any strong warriors from any races. He could even win. The Yang family was now different from the past, as their situation wasn't stable. He wanted to prove that he was strong enough to threaten the Sea Tribes. He wanted to make them realize that even if Yang Tian Emperor weren't there, as long as Shi Yin still stayed there, the Yang family could always live in peace in the barren city. He wanted to make the people of the Sea Tribes who were disloyal be content with their lot. He believed that the details of this fight would be spread out through the whole seabed. At that time, Yang Zhua in the barren city would know that he was going to the Antiquity Lofty Dragon graveyard, and that he could ease his mind. You don't need to take me there yourself. Walking in the water, Shi Yin glared at Yin Hui walking next to him. He frowned and said, "You are the patriarch of a clan. You must have many businesses to attend to. Why do you want to waste your time and come with me?" "I also want to check the situation at the Antiquity Lofty Dragon graveyard," said Yin Hui. "Our Silver Shark clan is located in this sea area. I've been to that dragon's tomb, but I haven't had the guts to enter the area." "Huh, it's hard to find someone who isn't afraid of death. Of course, I want to see what you can do there." Shi Yin was surprised. "You've been there before? Didn't you say that no one could return alive?" Yin Hui suddenly felt shamed. "I said I was watching from a distance. I didn't dare to go inside the tomb." "Kid, are you ridiculing me intentionally?" "No," Shi Yin smiled. "So how's that place? You're going there anyway. It's useless to answer that question. You'd better come and see yourself to have an accurate cognition." Yin Hui's face became serious. He hesitated for a while before speaking up again. "Shi Yin, I think I should warn you. If possible, don't go there. The Antiquity Lofty Dragon graveyard is protected by some force of our Sea Tribes. Even our hotshots couldn't return alive on entering that area, let alone you kiddo." Yin Hui showed his sincere complexion. "Fella, your cultivation base is exquisite. Apparently, later on, you'll be the number 1 or 2 hotshot of the Endless Sea. Why should you risk your life this time? If I didn't take risks, I wouldn't have broken through that fast." Shi Yin laughed. "As you can enter the second sky of Spirit Realm, I'm sure you've undergone deadly situations as well. If we don't have the guts to not be afraid of death, how can we break through continuously? Forget it. It's all right if you don't want to take my advice." Yin Hui, of course, understood that his words weren't in vain. Every strong warrior would only perceive the realm comprehension through a deadly fight. Only if they were constantly near death would they recognize something they had never done in their typical life. "Well, it's not sure that I would encounter dangers when I visit the ancient lofty dragon's tomb." Shi Yin laughed arrogantly. "What? Tell me, do you think I look like an idiot?" "No, you don't." "Yeah, so you can be assured about that. You did go to the dark magnetic noxious mist, right? I know you've been there. From your description, if a man has never been there, he can't give such clear and detailed description. What is inside the dark magnetic noxious mist? As far as I've known, there are so many marvelous things in there. For instance, the life original fluid?" Shi Yan's face discolored as he was amazed. A strange light flashed in his eyes. "Seems you know something about the dark magnetic noxious mist. Not me. Some precursors in my clan know something about the dark magnetic noxious mist." Yin Hui contemplated, then spoke up again. "Our Silver Shark clan lives under the vault of Heaven Sea area, and that dark magnetic noxious mist is in the east of the vault of Heaven Sea area. Yeah, among the sea tribes, our Silver Shark clan is nearest to that place. Some precursors of our clan had been there. Most of them got lost. Some of them returned, but couldn't tell the details inside the area. Only one precursor had met a human being in there, and hence, he knew something marvelous related to that place, including the life original fluid. You know the effects of the life original fluid? Shi Yin was stunned. It gives the third sky of spirit realm warriors a great chance to enter the true God realm, reducing the possibility of failure and risks. Hui's eyes were brightened as he yelled, I think any spirit realm warriors would never forget a special thing like the life original fluid once they hear about it. If he got this thing, I think Nu Lang would directly seclude himself to cultivate and try to break through the true God realm. Haha, too bad this thing could be only directly seen and not be wished for. Nu Lang knows that, but he doesn't dare to keep dreaming. Shi Yin was moved. You've been in the dark magnetic noxious mist. Have you ever heard about this? Hui's eyes were as bright as the torch as he grinned, then said, My precursor told us that the life original fluids somehow related to a level 8 demonic beast. If I'm not wrong, that beast's a corpse-eating demonic insect, isn't it? Shi Yan's eyebrows slammed together. He finally knew the reason why Hui wanted to take him to the ancient dragon's graveyard personally. The life original fluid. To warriors of the spirit realm, if they knew about the life original fluid, no one could press down their desire. The Silver Shark clan lived near the dark magnetic noxious mist. Many precursors of the Silver Shark clan had come there, so they must know about the life original fluid. Shi Yin had returned from the dark magnetic noxious mist, and he even had the king of demonic insects. When he connected the information, how could Hui keep himself from overthinking? When I was in the dark magnetic noxious mist, I had heard about the life original fluid. However, the rumor I've known isn't related to the corpse-eating demonic insects. Shi Yin wore a calm face and said faintly, As far as I am concerned, my demonic insect doesn't know about the life original fluid. I think you are overthinking. Am I? Hui grinned. His eyes were as bright as a flame, gazing at Shi Yin. Haha. Perhaps I'm overthinking. I thought you had the life original fluid. Yeah, if you do have the life original fluid, let alone me, even Nu Lang will be willing to do any kind of business with you. To Nu Lang, a drop of the life original fluid is more precious than a sea area in the endless sea. Shi Yin frowned, smiled, but didn't comment anything. If I can have a drop of the life original fluid, Hui can also ignore the principles. Unfortunately, I don't have it. You shouldn't think about it much. Oh, that's too bad. Barren City. From his Sea Tribe's members, Yang Zhuo got to know about the big fight that happened at the Silverstone Fort. Finally, he could confirm that Shi Yin wanted to visit the Antiquity Lofty Dragon's tomb. Father, did Shi Yin really hurt Zhou Yufeng and Situjia? He even made them flee with difficulty? Did it really happen? Asked Yang Mu excitedly. The faces of some juniors in the Yang family reddened, as if they were the main character in that fight. Yeah, people from the Sea Tribes said so. Many members of the Sea Tribes at the Silverstone Fort had witnessed that battle. Afterward, many Sea Tribes members here are staying content with their lot. They even treat us with more respect. That kid Shi Yin did something incredible. I always knew that he wouldn't be law-abiding. You see, just a couple days, and he had stirred up the Silverstone Fort. Many sea clans have seen him, laughed Yang Mu. Don't be happy that early. He's really dumb this time, as he wants to visit the Antiquity Lofty Dragon graveyard. I think he would be all right. The beautiful eyes of Li Feng glistened. Don't know why, but I can sense the infinite potential in him. If someone else goes to the dragon's tomb, I'm sure he will die. But if it's Shi Yin, I think the result will be different. I think so too, smiled Yang Shui. The young generation of the Yang family had an extreme blind trust on Shi Yin after they had known about the surprises Shi Yin had brought. You guys don't really know the immensity of earth and firmament. Yang Zhuo beamed a forced smile. Under the vault of Heaven Sea area, inside the colorful coral reef, for silhouettes slowly descended next to Situ Jia, all wearing serious faces. "Ancien," Chao Zhilan gracefully called out. "You've arrived." After they received the news of the battle, Qing Ming, the Queen of Heaven, the Emperor of Earth, and Gu Shao immediately left aside the dispute they had in the endless sea to work together and came to the seabed. "You have guys suffered the hardship due to him, haven't you?" asked Gu Shao from the group of 6 with a cold and strict face. "Is he that dangerous?" Gu Shao looked at Situ Jia, then Qing Ming, the Queen of Heaven, and the Emperor of Earth. He frowned. "Do you really need to mobilize our force? If we don't exterminate him this time, we will not have any chance later." Situ Jia shook his head and sighed. "That brat isn't afraid of soul consciousness intrusions. At present, he's of the sky realm, but I don't know what kind of force he has borrowed, as he could exude the aura that wasn't less intimidating like a second sky of spirit realm warrior. Besides, he has a level 8 demonic beast and a metal class beast. They're really savage. It's been just a year, and he's made such progress." Queen of Heaven Fan Shangyun gave a forced smile. "We couldn't withstand him in the battle that year. Now, he's even more dangerous. It's tough this time. If not, we wouldn't need to call you here," sighed Zhou Yufeng. "However, it's different this time. With the 4 of you, we will have the absolute triumph." Situ Jie darkened his face and said maliciously, "This time he must die." Chapter 468, Awaken. Chapter 468, Awaken. Shi Yin and Yin Hui went straight to the Antiquity Lofty Dragon Graveyard. Along the way, they met some high-level beasts, but they somehow had some intelligence as they proactively avoided Yin Hui. Even though Yin Hui had a cultivation base of the second sky of Spirit Realm, he didn't intend to release his strong aura that much. However, it was enough to scare the demonic beasts away. The path they were taking was smooth and without any fear or danger. Eventually, on the 3rd day, the 2 of them reached a forbidden area which had a lot of skeletons of antiquity demonic beasts. At first glance, they were all large-sized white skeletons. Each beast's skeleton was as translucent as jade, sparkling with strange rays on the seabed. It gave people a feeling of full energy. Since they had reached this area, Yin Hui became more careful. He watched here and there at each step they took. Along the way, he had tried to probe the stories related to the life original fluid, but Shi Yin had dodged them all. No matter it was Yin Hui or the other spirit realm warriors who knew about the life original fluid, they would undoubtedly develop the greedy desire in their hearts. Sure, Yin wasn't an idiot. If he told them that he did have the life original fluid, Nu Lang would go crazy. Even if Nu Lang was well known for his moral conduct, he was still a member of the Sea Tribes. Before he could have the ability to protect the life original fluid, if he disclosed it, Nu Lang would use force to snatch it from him. Shi Yin wasn't confident in taking the upper hand against the peerless warrior of the Sea Tribes. Thus, keeping it on the low was necessary at this time. "The area ahead of us has chaotic energies. Keep walking forward. It's the Antiquity Lofty Dragon Graveyard." Yin Hui ceased walking and frowned at him. "I can accompany you only to this area. I don't want to die in vain. At last, I want to advise you this thing. If you don't want to die, you'd better stop here. Goodbye." Shi Yin smiled, but he didn't look worried at all. "If I can return alive, I will visit you at the Silver Shark clan. At that time, perhaps we can do some real business." "What business?" Yin Hui was surprised. "The one you're interested in." Shi Yin contemplated, then swayed his hand. "I have to go. Thanks for guiding me here. Last question. You didn't get the life original fluid in the dark magnetic noxious mist, did you?" Yin Hui wore a solemn face. "Perhaps you will disappear from this world after this moment. Could you tell me the truth?" He still stuck to this topic. "When I come back safely, we will discuss it." Shi Yin smiled, then entered the area. Under the chaotic energies, he still walked calmly forward. Yin Hui's eyes brightened. He stood at his spot, looking at Shi Yin disappearing. His countenance was uncertain. Long afterward, he sighed and muttered, "If you can come back alive, perhaps we should really talk. I hope you fella have plenty of luck, and that you could turn danger into good luck." The antiquity lofty dragon graveyard has buried so many talents of the sea tribes. If you can survive, it means you can do something the precursors of the sea tribes couldn't. It's enough for all strong warriors of the sea tribes to look at you with respect. Of course, Shiryan couldn't hear what Inhui said. After he had intruded the antiquity lofty dragon graveyard, the blood vein ring started to sparkle, unceasingly releasing an immense, misty blood halo. The white skeletons of the beasts were so many that it was beyond people's imagination. At first glance, the whole area was covered with white bones. With a closer look, Shiryan found out many smaller skeletons among the giant beast skeletons. Those skeletons had different shapes with the signature of the sea tribes. Apparently, what Inhui and the other had told him was true. Thousands of years had gone by, and this ancient dragon graveyard had buried so many strong warriors of the sea tribes. Phosphorescent dots flew out from inside the skeletons from time to time. They were floating in the water, gazing at people like the eyes of demons. This caused people anxiety, and it could even affect the sea of consciousness somehow. The surging, cold, and evil energies permeated the area. These kinds of energies were really massive. They created numerous vortexes that naked eyes couldn't see. If someone carelessly got in one of the vortexes, they would be devoured, leaving nothing behind. The scary rumors about this place grew in his mind. He was a little bit anxious, as his moves become more careful. Unexpectedly, these energies with intimidating attributes were moving chaotically around him, but they didn't storm over. When these scary energies came near him and contacted the halo from the blood vein ring, they would scatter proactively. The blood vein ring was like a life-protecting amulet. As it was glittering, it could prevent all kinds of energy attacks, which could even kill God Realm warriors. Along the way, he unexpectedly didn't encounter any danger. The forbidden place that discolored people was so peaceful to him that he couldn't believe his eyes. Was the blood vein ring genuinely related to this forbidden place? Shiryan's eyes brightened, and his confidence boosted up. Without the blood vein ring, he couldn't know neither the antiquity lofty dragon graveyard nor the bloodthirsty entourage of 8, Lao Luo's dark body. If the blood vein ring had guided him here, evidently he needed not be worried that he would fall into dangerous situations. At this moment, he truly could appreciate the mystery of the blood vein ring. The blood vein ring was releasing a blood-like halo that could prevent all intrusions of evil forces in the lofty dragon's tomb. Along the way, all kinds of energies in the forbidden place had to disperse around him and couldn't attach to his body. He was gliding among all sorts of white skeletons. As he didn't encounter any risks, he directly entered the marvel he had never seen before. The 300-meter skeleton of the lofty dragon. The skeleton was snow white with a twinkling brilliance. The white frame of the lofty dragon stayed inside the house made of demonic beast skeletons. Right under the yellow dragon skeleton lay a giant black crystal coffin. The coffin lid was covered with all kinds of peculiar patterns, which looked pretty similar to the patterns on the blood vein ring. It seemed like they were moving slowly. An old, desolate, rude, and unreasonable aura vehemently burst out from the black coffin that shook people. The blood halo emitting from the blood vein ring suddenly became fiercer, releasing a scarlet light beaming over the black coffin. The mysterious patterns on the coffin seemed like they were revived, moving faster on the coffin. A dark, evil energy shot out from there. Bang! The lid of the coffin exploded into pieces. A black iron puppet that was around 3 meters tall sat up in the coffin. This puppet was covered in iron armor, which seemed to grow directly on its body, connected perfectly without any gaps or slits. This puppet wore an ink-black ferocious mask that exposed only its swarthy, empty pupils. The color of its pupils was vague, and Shiryan didn't know what could have happened to them. Bang, 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 bang. A strong heartbeat reverberated from the puppet. It seemed like it had an extremely exuberant heart that could transport the world-shaking dark energy for the puppet's body. The puppet got up from the coffin, looking at the blood vein ring. A scarlet beam shot out from the blood vein ring, shining directly onto the pupils of the puppet. The black pupils of the puppet gradually turned dark red, and it seemed like there was a drop of blood inside each of its pupils, which was really terrifying. A strange soul fluctuation was generated from the scarlet light, pouring into the puppet. Deep inside the puppet's pupils, an illusion of the immense blood sea with countless skeletons of many clans could be seen. Corpses laid everywhere, piling up like mountains. Blood gushing out from those corpses had generated all sorts of sinister patterns. It was like some soul ritual had been performed. Seemed like the red beams from the blood vein ring had activated this antiquity demogorgon. The puppet in the coffin received the mysterious scarlet light from the blood vein ring in silence. Seemed like it was about to be waken up from some ancient, intimidating place and brought back to this world. A black light started to shoot out from the puppet. This dark light was filled with a terrorizing, destructive aura. The meaning of this puppet's existence, somehow, was to destroy everything in this world, bringing this world into the endless darkness. Yin felt suffocated standing in front of that puppet and sensing the dark, devastating aura from it. It felt like a 10,000 meters tall castle suddenly pressed down on his heart, which made him feel out of breath. He had never received this kind of a pressure from any strong warrior. Even when he was facing Devil Emperor Yin, he hadn't experienced such strenuous pressure. How terrifying this existence was. Yin's face changed. Looking at that puppet, he wondered if his decision of entering the Antiquity Lofty Dragon graveyard this time was good or bad. He came and used his blood vein ring to wake up a black puppet which had the dark and destructive aura. The surging energy from this puppet was truly earth-shaking. This snatched his confidence away. If this man weren't controlled, and he could swagger around the seabed and on land as he pleased, it would be unknown how many warriors undersea and on land would have to suffer, along with the innocent civilians. This formidable existence had the power to destroy the entire endless sea. Yin wore a cold face, gazing attentively on that puppet. He didn't dare to distract his mind, as he was afraid that this puppet would make any strange moves. Bloodthirsty's entourage of 8, Lao Luo's dark body. Was the puppet that guy? Or was it just a clone? Lao Luo was just one of the Bloodthirsty's entourage of 8. If so, how tremendous was the former owner of the blood vein ring, the God King? Regrets started to swell up in Yin, as he thought that he had made a wrong decision this time. Numerous beams of scarlet light radiated from the blood vein ring, and all of them fell into the pupils of Lao Luo's dark body. The eyes of the puppet gradually become darker, just like the 2 dark suns that could absorb all light. Eventually, the light from the blood vein ring ceased. A soul-conscious seal shot out from the blood vein ring, darting to the host's soul in his sea of consciousness. The Imperial Soul Imprint. Chapter 469, The War Devil. Chapter 469, The War Devil /Sigma. That was an imprint that controlled spirits. This imprint had reached an agreement with Lao Luo's body. When Yin let his mind sink into the imprint, he found that he could control that black iron puppet. It was a marvelous sense he couldn't describe. As soon as his thought sent a message to the Imperial Soul Imprint, this unidentified black iron puppet would do as he asked. His mind flickered, and the black iron puppet walked toward him. A malicious aura exuded from the puppet that sent shivers down Yin's spine. Under this tremendous pressure, he had the tense feeling he had never had before. But his blood vein ring had the power to control this Lao Luo's dark body. Yin relaxed his tense nerves and started to study the soul imprint in his host's soul, letting his mind sink into it and send out messages. As expected, the black iron puppet was changing its positions unceasingly according to his wishes. What he thought the puppet would implement. His eyes suddenly brightened. As his messages were being sent along, the black iron puppet was swiftly gliding inside the skeleton of the lofty dragon. War Devil. The ice-cold flame sent him its thought from inside the blood vein ring. It seemed to be frightened. Yin was surprised, but he reacted immediately. You know the origin of this fellow? The fighting puppet was forged by warriors of the Antiquity era. It has the pure fighting will and can break even the hardest defense. The information the ice-cold flame gave him was exciting. Where did you get him? This is absolutely the fighting puppet made by warriors in ancient times. He's called War Devil. Only warriors in that era knew how to refine war devils. The aura on this war devil is extraordinarily vicious. I think it has at least the power of peak spirit realm. So, we're the war devils. War devils are fighting puppets that were born for fighting. High-level war devils can have the fighting imprint of their masters. That's how it could have its master's divine abilities. To refine a war devil, it needs hundreds or even 1,000 years together with the consumption of endless resources of earth and firmament. It has to absorb the special energies from heaven and earth to be formed gradually. Seemed like the ice-cold flame didn't know about this puppet as it hurried to explain Yen. As far as I've known, in that era, each war devil was very formidable. It could be used as a clone of its master with the master's divine soul imprint, and its effects were huge. War devils from the Antiquity time. Yan's eyes brightened. Perhaps the previous owner of the Blood Vein Ring was a strong warrior in the ancient time, or it was even older than the Antiquity, the time the first warriors ever appeared. Suddenly, he was dazed. He had never thought that the origin of the Blood Vein Ring was beyond his imagination. The Antiquity was the dawn of the warriors, which had the strongest warrior in the legends. They said that there were some peerless warriors whose powers even surpassed the God-King limit. They had intimidating powers, and their bodies could leave the Grace mainland to travel the vast celestial area. If the Blood Vein Ring came from that era, its previous owner must be an earth-shaking warrior. Why did he die? Why did the Blood Vein Ring appear in that worn-out cave? Why had he appeared in that cave from another world by chance? Did that Antiquity warrior know how to switch time and space to bring people from another era to this world? As he could use the heaven and earth that much, what kind of fantastic level had he reached? He was totally dumbstruck. At this moment, he suddenly realized it wasn't coincidental that he had appeared in that cave. Perhaps all the key factors stayed in the Blood Vein Ring. Warriors at that time could understand all kinds of power in the heaven and earth and various other mysterious meanings. All the current martial techniques, soul techniques, or martial spirits are inherited from warriors of that era. It's the era of the origin of warriors, the root of warriors. The ice-cold flame told Yen all it knew. Yen became more frightened as he listened to the flame's description. According to the ice-cold flame, the Antiquity was the peak era of the warriors. Compared to them, the present warriors in this world were as small as ants that they could kill within a second. This war devil fighting puppet was born in that time. It can penetrate all sorts of hardest defenses. If you can control it, there will be no one in the endless sea that can subdue you. Yen couldn't help but get stirred up. The trip to the Antiquity Lofty Dragon Graveyard was smoother than he had expected. Since he had heard many terrible rumors about the Lofty Dragon's tomb, he was anxious when he entered the place, and he even thought that he had to risk his life to see the Lofty Dragon skeleton. He wasn't so sure he could find that coffin. It was unexpected that with the Blood Vein Ring's guidance, he hadn't experienced any terrifying adventure. It was like he was taking a stroll to the center of the Lofty Dragon Graveyard. Now, he had found a dragon skeleton in this black iron puppet. Everything was so smooth that he couldn't believe his own eyes. It hadn't even been a full day, and he had what he wanted. This harvest made him laugh with satisfaction, all thanks to the Blood Vein Ring. The mystical treasure he got when he had just come to the Grace mainland did have such a strange power, and its profile was so amazing. Moreover, it could wake up the war devil fabricated by Lao Luo. War devil. Yen curled his lips, looking at the puppet called War Devil, and couldn't help but feel lucky. He was lucky that he got the Blood Vein Ring. After running around the Lofty Dragon Graveyard one round, he found that the chaotic energies here were silently transmitted into the War Devil puppet. All sorts of energies existing in the dragon's tomb had been attracted by the War Devil, and they were storming over, disappearing into the puppet's body. War Devil took them in all. However, its aura wasn't increasing, but slowly retreating into its body. From the imprint in his host's soul, Yin knew that the dark energy in the War Devil's heart had been increasing fast. But the War Devil was as if it were a profound warrior who knew how to hide his intimidating aura. The imposing pressure was slowly gone. Yin wasn't hurried, waiting for the War Devil to absorb the energy right inside the lofty dragon skeleton. Outside the graveyard, Inhui frowned, waiting for him. All of a sudden, he recognized that the dense, chaotic energies had been diluted. This phenomenon surprised Inhui a lot. Light flashed across his eyes as he was staring at that area. Why is that happening? Inhui was dumbfounded for half of a day. He shook his head, then muttered disbelievingly. It's just been 2 days. Has that kid met something strange in there? Why did the chaotic energy start to change not long after he entered the place? Does he know the subtle mysteries of the antiquity, lofty dragon graveyard? Inhui was frightened. Hey, something strange over there. Gu Zhao's eyes flared up while searching for his target in the seawater. He pointed to the lofty dragon graveyard's general direction. He furrowed his eyebrows, then asked the others, "Do you know what's the place over there? Is that the Silver Shark clan's territory? Why does it have such a tremendous, surging energy like that?" Situ Jie shook his head, hesitated for a while, and then his face discolored all of a sudden. "That's the lofty dragon graveyard." Lofty dragon graveyard? Gu Xiao was surprised as he shook his head, asking puzzlingly, "What's that?" "The most mysterious forbidden area undersea." Situ Jie was the consecrator of the martial spirit palace in the vault of Heaven Sea area, and had visited the seabed before. He knew there was a mysterious place like that undersea, which all the sea tribes members considered the forbidden area and never dared to intrude. Situ Jie simply described all kinds of rumors about the lofty dragon's forbidden place. The warriors of the endless sea had their faces discolored after they listened to him. The sea tribe's forbidden place. Chao Jilan mused for a while before speaking up. Perhaps it isn't related to Yin. He isn't stupid to enter that area. According to you, even the God Realm warriors of the sea tribes couldn't escape death if they came to that area. Would he dare to risk his life? Who knows? Situ Jie was hesitant for a moment before giving his suggestion. Searching in vain isn't a good solution. If that lofty dragon's graveyard has something anomalous, perhaps it will be related to the moves of the sea tribes. We aren't afraid to go there and check it out. All right. Everybody nodded in agreement. Let's go. Soon, the warriors from the endless sea had arrived at the edge of the lofty dragon's forbidden place and met Inhui there. Silver Shark clan's patriarch, Zhou Yufeng, discolored, as he instinctively frowned when he thought they had come to the right place. It was certain that warriors of the sea tribes were doing something they didn't want the others to know here. Inhui was also surprised. He shook his head, then looked at the other with an odd face. "I didn't expect that you guys could come here. Yeah, good fortune. But it's useless even if you can come here. Yan's in the lofty dragon's tomb. If you aren't afraid of death, you can go there to find him." "What?" Chao Jilan shouted. She was astonished that they had found Yan's whereabouts. "Is he really there?" Situ Jie was excited, grinning. "Seems like God does want that brat to die. Let's see if he can leave this place alive. If he does come out, what's good for you if you're waiting for him here?" Inhui wanted to stir up the mess. He's been there for almost 3 days. Although I don't know what's going on there, I'm sure the change in the area related to him. If you want to kill him, just get in there directly. Haha, we can wait outside. Zhong Lidun smiled. Of course, he wouldn't fall into the other's trap. Being the future leader of the martial spirit palace, he knew how intimidating the antiquity lofty dragon graveyard was. Apparently, he wouldn't take risks. Well then, just take your time. Chapter 470. Come out. Chapter 470. Come out. Outside the antiquity lofty dragon graveyard, 6 spirit realm warriors, including Situ Jie, Qing Ming, and the 4 Chao Jilan, Panja, Tsang Lan, and Zhong Lidun, were waiting for something in silence. Inhui was standing 10 meters away from those 10 people. He was calm and didn't show any trace of fear. This place was undersea, the territory of the Silver Shark clan, and Inhui had a cultivation base of the second sky of Spirit Realm, which was higher than the others. If he wanted to run away, even the 6 people of Situ Jie's group couldn't hold him back. Since his realm was higher than theirs, Inhui was relaxed, watching over this group of warriors. That kid has entered the lofty dragon graveyard. Perhaps we don't need. Situ Jie coldly looked in the direction of the graveyard. Thousands of years have passed by, and numerous hotshots of the sea tribes had intruded the place, but no one could come out alive. Although that kid has good fortune, I don't think he could break this record. Zhong Li Dun nodded in agreement. As the members of the Vault of Heaven Sea area, these two had heard about the intimidation of the lofty dragon's tomb. They knew many rumors about the area, so as they thought that Shi Yin couldn't come back alive. If it were someone else, we wouldn't need to wait. Chao Zhilan frowned, talking with a solemn tone. But Shi Yin isn't a somebody. I've known him for several years, and he has brought me many strange feelings. He has many factors different from the others. If not, he couldn't progress that fast. I think he even has the ability to deal with you guys. I also think that he can come back alive. Panja wore a bitter smile. Don't know why, but I always feel sure Yin is different from the others. Things they couldn't do, he may fulfill. You two are the strong young warriors of the Endless Sea. Have you been scared by Shi Yin that much? I think you two have a blind admiration for that brat. Zhong Li Dun snorted and then said with morose face, even if he's strong, will he be more mighty than the precursor of the sea tribes? I don't actually know what kind of special power he could have to survive and come back from the lofty dragon's tomb. If he didn't have the confidence, he would not enter the place. Chao Zhilan threw him a glance and said with her stiff face and impolite tone, forgive me if I'm too frank, but Shi Yin has many dangerous skills that you can't even imagine. Yeah, you are the top warrior of the combat list, the most prominent young warrior of Endless Sea. But Shi Yin's existence has broken your title. No matter you accept the fact or not, he's stronger than you. Zhong Li Dun's grimaced. Light flashed in his eyes as he couldn't accept her saying, I admit that I have looked down on him. Chao Zhilan continued indifferently. But I don't disdain you. I can say clearly that you, Zhong Li Dun, are too weak compared to Shi Yin. Zhong Li Dun, if you are able, why do you need many seniors accompanying you to catch Shi Yin? I think, if Shi Yin wants to kill you, he needs only 1 second. Zhong Li Dun's eyes were cold, his face getting more and more malicious. All right, Situ Jie furrowed his brows. Shi Yin is really dangerous. Otherwise, we wouldn't need to gather many people here to catch him. Anyway, don't be dispirited. No matter how powerful he is, he has to die this time. It's been many years since the Endless Sea has had some dazzling stars. But many of the ones that appeared had been shut off before they could grow up. Shi Yan's about to fall into the same track. I hope so. Chao Zhilan shook her head, then let out a slight sigh. Her heart was filled with resentment. What made her regret the most was her narrow vision. If she had believed Shi Yin and tied the Chao family and Shi Yin together, the current situation would have been different from now. She was the proudest and most arrogant among the young generations of the Chao family. She had pride, but that pride had been torn apart after she got to know Shi Yin. Shi Yin's appearance reminded her that there was someone in the Endless Sea who could subdue her in many aspects. She had been dissatisfied, and perhaps she didn't want to admit it. So, after she had known about the pagans and the decline of the Yang family, she put down her emotional approval and decided to give up on Shi Yin, turning her back on the Yangs. It turned out that her decision was wrong. Those people were still waiting in ambush outside the dragon's graveyard. 5 days passed by like a flash. All kinds of chaotic energies inside the graveyard had disappeared completely. As they were spirit realm warriors, they all recognized that scary change and were discreetly frightened. Especially Inhui. He had seen with his own eyes that 2 days after Shi Yin had entered the place, those kinds of evil and peculiar energies wandering for hundreds of years inside the lofty dragon's tomb had been changed. In just a short period, they were all gone. This phenomenon had never happened before. He had been living for so many years undersea, but he had never heard about this strange phenomenon in the antiquity lofty dragon graveyard. Apparently, it was related to Shi. Anticipation gradually grew in him. At first, he hadn't expected anything. But now, something strange had happened inside the graveyard, which was unprecedented for thousands of years. Perhaps Shi could really return alive. Another day had gone by. A dark air current pervaded in the water, drifting quickly while emitting blisters everywhere. There was some kind of a peculiar power inside those blisters. In just a blink of an eye, several thousands of blisters appeared, then slowly gathered into a giant chunk of blister. However, that blister then disappeared into thin air as if some creature had devoured it. A long while later, a silhouette emerged from the graveyard, calmly walking towards this direction. Behind him walked a 3-meter-tall black iron puppet. The hefty-built puppet was moving agilely, giving people a strange illusion of willow catkin. One man and one black iron puppet were walking like that towards the other people standing in front of the tomb. Hui's eyes brightened up. The 6 spirit realm warriors suddenly put on cold faces as divine light shot out from their eyes, shining on Shi. He has returned, Hui muttered with a complicated expression. He was dumbfounded for a while before shifting his look on Situ Jie's group of 6, frowning as he was considering how to deal with the upcoming big fight. He's unexpectedly coming out from the lofty dragon graveyard. Zhong Lidun's face was grimaced. His eyes were as sharp as a saber, sneering all of a sudden. But his end is still going to be death. The young man strolled over, not intending to dodge the others. He came in front of them and then curled his lips. Such a mighty formation. Well, it's not been even 10 days, and you can already come back from the antiquity lofty dragon graveyard. Hui beamed a forced smile. I admit that I always look down on you, but I can't imagine you could fulfill what the hotshots of the sea tribes couldn't do. Shi, I have found that you have infinite potential. Shi smiled, but didn't say anything. Yeah, I think you could be as stable as Mount Tai under the siege of those 6 spirit realm warriors. Hui's face became solemn. All of a sudden, a white beam shot out from his eyes, entering Shi's soul. At the same time, a message was transmitted to Shi. If you need help, you only need to nod, and I will bring you out of the siege of those 6 people. Hui's realm was much higher than Situ Jie and his men. This message sent by his soul consciousness directly contacted with Shi's soul, and the others couldn't hear it. Under Hui's bright eyes, Shi smiled, then shook his head, indicating he didn't need help. Hui was both amazed and suspicious. He didn't know why Shi had such pride to deny his offer. This kid had some new method to flee away, perhaps. The more he thought about it, the more curious Hui was. He stayed aside to observe what miracle method Shi had. He didn't dare to think that Shi could kill those 6 spirit realm warriors. Although they were just at the first sky of spirit realm, if the 6 of them joined hands, even Hui would find it hard to encounter. Situ Jie, Zhou Yufeng, Gu Xiao, Qing Ming, the Queen of Heaven, and the Emperor of Earth, Shi looked at them and called out their names. He nodded and smiled. Good. Those who should have come have come. Seems like you all are in a hurry to kill me. Yeah, not bad. Not bad at all. It saves me from more troubles. Shi. The beautiful eyes of Chao Zhilan were sad as she spoke up with a soft voice. If you give up willingly and self-destroy your cultivation base, I can save your life. Miss Chao, Qing Ming, Situ Jie, Gu Xiao, and Zhong Lidun shouted before she could finish her talk. Their faces changed. No doubt he has to die. Absolutely no chance for him to escape death. I think we've talked about this very clearly. Chao Zhilan frowned. Do we really have to kill him? If he isn't a threat to us, we can spare his life. Do not raise your words again. Situ Jie's voice was strong. He has to die. No one can change this. The group of Qing Ming also nodded seriously. Chao Zhilan sighed, frowned, and shut her mouth. Haha, seems like you really think that I have to die this time. Eh? Shi Yan's mouth cracked into a smile. He seemed to not be in a hurry at all. With only 4 spirit realm warriors, and you're so confident that you expect me to die even before we start our fight. Do you really have such confidence? Do you think there would be some surprises? Zhongli Dun smiled and ridiculed. I think, yes, Shi Yin smiled. A huge surprise. Perhaps, in the end, the ones who would have to run for their lives will be you guys and not me. His dark and cold eyes gazed at Zhongli Dun, just like an ice sword taken out of its scabbard, diffusing thick murderous intent. Chapter 471, Rip in Half. Chapter 471, Rip in Half. After Lao Luo's dark body had absorbed the chaotic energies inside the lofty dragon's tomb, it could hide its aura, completely concealing its crazy, ominous, and imposing aura. Thus, even Situ Jie's group only saw a black iron puppet behind Shi Yin. They didn't pay attention to it because the black puppet didn't emit any unusual aura. They thought that this black puppet was just a regular one, so they didn't lay their eyes on it. Only Yin Hui, who was at the second sky of Spirit Realm, plus had seen Shi Yin go there alone, could confirm that this black iron puppet was from the Antiquity Lofty Dragon Graveyard. He then kept an eye on this war devil black iron puppet. The soul consciousness of the second sky of Spirit Realm Warrior was released invisibly to peep on the mysterious features of the war devil. However, as soon as his soul consciousness got there, it was as if it had fallen into the vast sea, echoing nothing at all. It was like his soul consciousness had been drawn into a black hole. The connection between him and the soul consciousness was also cut off, and he couldn't track it back. Yin Hui's countenance changed quietly, as his mind was struck intense. Even Nu Lang, who was at the third sky of Spirit Realm, couldn't devour his soul consciousness while leaving no trace like that. What was that fearful black iron puppet? Yin Hui was scared. He vaguely got something when eyeing Shi Yin. The anomalous event that happened in the Lofty Dragon's graveyard was obviously related to this black iron puppet. Perhaps what caused it was this puppet. The more Yin Hui thought about the matter, the more frightened he became when he looked at Shi Yin and the black iron puppet. Light flickered in his eyes as his heart was dreading. One should definitely not provoke this kid. Yin Hui had made up his mind that no matter what happened, he would not do anything that irritated Shi Yin. At this moment, he knew his finding would change the future situation of the Endless Sea. Shi Yin himself was scary enough. Now, from a lofty dragon's tomb, he got a black iron puppet, which was in defiance of the natural order. In the Endless Sea, who could go against him? Yin Hui was frightened inside. He instinctively took several steps back, held up his hand, and said, "No matter what you guys want to do, I'm not going to interfere your business. Anyway, I want to make it clear that I'm just an observer. If you guys engage in a fight, don't count me in." Shi Yin wore a contemplating face before bursting out in laughter. He knew this cunning old folk had sensed something. Why do you need to waste more time? Situ Jie's countenance was calm. He looked at Gu Xiao, Qing Ming, and grinned. "You've been waiting for so long. Now, he's here in front of you guys. We will get it done once and for all, so we still have to bear the threat from this brat. When he dies, we can focus on dealing with the Dark Dwellers and Demon Dwellers," said Zhongli Dun with a cold smile. "You will die first. Don't know why I always feel irritated seeing you." Shi Yin shook his head and sneered. "Don't appreciate yourself too high. In the Endless Sea, you're not the new star. In the Grace Mainland, you're nothing. There are so many young people of the Divine Great Land who have reached the Sky Realm. Also, there are some who are in defiance of the natural order as they have reached the peak of the Sky Realm. Compared to them, you, Zhongli Dun, you are nothing." His words had shaken everybody. "You've been to the Divine Great Land?" Panju was astounded. Shaking his head, Shi Yin explained patiently. "Not yet. Wait until the things in the Endless Sea's over. I'll go there to search for the ultimate mystery of martial arts. Anyway, I've been to the dark magnetic noxious mist. I got to know many young fellows of the Divine Great Land. Every single one of them is much stronger than Zhongli Dun. Haha, and they aren't the shining stars of the Divine Great Land. I'm telling you, don't be the frog hiding under the coconut shell and think that the Endless Sea is the best place." In their eyes, The endless seas, just a place of barbarians. We don't even have a single true God realm warrior. Always staying in such a place, how pathetic we are. All the warriors, including Inhui, discolored. Forget it. I'm not going to waste my time with you guys. He smiled, waved his hand while pointing at Zhongli Dun. Start with him. Kill anyone you can. Never mind if they run away. They'll die sooner or later. Who dares to linger? Kill them all. Zhongli Dun was shaken, his face dumbfounded. Situ Jie's group were bewildered, not knowing to whom Shi Yin was talking. But right after that, they knew to whom Shi Yin had assigned these tasks. The 3-meter-tall black iron puppet war devil deliberately walked out from behind him, strolling towards Zhongli Dun. It was slow at first, but its pace was getting faster and faster after each step. Ultimately, the war devil turned into a black thunderbolt and shot toward Zhongli Dun. Its 2 eyes were like 2 dark suns that gazed at Zhongli Dun. An evil, vicious energy that could drown people's minds into endless darkness was suddenly released. When Zhongli Dun met the war devil's eyes, he was stunned, blankly standing at his spot. Crack! The war devil flew over and stomped on the top of Zhongli Dun's head. People then heard the sound of cracking bones. Zhongli Dun was turned into a pulp of flesh after just 1 strike. Situ Jie could only watch the scene of Zhongli Dun getting killed and didn't have enough time to help. On the contrary, he had to urge all the strength of his soul consciousness to resist the intimidating soul energy intruding. He suddenly found himself dragged into a world of endless darkness. No beam of light could be seen. His soul consciousness sank as it met the death and destructive intent domain there, just like he was a dead man entering a strange, eccentric space. An earth-shattering, dark aura expanded from the war devil, which had just killed Zhongli Dun. This malicious aura seemed to want to destroy the whole world, enveloping the entire seabed of the Vault of Heaven Sea area. At this moment, all spirit realm warriors were dumbfounded as fear filled their faces. Even the 2 great warriors above the Vault of Heaven Sea area noticed this torrential, ominous source of evil. They hurriedly got out of the Vault of Heaven Sea area, plunging into the sea with their fastest pace. At the same time, inside the extinct volcanoes of the Black Flood Dragon clan, Nu Lang was talking with the 3 spirit realm warriors. He suddenly got pale-faced as he shouted, "Such a strong, evil force. Patriarch, what's going on? Since your realms are still low and your knowledge of souls is shallow, you can't sense it." Nu Lang got up suddenly. "That evil energy comes from the Silver Shark clan. Seems like it's from the lofty dragon graveyard. I have to go there to see." Then, Nu Lang turned into a bunch of light, shooting straight to that area. In Hui was utterly stunned. Although he knew that war devil should be extraordinary, he didn't expect that its terrifying aura could cover the whole territory of the Silver Shark clan. Such a destroying earth force could subdue all hotshots present here. "Kill him." Shi Yin pointed at Situ Jie. The war devil got it. The pupils looked like 2 dark suns as they gazed at Situ Jie, destroying his mentality. His face was blank, just like what Zhongli Dun's. It's entered Situ Jie's soul. Gu Xiao woke up from fear and immediately shouted, "Join hands and deal with this black iron puppet. We can't let it kill each of us like that." His words woke up everyone. The Queen of Heaven, the Emperor of Earth, Qing Ming, and Zhou Yufeng took action together. They urged their secret treasures and their outstanding martial arts. Sacred swords, small cauldrons, jade, knife, and fork, etc., all utilized their special energies and joined each other. Many kinds of beautiful holy lights radiated, shooting towards the war devil. Rumble, rumble. Although it was receiving the attack from various kinds of secret treasures and energies, the war devil stood still like a stone table. No scratch could be seen on its body. The black iron armor on its body was the strongest wall in the world, unafraid of any kinds of power. Under numerous attacks of secret treasures and energies, the war devil sauntered towards Situ Jie. Its massive arms stretched out, grabbed Situ Jie by his legs, and ripped him in half. The body with the spirit realm cultivation of Situ Jie was like a piece of paper in the puppet hands. He was torn apart, and bloody intestines fell on the ground. Even Situ Jie's soul, which hadn't got out of his body yet, perished under the gaze of the puppet's dark pupils. Both the flesh body and the soul were destroyed. In just a short moment, Situ Jie had been killed, and even his soul was destroyed. Zhongli Dun was smashed into a pulp of meat, with nothing left behind. Shi Yan's complexion was a little shaken, but he burst out laughing. Well done. Worth my expectations. The power of the war devil was what he had imagined, as it was capable of terminating warriors like Situ Jie. After the war devil had taken action, Shi Yan felt at ease, as he knew he would definitely win this time. What the heck is it? The Queen of Heaven Fan Xiangyun's voice was shaking. Deep fear flooded her charming face. No matter what it is, it should have some weakness. Zhou Yufeng shouted. Kill Shi Yan first. If he dies, this fighting puppet will lose its effects. Everybody responded to his shout, looking at Shi Yan. The next one, Shi Yan curled his lips, pointing at Zhou Yufeng. A bloodlight shot out from the war devil's dark pupils, striking towards Zhou Yufeng. A beam of dark, endless light flew out from its mouth, which seemed to be able to devour all kinds of lights. When it appeared, all the light undersea was absorbed. The whole place became pitch dark, and one couldn't even see his own fingers. In this complete darkness, Zhou Yufeng's pitiful scream rose. Everyone heard it, but they couldn't see what had happened. In the immense darkness, Zhou Yufeng's voice was so mournful, which didn't seem to belong to a human at all. The irritating sound of dismembering flesh and breaking bones echoed from time to time. This was absolutely terrifying. Under the situation that they couldn't see anything but only hear the dreadful screams, it was much worse than seeing someone being buried or dismembered alive. Although Qing Ming and the Queen of Heaven had the spirit realm cultivation base, they couldn't bear such pressure. They couldn't help but cry, then tried all means to get to the sea surface. Gradually, Zhou Yufeng's heart-rending shrill ceased. The darkness on the seabed also lifted up. Zhou Yufeng wasn't there, and it was replaced a pile of smashed meat, just like it was grounded by a meat grinder. It was really terrible to look at him now. Chapter 472, Strong Crowd. Chapter 472, Strong Crowd. It seemed only in a short moment, but the trio of Situ Jie, Zhongli Dun, and Zhou Yufeng had been smashed, receiving a pathetic death on the spot. Shi Yan didn't do anything. He just stood there and indifferently watched the war devil demonstrate its terrifying power, killing 2 spirit realm warriors and Zhongli Dun. It had happened too fast, and many of them couldn't react before they saw the pulp that used to be Situ Jie and Zhou Yufeng. Qing Ming, the Queen of Heaven, Gu Xiao, and the Emperor of Earth felt shivers running down their spines on hearing the terrible shrill in the darkness. They couldn't bear it anymore, and all flew up towards the sea surface at top speed. Shi Yan didn't hurry. He waited until Zhou Yufeng got killed, smiled, and looked at the sea surface. He then shook his head, speaking up coldly. The monks can run away, but the temple stays. The result's all set. Even if they don't die now, it's only death waiting for them in the future. After Situ Jie, Zhou Yufeng and Zhongli Dun died. Their essence qi left their bodies. As expected, it all flew towards Shi Yan. Anyway, Situ Jie's essence qi was beyond his imagination. The essence qi of the spirit realm warrior made his 720 acupuncture points swollen. Shi Yan didn't wait until he could get all the essence qi and instinctively got away from this bloody, messy place. It wasn't that he didn't want it. It was just him knowing his limit. Although the upper limit to absorb the energy of his mysterious martial spirit had increased a lot after he had entered the sky realm, the essence qi of a spirit realm warrior was actually too much. Situ Jie's alone was enough to fill his acupuncture points. If he got more from Zhou Yufeng and Zhongli Dun, he was afraid that his acupuncture points would be blown away. That's why he had to stay away and wait until their essence qi scattered in heaven and earth before approaching the area again. Yin Hui stood petrified at his spot, his eyes gazing at Shi Yin without blinking, and his face filled with fear. Finally, he could confirm the intimidation of the war devil. With the very first moves, he could brutally kill Situ, Jia, Zhou Yufeng, and Zhong Lidun. Such formidable power could be compared to Nu Lang, a third sky of spirit realm warrior. Yin Hui himself didn't dare to provoke this sharp spear, and he also didn't have the intention to poke his nose in this bloody business. He then started to consider the relationship between the Silver Shark clan and the Yang family. Although the power Shi Yin had used this time didn't belong to his body, it was enough to terrify Yin Hui. The War Devil's performance made him recognize that in the Endless Sea, only Chao Chiu Dao and Yang Etian could survive safe and sound at the hands of the War Devil. Besides them, none of the warriors in the Endless Sea could tower this dazzling halo. Shi Yin. Yin Hui was a little bit hesitant, his voice dry. He beamed a forced smile and said, "Does this black iron puppet come from the lofty dragon graveyard? How could you bring this terrifying thing out of the antiquity lofty dragon graveyard?" "Yeah, I know it's personal, but the antiquity lofty graveyard belongs to the sea tribes anyway. It's our forbidden area, and you're human. How would you do that?" "Destiny." Shi Yin curled his lips. He lifted his head to watch the sea surface, then frowned. Yin Hui was standing in front of him, also surprised. "Someone's coming." The seawater surrounding was flowing rapidly. Waves undersea were surging like someone was surfing the wave to get here. His speed was so fast the seawater could barely bear his force. It started to rise, causing a great change. A majestic figure suddenly appeared next to Yin Hui. Nu Lang, the patriarch of the Black Flood Dragon clan. He had utilized his third sky of spirit realm cultivation base to get here with maximum speed. It took him only several minutes to arrive at the antiquity lofty dragon graveyard. Nu Lang's visage was dark. He frowned while observing the situation, then shifted his eyes to the War Devil with a strange look. Half a minute later, Nu Lang took a deep breath, then turned to Yin Hui. "Some spirit realm warriors got killed here, right?" He glared at the black iron puppet. "You got it," Yin Hui answered with a serious countenance. He nodded. "It's because of that black iron puppet. He's brought it out from the antiquity lofty dragon graveyard." Nu Lang's majestic body was shaken. Divine light shot out from his eyes as he was scrutinizing Shi Yin. Shi Yin smiled, bent down to greet him, then said with manners, "Greeting, Precursor Nu Lang. Ha, I didn't expect we would meet up again that fast." The antiquity lofty dragon graveyard has always been the forbidden place on the ocean floor. Thousands of years have been passed, and countless strong warriors had buried themselves in there. No one was lucky enough to come back alive. Nu Lang's eyes shone with radiant light. "Why could you survive that place, and even brought out with you such an intimidating black iron puppet?" "Good fortune." Shi Yin's visage was serious. "The antiquity lofty dragon and I had some relationship in the ancient times. It's destined that I could enter that dark place. This black iron puppet belongs to the antiquity. Why I can have it now is all about my fate." Nu Lang was surprised. Yin Hui just shook his head while beaming a forced smile. He both admired and envied Shi Yin. Nu Lang mused for a while, then sighed. "Is it real destiny? The antiquity lofty dragon graveyard has buried many of my ancestors, but now its mysteries cracked by a human. Perhaps you little fella have some connection with our sea tribes, eh?" Shi Yin was amazed. He had never thought about this. He was hesitant, then shook his head. "I'm not sure. Anyway, this antiquity lofty dragon graveyard does have a connection with the ancient existence. I can't tell the details. I can only say that my fortune isn't bad." Nu Lang and Yin Hui frowned, seriously considering the hidden meaning in his words. Later, Nu Lang faced up to check the sky as his eyes squinted to align. "Seems like I am not the only one who recognized the strange event here. It's unexpected that the great two warriors of the Vault of Heaven Sea area are coming too." The seawater was split apart as two figures descended one after another from above. The Queen of Heaven, the Emperor of Earth, Qing Ming, Gu Xiao, Pan Zhe, and Chao Zhilan, who had fled away in fear, appeared behind them. However, they didn't dare to move forward, just staying behind the other two to observe the situation. Yang, Etion, Xia Ho. In we took a look and got shocked, exclaiming. Shi Yan's eyes brightened as he hurriedly looked up. A naturally handsome, elegant, middle-aged man was plunging down quietly, wearing a purple gown accompanied with a feather crest. His face held a tender smile. Hall Master of the Martial Spirit Palace, Yang Etion, an overlord of a part of the Endless Sea. An old man wearing hemp garments and straw sandals followed him. That man was old and wrinkled, but he had a distant deep green, old aura. He was the former master of the Xia family, Xia Ho. The two most outstanding warriors of the Vault of Heaven Sea area appeared from the sea surface. After they arrived, they all looked at Nu Lang with surprised eyes. Seemed like they'd assumed that Nu Lang was the one who had initiated all these things. It wasn't me. Nu Lang was calm as he snorted, then shifted his line of sight to Shi Yan. Yang Etion's and Xia Ho's pupils shrank. They then eyed Shi Yan with surprised and disbelieving countenances. Yang Etion had gawked for a while, then ceased the smile on his face. He closed his eyes to sense something, then shouted all of a sudden, "Who killed Situ, Jie, and Zhongli Dan?" "Me." Shi Yan bent his body slightly, smiled, and clasped his hands. Shi Yan, a junior, greeting Precursor Yang. He paused for a while, then continued to smile, looking at Xia Ho. His manner was more sincere. "We meet here, great-grandfather Xia." The senile face of Xia Ho cracked a smile. His attitude was tender. He walked toward Shi Yan, his eyes shining. "You are Shi Yan?" "Yes." "Good boy. Good boy. Good." Xia Ho said good 3 times consecutively. Then, he appeared next to Shi Yan, standing opposite Yang Etion. The Xia family and the Yang family always had a good relation. Xia Ho and Yang Tian Emperor were close friends for 100 years. He also knew about Shi Yan and Xia Yan's relationship from the juniors of the Xia family. After he had recovered, he always paid attention to Shi Yan, as he knew well what Shi Yan done during these years in the Endless Sea. In his eyes, Shi Yan was a family member, Xia Yan's fiancé. Even the reason why he could recover that fast was related to Shi Yan. Of course, he and Shi Yan stood in the same boat. Hall Master Yang, Xia Ho smiled, his face contemplating. "Seems like you guys had sent someone to kill Shi Yan, but you didn't have good fortune." "Yeah. First, I'd like to express my opinion. No matter what, I'm on the same side as Shi Yan. If you want to deal with him, I will definitely not just stand and stare." Precursor Yang. Shi Yan curled his lips. "Forgive my childish, arrogant words, but if you want to kill me, it should be a little bit difficult here." Then, his thought flickered, sending his message to the War Devil. The War Devil was still hiding its aura. After receiving Shi Yan's thought, it started to stroll towards Yang Etion. A murderous, earth-destroying aura like the immense water of the Endless Sea gushed out from the War Devil, instantly covering the whole territory of the Silver Shark clan. Yang Etion's face changed dramatically. Nu Lang frowned. Xia Ho's eyes brightened. The 3 real heroes of the land and the undersea had different facial expressions. "I still don't understand why you guys are still fighting against each other, even though we're all warriors of the Endless Sea." Shi Yan's face darkened. "When I was in Yuan Luo Sea area, the demon dwellers had struggled to kill me, which I can understand. But why do you guys want to destroy me? It has repeated many times. Their attitude is like they can't live well if they can't eradicate me." Precursor Yang, could you elaborate the reasons? "The ones that want to kill you include Gu Xiao, Dongfang Zhu, and Qingming." Yang Etion snorted coldly. "I'm just watching. Although you seem to have unpredictable potential, I didn't put you in my eyes. But now it's different. You'd killed Situ Jie and Zhongli Dan. Even if I'm an easy person, I can't spare your life." Then a divine light flashed in Yang Etion's eyes. Electric currents were weaving inside that divine light as they rapidly shot toward Shi Yan. 7-colored nirvana light. Xia Ho shouted, then said coldly, "Yang Etion, you dare?" Chapter 473, Imposing. Chapter 473, Imposing. Rumor said that Chao Chiu Dao, Yang Yi Tian, and Yang Tian Emperor had fallen into a space crack when they were young. There they found the corpse of a god king. Chao Chiu Dao and Yang Tian Emperor had the essence blood of the god king, while Yang Yi Tian had a beam of the god king's divine soul. The dead body of a god king had helped create the three peerless warriors of the endless sea. Chao Chiu Dao and Yang Yi Tian had had their competences thrived massively, as they had the ability to provoke opponents who had higher realms than them. Yang Yi Tian entered the second sky of spirit realm, and he also had fantastic advances in knowing several intimidating soul techniques. The seven-color nirvana light was one of the scary soul techniques that he had learned. This soul technique could perish someone's soul. Once it jumped into the other's sea of consciousness, it could easily find the host's soul and use the nirvana light to destroy it. Yang Yi Tian had depended on the seven-colored nirvana light to swagger in endless sea. So many warriors had their souls scattered because of this seven-colored nirvana light. It was the signature skill of Yang Yi Tian. As Xia Ho saw the light shoot out from the other's eye, he immediately got what the other wanted to do, projecting divine light from his eyes. Marvelous light beams, one blue and one purple, turned into two electric dragons tangling and wiggling with each other. They then spurted out two purple and blue light balls that vehemently shot towards the seven-colored nirvana light. In the seawater, the seven-colored light and the blue-purple dragons attacked each other, but no impact was generated. However, the faces of Yang Yi Tian and Xia Ho changed frequently. Strange light flashed unceasingly in their pupils, just like meteors showering inside their eyes. Xia Ho used to enter the dark magnetic noxious mist. In the bog that Shi Yin found the king of demonic insects, he got the last crystal clear god soul bead. After years of living in isolation to perceive the subtle mysteries in the bead, he had broken through the second sky of spirit realm and also obtained some bizarre and unpredictable soul techniques. It could be said that both Yang Yi Tian and Xia Ho had a good grasp of soul techniques. They were both at the second sky of spirit realm, and both borrowed external force and fortuitous encounters. Because of Shi Yin, the two of them, who were like water in the well and river which never met, started to join the competition on soul techniques. Nu Lang and Yin Hui, the two patriarchs of the sea tribes, were watching the two peak warriors of the endless sea using soul technique to fight against each other. They showed their interest with an attentive look on their faces. The two soul techniques were cast out, but they didn't shake anything as expected. The seawater was still calm. Even Yang Yi Tian and Xia Ho kept a calm complexion. However, deep inside their pupils, a bursting light was blooming, which shook people's hearts, dragging their souls in it. It seemed even to attract people's host souls, making it want to get out of the sea of consciousness. Only if they released their soul consciousness and attached it onto the fight could they know how miraculous this soul fight was. Otherwise, they would never know the subtle details of it. All of a sudden, light ceased in Yang Yi Tian's and Xia Ho's eyes. The divine light was retrieved. Xia Ho let out a slight cough, and his face slightly changed. It seemed like he bore the disadvantage this time. He snorted, Master Yang, you're an overlord of an area. Even so, you used soul technique to attack Shi Yin without any prior warning. This deed doesn't seem good. An eye for an eye, it's right and unalterable. Yang Yi Tian's brows slammed together. Situ Jie was the #1 consecrator of our martial spirit palace. He had contributed much to the martial spirit palace. He got killed, so of course I have to obtain justice for him. Zhong Lidun was the one we were nurturing for our future, and Shi Yin killed him too. If you were me, would you let it go? Well, although you guys want to kill him, do you think he would just hand over his neck like that? Xia Ho sneered, looking at the group of Qing Ming and Gu Shao, speaking up with disdain. What a pity. 6 spirit realm warriors took action, but but 2 of them got killed while the others had to run for their lives. Haven't you lost your face? Nu Lang and Yin Hui were watching the situation with joy. Precursor Yang, do you really think that you could kill me instantly using soul technique? At this moment, Shiyin suddenly curled his lips, shook his head, and said coldly, "When I was in Barren City, Bao Wen did the same. Then his soul consciousness was burned to ash. In front of the Silver Stone Fort, Situ Jie and Zhou Yin Feng did the same. I think Precursor Yin Hui knows their results." Yang Yi Tian's face darkened and couldn't help but look at Yin Hui. Nu Lang and Xia Qinghe were surprised, also looking at him. I was staying in the dark to observe the battle in Barren City, and I didn't miss any small details of the battle in front of the Silver Stone Fort. Under the attentive looks of the 3 great warriors, Yin Hui wore a solemn face and nodded affirmatively. Forgive my frankness, but any soul technique or soul consciousness that jumps in a Shiyan sea of consciousness would disappear in a thin air. Hall Master Yang, if you want to do that, haha, I think you'll have to face the same consequence. Yang Yi Tian's eyes flared up with cold light. Were Bao Wen and Situ Jie's levels able to be compared with mine? It wasn't that he didn't believe, but he had his arrogance. In such a vast sea like the endless sea, if one talked about the biggest achievement in understanding the souls, no doubt that it belonged to Yang Yi Tian. He was the best in endless sea, and everybody acknowledged him. Bao Wen, Situ Jie, and Zhou Yinfeng were far behind compared to him. He believed in his cultivation base and his deep understanding of soul. Once he used his soul technique, whatever tricks Shiyin had, he could hardly avoid death. If you don't believe me, just try. Shiyin laughed, shaking his head. Anyway, if Precursor Yang soul consciousness gets hurt, don't blame me that I didn't give you a warning beforehand. Arrogant, Yang Yi Tian shouted. Don't. Xia Qinghe hurriedly stopped them. It's okay. Shiyin smiled to comfort them. Great-Grandpa Xia, don't worry. I have my plan. Haha. I don't want to see if his soul technique could destroy the power of the 9 Serenities' soul-devouring flame or not. The 9 Serenities' soul-devouring flame. Yang Yi Tian, Nu Lang, Xia Qinghe, and Yin Hui discolored on hearing that. Their eyes shot out a panic-stricken light. Yeah, it's the heaven flame that can burn all kinds of soul, the 9 Serenities' devouring soul flame. Shiyin curled his lips. Precursor Yang, do you want to try? Yang Yi Tian discolored, standing dumbfounded without the intention to act recklessly. It was the name of the heaven flame, which had been famous for thousands of years in the entire endless sea, even though each heaven flame had their own unpredictable miracle effects. The ice-cold flame was extremely cold. The purgatory true flame came from the purgatory, which was the best fiery flame to forge weapons. The vanishing corpse flame could control corpses and could even turn living humans into corpse slaves. The 9 Serenities' devouring soul flame was the fiery flame that could destroy souls. It could burn down souls of all kinds of creatures, and even divine sense or thoughts. Many legends about the 9 Serenities' soul-devouring flame had soon been spread out all over the endless sea. This flame appeared in numerous rumors, but no one ever heard that it had a master. Due to its particularity, no warrior dared to let it stay inside his host's soul in the sea of consciousness. The heaven flame that could burn down the soul consciousness of the host soul, how could someone get it integrated into his soul? But Shiyin had claimed that he kept the 9 Serenities' devouring soul flame in his sea of consciousness. Was it true? In legends, no one had ever broken the barrier. Did he really have such an eccentric change? Yang Yi Tian didn't believe it, neither did Xia Qinghe. But Nu Lang and Yin Hui believed him. Thousands of years had passed, and everyone who entered the lofty dragon graveyard had to die. But he came back alive. Moreover, he brought out with him a terrifying black iron puppet. If he could break one legend, it wouldn't be a surprise if he could break another one. Nu Lang and Yin Hui exchanged looks. Their faces were bizarre. Well, if you don't believe it, you can try. Shiyin didn't exaggerate, just smiled. Currently, the dark dwellers and the demon dwellers are raging in the endless sea. I just don't want Precursor Yang get his soul hurt because of me. Honestly, I don't like Precursor Yang, but I know that keeping you safe is better for the whole picture of the endless sea. So, I want to remind you, don't take risks. Yang Etion's face darkened, but people couldn't see anything from his complexion. You can't kill me directly using soul technique. And with this black puppet here, you can't kill me physically. What is the use for to linger here? Shurian pitched his voice, smiled, and said calmly, "The endless sea's really busy, you know? Yeah, forgive me if I can't see you off. I think we will meet again soon. At that time, I hope that Precursor Yang would be well prepared." Lifting his head, Shurian screamed again. "Oh yeah, I killed Zhou Yinfeng too. He's the Chao's man. Perhaps you want to visit Chao Chiu Dao too." Then he squinted his eyes, looking at Chao Ji Lan on the sea surface, talking to her with a cold voice. "Miss Chao, take care." Chao Ji Lan felt cold as if his cold voice had absorbed into her body and stiffened it. Shurian's performance had torn off all of her defenses. At this moment, she only felt helpless. She thought that they could kill Shurian instantly, but he had brought with him a terrifying black puppet from the lofty dragon graveyard. And now, he didn't show fear even on facing the peak warriors of the endless sea. Shurian's performance gave her an untrue feeling. She suddenly had a feeling that she had missed the chance which she would regret for the rest of her life. "I hope that you could stay that complacent for a long time." Yang Etian restored his original calm countenance. He nodded at Shurian. "It's true. You can see the endless seas situation now. For the time being, I won't interfere in your business. I think your existence could be one of our advantages too." Shurian frowned. "The Kiara Sea is in the hands of the Dark Dwellers. I think it's time for the Yang family to think about how to take back your territory." Yang Etian squinted his eyes. "I'm waiting for your good news." Then he glared at Shurian one last time before flying up to the sea surface, gathering with Gu Zhao's group. Soon, those people disappeared from the seabed. On the seabed, only Shurian, Yin Hui, Nu Lang, and Xiaqing Ho were left outside the lofty dragon graveyard. Chapter 474, Boldness. Chapter 474, Boldness. Nu Lang, Xiaqing Ho, and Yin Hui were dumbstruck, eyeing Shurian and the War Devil. All of a sudden, their minds were filled with strange emotions. Shurian's growing speed was too amazing. No warrior in the endless sea could be like him, thriving to his current powerful realm in such a short time. A young Sky Realm warrior with extraordinary backup went beyond their imagination. At his Sky Realm, he could borrow external forces to compete against the Spirit Realm warriors. And now, he had brought with him a War Devil from the lofty dragon graveyard. The power of a War Devil could be compared to a third sky of Spirit Realm warrior. Besides, he had the Ice-Cold Flame, the Earth Flame, the Nine Serenities Soul-Devouring Flame, the King of Demonic Insects, and the Devouring Gold Silkworm. Any of these on a typical warrior was enough to surprise people. But he had them all. Shurian, where is Xianyan? Xiaqing Ho mused for a while, and couldn't help but admire Shurian in his heart. But still, he asked the matter he worried about the most. Shurian's calm face changed when he heard the question. "What happened?" Xiaqing Ho raised his eyebrow. "She didn't come with you? I heard that she had visited the dark, magnetic, noxious mist, too. Didn't you say that you've come back from there? Did you meet her?" "People from the Pure Land took her to the Divine Great Land." Shurian calmly told them what Yi Chang Feng told him. Pure Land. Xiaqing Ho's face was cold as cold halo radiated from his eyes. "They want to revive Xian Yan's soul of the previous life. This means death to her. I'm not going to allow it." "The Pure Land's much stronger than the endless sea," Shurian sighed. "As far as I've known, there are true God Realm warriors among the 7 old factions in the Divine Great Land. I have to admit that the Endless Sea's forces are one level lower than the Divine Great Lands. Although Yin Hui and Nu Lang were dwelling on the seabed under the Endless Sea, they knew something about the Divine Great Land. Hearing Shurian talking about the place, they all showed interest and listened to him seriously. Shurian didn't conceal anything, frowned and said, Great-Grandpa Xia, don't worry too much about Xin Yin. We always have solutions. Xin Yin will be okay for the time being. After we're done with the stuff in Endless Sea, I'll go to the Divine Great Land and bring her back from the Pure Land. According to you, the Pure Land's one of the 7 ancient factions of the Divine Great Land, and they have true God Realm warriors. Do you really have any solution? Xiaqing Ho wore a worried face, shaking his head. If we want her back, I have to go there. With only you, I'm afraid it would be difficult to make them nod their heads. I have my means. What? Shurian took a deep breath, looking at Xiaqing Ho, then said, Great-Grandpa Xia, in the exotic land of the dark magnetic noxious mist, you got a crystal clear bead of God soul. I wonder if you've ever heard about the life original fluid? Xiaqing Ho was surprised. Yin Hui and Nu Lang had their eyes brightened at the same time. I heard that the life original fluid's there. Xiaqing Ho nodded. Seems like it's because of the life original fluid that the boy Yi Chung Feng gave me the vein spirit pellet. Anyway, when I was there, I didn't see such a miraculous thing. Why you mention it? I have it. Xiaqing Ho and the others were shaken. Their eyes brightened. I really have it here. Shi Yin smiled, looking at Yin Hui with guilt in his eyes. I hid the truth from you because I wasn't sure I could keep the life original fluid. Cough. Don't say that I'm too cautious. You and Nu Lang are both peak warriors, and a life original fluid appears to be a big deal. I'm afraid you guys. Yin Hui forced a smile and nodded. I understand. Nu Lang's eyes were shining, eyeing him without blinking. You really have it. Yes. Nu Lang was so joyful he almost went crazy. Among the others, only he had broken through to the 3rd sky of Spirit Realm, just one step away from the true God Realm. At this moment, the only thing he needed was a drop of the life original fluid, which would enhance his guts entering the true God Realm. It wasn't necessary to discuss the significance of the life original fluid to him. Once he entered the true God Realm, Nu Lang would become the legend of thousands of years on the seabed. His future wouldn't be limited in the seabed of the Endless Sea, and his world would change accordingly. The true God Realm was the realm of the genuine gods. The Spirit Realm was just the false God's realm. They were definitely different, and the gap between them was hard to cross. Once he could pass over it, he would become God. But if he couldn't, he would just be a false God. Nu Lang's desire for the life original fluid was much bigger than that of having an area in the Endless Sea. Why did you decide to disclose it now? Yin Hui also had an excited face. Shi Yin, tell us what you want to exchange for the life original fluid. Do you really have it? Xiaqing Ho was also stirred up. He was at the 2nd sky of Spirit Realm, and soon he would reach Nu Lang's realm. With a drop of the life original fluid, he would have a more substantial chance to enter the true God Realm. Thinking about this temptation, he couldn't hold it. The Spirit Realm warriors often would have lived for more than 100 years. Usually, they shouldn't be stirred up that easy. However, the life original fluid was a kind of treasure they had been yearning for so long. This made these old men unable to control their emotions. There's a reason for me to say so, Shi Yin smiled. Great-Grandpa Xia, with one drop of the life original fluid, I think it isn't hard to ask the people of the Pure Land to give back our people. Xiaqing Ho nodded. The Pure Land's one of the 7 ancient factions of the Divine Great Land. Of course, they should have some warriors at the 3rd sky of Spirit Realm. I think they know how precious a drop of the life original fluid is. Thus, don't worry. I said I would have plans to bring Xin Yin out of the Pure Land. Shi Yin comforted the old man. Wait until we're done with the stuff in Endless Sea. I'll visit the Divine Great Land. Just wait and see. I have my own means. Good boy. Xiaqing Ho smiled with shining eyes. He nodded. Yang Tian Emperor does have good fortune. As for you guys, he wanted to say something to Nu Lang and Yin Hui, but he didn't finish it. Say it. Nu Lang was trying to press down his excitement and spoke up casually. As long as it doesn't require me to betray the sea tribes, anything can be negotiated. Of course, I don't dare to force you to damage yourself or your reputation. Shi Yin was happy, but he was talking with solemn face. The Kiara Sea belongs to us. I want to take it back. Nu Lang relaxed his face. In Hui was bewildered for a while, then said, if it's the only request, no problem with our Silver Shark clan. Members of the Yang family are still in the demon area. My great-grandpa's doing well there. Perhaps he's seizing the chance to invade the demon area. For the time being, he won't be back in the endless sea. What? Nu Lang, In Hui, and Xiaqing Ho stammered in fear. The news about Yang Tian Emperor had been confined in demon area had soon spread over the endless sea, but the news of his escape was totally hidden. That's why some members of the sea tribes dared to plan their wild schemes on Barren City. If they had known that Yang Tian Emperor had escaped from the Demon King's confinement, they would have never conspired against Barren City. As they heard the earth-shaking news from Shi Yin, Nu Lang, In Hui, and even Xiaqing Ho were frightened. I'm sure this is real. Shi Yin smiled. Don't be startled. I think my great-grandpa has something he's arranged for the demon area. Currently, I can't borrow the force from the Yangs much. Anyway, with the help from the Black Flood Dragon clan and the Silver Shark clan, plus great-grandpa Xia. And yeah, perhaps I can also contact the Three Gods sect. With this combined force, I think it won't be tough to take back the Kiara Sea. Nu Lang and In Hui were surprised. Xiaqing Ho shouted with low tone. You also have a connection with the Three Gods sect. Yeah, my relation with Tang Yuan Nam isn't bad. Also, I have some old origins shared with Ouyang Luo Shuang. Shi Yin nodded. With these relationships and the life original fluid, I think it shouldn't be hard to ask for using people of the Three Gods sect. Moreover, taking back the Kiara Sea also gives the Three Gods sect a position here. And, in the future, I would pay back the favor by helping them deal with the demon dwellers in Yuan Luo Sea. Kid, not bad. Xiaqing Ho nodded continually. I won't ask you to do things for free, Shi Yin mused for a while. Then his face stiffened. The dark water territories, a fertile land. If you see tribes help us, after the endless sea is secured and the dark dwellers and the demon dwellers are killed, besides 2 drops of the life original fluid, I will offer you the dark water territory. Nu Lang and In Hui had their eyes brightened. Xiaqing Ho's face slightly changed as he frowned. Shi Yin, the dark water territory belongs to the Holy God sect, the Spirit Treasure Wonderland, and the Heaven Lake Holy Land. These 3 forces have been battling against me. Yeah, they are weak though. In my eyes, they can't keep the dark water territory in the future. Shi Yan's face was dark and cold. They're unkind to me, so I won't be polite either. In the future, of course, the endless sea would have a great change. I can see the dark water become the sea tribe's territory. What do you think? He looked at Nu Lang and In Hui. Aren't you afraid that thousands of people would insult you? Nu Lang knitted his brows. Although some people from your human race have been cooperating with our sea tribes, until now, they don't allow us to get to the surface of the sea area. Thousands of years have passed by, and you guys have never allowed us to visit the blue ocean. If you do so, aren't you afraid that the warriors of the endless sea would unite and protest against you? They would say that you have united with alien tribes to deal with your own kind. Aren't you afraid of them? I think the ones who could scold me should have already visited hell by that time, Shi Yin smirked. Nu Lang, In Hui, and Xiaqing Ho gave him a deep look as they all sighed inside. This kid was vicious enough. Chapter 475, Final Decision. Chapter 475, Final Decision. Great-Grandpa Xia, you should be more open-minded. Shi Yin hesitated, then smiled. If the dark dwellers and the demon dwellers bury themselves in endless sea, the demon area and the underworld would become the places where no one lives. Ha! Losing the dark water territory, but earning the demon area and the underworld, you tell me, aren't there a little bit profits here? Xiaqing Ho was shaken, as a strange light shot out from his eyes. Kid, you're young, but you do have strong wild schemes. Cruel and merciless. Such a character. Nu Lang took a deep breath. Your appetite's bigger than Chao Chiu Dao's and Yang Etian's. I didn't expect that you have dreamed about the demon area and the underworld too. Sigh, It's unbelievable that the Yang family has another freak like you besides Yang Tian Emperor. Although you sea tribes can leave the sea surface, it should be a bit difficult if you leave endless sea for a long time. Shi Yin smiled, his face deliberate. You shouldn't consider the demon area and the underworld. These places aren't suitable for your sea tribes to live. The seawater there is also different from the Grace mainland. Well, you're sure that our sea tribes can't earn a living in the demon area and the underworld. That's why you offer so. Inhui snorted with irritation. It's true, Shi Yin didn't deny. Nu Lang and Inhui fell into silence. Shi Yin wasn't hurried, smiled, and waited for them calmly. I would agree with your conditions and help you take back the Kiara Sea. However, I want to see the life original fluid first. Nu Lang mused, wanting to confirm the fact that Shi Yin had the life original fluid. Inhui also showed his longing face. No problem. Shi Yin was frank and straightforward. He contacted the king of demonic insects in the blood vein ring, sending his thought. After the king of demonic insects got a drop of immortal blood from him, their relationship had become more harmonious. Having heard his call, it came out from the blood vein ring, opened its mouth and spurred out a crystal lotus throne. A bottle stood amid the crystal lotus throne, holding some sort of white liquid. Heartbeats reverberated clear and loud from this white substance. This bottle wasn't big, and Shi Yin took the chance to glare at it. He found that the bottle kept around 10 drops of life original fluid. Each drop had the heart shape with robust heartbeats sounding out. They were all radiating a milky white halo, which made them look like a strong, micro heart. Extremely marvelous. Divine light sparkled in Nu Lang's, In Hui's, and Xia Qingho's eyes as they were eyeing the bottle on the crystal lotus throne. As the three of them had spirit realm cultivation base, they had unique recognition of strange things. At first glance, they knew how miraculous the liquid inside the bottle was. Not bad. The rumor's true. Xia Qingho affirmed first, his face surprised and happy. Each drop of the life original fluid seems to have its own vitality. I can hear the vigorous heartbeats. From its look, I can tell it's the life original fluid. Inhui nodded continually. As you've said, it's the life original fluid. Shi Yin sent his thought again. The king of demonic insects opened its mouth, swallowed the crystal lotus throne, and disappeared into the blood vein ring. Shi Yin then looked at Nu Lang, smiled, and asked, Precursor Nu Lang, do you have further doubts? All right. Nu Lang spoke up with a serious face. I'm going back to the Black Flood Dragon clan and arrange things. As for the details, we need to talk and act together, okay? You can contact my big uncle Yang Zhua. I'll go to the sea surface and contact people from the Three Gods sect. Shi Yin smiled. Don't worry. I'll have a sufficient force to annihilate the Dark Dwellers in a flash. Right, I'll arrange the business of my clan and then find Yang Zhua, nodded Nu Lang. Inhui said the same. However, he was a little bit hesitant. If the Water Scorpion tribe and the Naga tribe also want to join us, how about this life original fluid? Shi Yin shook his head. I didn't count them in this. Inhui frowned. I don't want to waste it, Shi Yin considered. On the seabed, the Black Flood Dragon clan and the Silver Shark clan are the strongest tribes, much stronger than the Water Scorpion tribe and the Naga tribe. With your help, the Xia family and the Three Gods sect, together with me and this Black Iron puppet, taking the Kiara Sea isn't a big deal. We don't need more people. How about the Dark Water territory? Probed Inhui. Wait until we finish the Kiara Sea's matter. Then I will see if your sea tribes have good wills. Shi Yin was serious. If you guys want the Dark Water territory, we will need forces in the future. Yeah, the demon dwellers are in the endless sea, too. It will be a conflict at that time. If you want to claim good things, you should think about the next steps. Nu Lang's and In Hui's eyes sparkled, their faces complicated. A while after that, Nu Lang nodded but didn't discuss anything else. He regarded In Hui, then they left together. Shi Yin, your ambitious heart isn't small, Xia Qingho exclaimed after Nu Lang and In Hui had left. In fact, I have no ambition, Shi Yin burst out laughing. I just don't want to leave the ones who want to deal with me live with ease. No matter it's the endless sea, the demon area, or the underworld, I don't have the desire to take them. However, the Yang family has treated me well. I have plenty free time at this moment, so I should do something to repay their favors. I heard that you came from the quiet cloud. Yes, Shiyan's eyes glittered, then slowly nodded. The reason why he wanted to stir the rain and the wind in endless sea was for the Yangs on one hand, and on the other hand, because of the guilt towards Shi Jian and the others in the quiet cloud. Since he had descended in the Grace mainland, the Shi family had considered him their successor. No matter it was Shi Jian, Shi Tai, or Shi Dang, they all took care of him, trusted him, and treated him like a member of their family. The Shi family dwelled in the merchant union. The warriors there were normal, and the aura of the earth and firmament wasn't as good as the endless sea. They didn't even have a spirit realm warrior. After he had seen the wealth of the endless sea and the peak prosperous time of the divine great land, he had determined that he should come up with a plan to bring the Shi family out of the merchant union of the quiet cloud and get them to the endless sea or even the divine great land. He should find the best place for their cultivation. Only if the endless sea regained its peace and the Yang family held the absolute overlord position in endless sea, the Shi family could have no worries and move there from the merchant union. At that time, he could ease his mind and enter the divine great land to learn the peak knowledge from the true warriors of the Grace mainland. Great Grandpa Xia, do you want to visit Baron's city? Oh no. Xia Qingho contemplated for a while, then showed his worries. I've just turned my back on Yang Yition. I'm afraid he would do something behind my back. I have to go back to control the situation. When you have everything planned, send someone to notify me. I'll know how to cooperate with you. The reincarnation island of the Xia family's also in the Kiara Sea. I want to take it back soon. All right, I'm going back to Baron City and talk to my big uncle. Keep in touch. Okay, sure. Yin bid farewell to the old man on the seabed. He then walked with his black iron puppet, leaving the graveyard and heading to Baron City. 7 days later, he got to Baron City, returning to the Yang family in the city. Since Yang Zhua and the others knew that he would be going to the Antiquity Lofty Dragon graveyard, they couldn't help but worry about him. Now, as they saw him coming back, everybody was happy and surprised, chirping around him to ask about his experience of this trip. Shiyan just smiled and didn't say anything. He waited until they finished and started. I'm okay. I got a war devil there. He pointed to the black iron puppet. War devil. Yang Zhua and Zhang Mu frowned, looking at the black iron puppet. Really dangerous? Yang Zhua couldn't hold but ask. Shi Yin confirmed with a nod. Really dangerous. How dangerous is it? Li Feng raised her brows, giggling. He killed Situ Jie, Zhou Yufeng, and Zhong Lidan. Everybody was shaken, extremely frightened. No kidding? Yang Mu was panic-stricken. Shaking his head, Shi Yin smiled. No kidding. He paused for a while, then explained. If this war devil urges all of his strength, he would be able to confront Nu Lang directly. Won't be defeated, I guess. Everybody was dumbfounded on hearing him. On the seabed, Nu Lang was an invincible existence. Every single member of the sea tribes or human race knew how tremendous Nu Lang's power was. He was the best warrior who was acknowledged by everyone. And now, Shi Yin said that this black iron puppet had the ability to confront Nu Lang directly. Everybody thought he was crazy. Nu Lang and Yin Hui agreed to join hands with us and help us take back the Kiara Sea. Shi Yin threw them another bomb. Yang Zhua and the other members of the Yang family all wore an extremely awkward face, gazing at him like they were looking at a monster. I'm not joking with you guys, Shi Yin said seriously, but Yang Zhua and the others kept their dumbstruck complexion. Well, it happened like this. From their appearance, Shi Yin knew they couldn't accept the event. He had no choice but wear a forced smile and tell them in detail. After he had finished, Yang Zhua and the others gradually restored themselves, believing in his words. We didn't expect that you could have the miraculous life original fluid from the dark magnetic noxious mist. Fella, you do have good fortune. Yang Mu exclaimed with an admiring face. No wonder why Nu Lang and the others were frank and straightforward. Seems it's mainly because of the life original fluid. Yang was shot right at the critical detail. Big uncle, you guys just stay on the seabed. The current situation will change soon. Don't worry. Shi Yin smiled. I'm going back to the sea surface to find Tang Yuan Nam of the Three Gods sect. We have a good relationship. If he helps me now, we will repay his favor later. I think he won't deny me. With the forces from the Three Gods sect, the Black Flood Dragon clan, the Silver Shark clan, and the Xia family, we can easily get back to the Kiara Sea. The Yangs was roused. Seems like you don't need your great-grandpa returning to Endless Sea to help us take back what belongs to us. Yang Zhua smiled, patting Shi Yin's shoulder. Bringing you here from the Quiet Cloud was our best decision. You're truly the lucky charm of our Yang family. Chapter 476, Strong Wind. Chapter 476, Strong Wind. The Dark Water Territory, Holy Water Island. This island was the sacred place of the Heaven Lake Holy Land. Legends said that the Holy Water Island had a Heaven Lake, which kept the holy water. Soaking a newborn in the Heaven Lake for a whole 49 days could help wash all the impurities in the body, enhance tendons and meridians, and completely change the baby. This would give an ordinary baby the innate talent which was pretty good for its cultivation later. The Holy Water Island was located on the sacred mountain of the Heaven Lake Holy Land. More than 10 warriors were sitting on the bench with a gloomy face. Qing Ming, the Queen of Heaven, Gu Xiao, the Emperor of Earth, Wu Qin, Qiu Sun, and the cult master of the Holy Gods sect, Ling Mei, were the ones leading the forces of Endless Sea. They gathered there, but their hearts seemed to be pressed by a huge stone, which was exceptionally heavy. Is he really dangerous? Keeping silent for a long while, Qiu Sun from the Spirit Treasure Wonderland sighed and asked Gu Xiao. Gu Xiao beamed a forced smile, shook his head, and said begrudgingly, he alone is dangerous already. But now it's not only that. From the Antiquity Lofty Dragon Graveyard, he brought out a tremendously intimidating black iron puppet. Honestly, I still can't believe it. It's just a simple-looking black iron puppet, but it has a scary, evil power. Zui Yufeng and Situ Jiet died in its hands, as soft as a block of tofu. They couldn't bear even a strike. Everybody sank into silence again after his words were uttered. Zui Yufeng and Situ Jie were both famous warriors in Endless Sea with their spirit realm cultivation base, just like everybody else here. The black iron puppet had killed them easily, which meant that everybody else here would face a deadly consequence if they met Shi Yin. It's not long after. Wu Qin wore a bitter complexion then sighed. We shouldn't mess with him. The trouble's blown up now. According to you, even Hall Master Yang couldn't control him. In this immense, endless sea, who could subdue him then? I think if we use individual power, no one in Endless Sea can do anything to him. The Queen of Heaven Fan Xiang Yun was hesitant, and couldn't help but admit it begrudgingly. At present, Shi Yin was the biggest freak of the Endless Sea, and the word genius wasn't enough to describe him. Everybody sank into silence. Did Hall Master Yang say anything about this? The cult master of the Holy God sect Ling Mei had short hair, each of it raising sparklingly. He looked young and handsome, with an evil, eccentric aura. However, he had the calmest look among them. Xia Qingho protects him wholly. Nu Lang and Yin Hui were also there. That kid has the 9 serenities soul-devouring flame. As Hall Master Yang couldn't use his soul technique to kill him in an instant, nothing else was there that he could do. Gu Xiao explained. The others then sobered up. It seems that the most unpredictable factor of the future of the Endless Sea is this man. Ling Mei took a cold breath, mused for a long while before speaking up again. He's younger than anyone else. At such young age, he has the realm and the power that frightens people. I think we should be more careful. Jing Yin-Qing sat neatly and listened to them without intervening. Through what Gu Xiao and the others had shared, although she hadn't witnessed the fight with her own eyes, she could imagine the deep impression Shi Yin had brought to them. That year, Shi Yin had stunned people by fighting against Mo Chi Ta. It was just 1 year, and now he dared to provoke Yang Tian. How amazing a progress had he made? She didn't know why she felt refreshed and content seeing many overlords of the endless seaside in distress. She even had schadenfreude to a certain extent. The stronger Shi Yin progressed, the more excited she was. "Any reactions from Chao Chiu Dao?" asked Wu Qin. "Nothing up till now," the Queen of Heaven said after thinking. "Xiaolan hasn't got back to the two to see, perhaps. However, the master of the Chao should have known the news by now. He can communicate with Halm Master Yang. I think that if anything arises, he will talk with Halm Master Yang first. Just wait for now. Zui Yufeng and Situ Jia were their men. With their nature, they wouldn't stay idle for long," Gu Xiao nodded. "But the current situation of the endless sea isn't good." Wu Qin shook his head. "The dark dwellers and the demon dwellers are pressing closer. If we spend more workforce on Shi Yin, it would be strenuous to resist the invasion of the dark dwellers and the demon dwellers. If the sea tribes are willing to join us, every difficulty will be solved easily." Fan Xiang Yin furrowed her brows. "Too bad that Nu Lang and Yin Hui always keep their mouths shut. They haven't revealed any intention that they would cooperate with us. I think these two aren't friendly. If the sea tribes poke their noses in, the endless sea would have something interesting to watch." "How about the three gods sect?" Wu Qin glared at Gu Xiao. "Stays secluded in their forbidden place in their sea," Gu Xiao snorted. "Seems Tang Yuan and doesn't want to mobilize their force. They only want to secure the three god sect's force. If it isn't the most crucial time, Ouyang Luo Shang will never be willing to take action. She's ascetically cultivating in the forbidden place of the three gods sect. I think they hide the malicious intent behind their fair countenances. We shouldn't lay any hopes on them. The three gods sect appreciates Shi Yin. It's natural that they won't help us deal with Shi Yin this time." Wu Qin shook his head. "If the three gods sect knows of Shi Yin's powers and joins hands with him, there will be a force that no one can deny in the endless sea. The Yang family, the three gods sect, and the Xia family had the three most prominent characters: Ouyang Luo Shang, Shi Yin, and Xia Qin Ho. Those three had the power to battle against any peak warrior. Once they joined hands, the endless sea would have a great transformation. Anyway, they hadn't counted the sea tribes. If they knew that Nu Lang and Yin Hui also had gotten into an agreement with Shi Yin, it was unknown how frightened they would be. Sigh, it would be best if Shi Yin went the same way as us." Wu Qin was quite distressed. "Without that pursuit, perhaps Shi Yin wouldn't be that hostile toward us. With him, we don't need to bear such a headache." Qing Ming, the Queen of Heaven, and the others suddenly discolored. It was because of them, who had persistently wanted to deal with Shi Yin, that everybody turned their back on him. After a series of actions, everybody got involved in it deeply. After 1 year, Shi Yin returned to the endless sea and showed his intimidating power that subdued everyone. This made them regret, but they couldn't do anything else. "There's no pill for regret." Gu Xiao contemplated for a while. "Wait and see. I think the Chao's master and Home Master Yang would have their arrangement soon." Everybody had no choice but to nod. Yuan Luo Sea, in a marvelous place covered by a mysterious halo under the sea of the sun, moon, the star islands. A mesmerizing figure stood in the moonlight, taking a bath in a pond. Countless dots of moonlight essence gathered and glinted on her jade porcelain like pure white body. She was standing in the pond like a fairy maiden with an ethereal aura of a holy being. She was the moon god, Ouyang Luo Shang. In the moonlight pond, she seemed to not bother with the annoying outer world, nor the raging waves of the endless sea. She was freely enjoying the moonlight entering her body, as she was taking each of her steps with caution on the way to the true goal of a warrior. The flame Qilin appeared from afar with its scorching flame. Tang Yuan Nan sat on his mount, controlling the speed to be not too rapid nor slow as he approached the moonlight pond. The beauty in the moonlit pond frowned. All of a sudden, the moonlight covered her body wholly. Just like the goddess of the Luo River, the beauty slowly flew up from the moonlight pond, her entire body covered in the hazy moonlight. She looked at the other with cold eyes. What's happened? Tang Yuan then wore a tender face, slightly bent over and smiled. I've got some interesting news. Haha, but I'm not sure if it is true or not. Ouyang Luo Shang arched her eyebrow, her eyes as beautiful and shining as the stars. She spoke up with clear and chill voice. What news? Shi Yin has returned to the endless sea. So what? I heard that he killed Zui Feng, Situ Jie, and even Zhongli Dun on the seabed. Tang Yuan then curled his lips into a smile. Ouyang Luo Shang's pretty eyes sparkled with strange light. She was astonished for a while before speaking up again. Not quite realistic. I think so. There's no smoke without fire, anyway. My news came from the sacred water island of the Dark Water Sea area. Tang Yuan didn't hurry, and just casually explained. I heard that Gu Xiao, Qing Ming, and Wu Qin aren't good now. They are gathering because of Shi Yin, but they couldn't come up with a solution good enough. I even heard that after Shi Yin had killed Situ Jie and Zhongli Dun, Yang Yitian had arrived, but then he came back with nothing. Even he couldn't do anything. Eventually, the beauty couldn't help but let out a slight sigh to show her surprise. He killed Situ Jie and Zhongli Dun, but Yang Yitian had unexpectedly let him go. It seemed like Yang Yitian couldn't do anything to him, explained Tang Yuan Nan. Yang Yitian's the peak warrior of the endless sea. How could he do nothing to him? Apparently, Ouyang Luo Shang didn't buy it, shook her head, and then burst out laughing. Your disappearance seemed to be a mistake. Even if that fella's strong, it's impossible for him to defeat Yang Yitian. Yeah, don't waste your mind on it. The news you got shouldn't be true, for the most part. I think it could be true. Tang Yuannan's face was serious. Can you guess who sent me the news? Who? The Holy Maiden of the Heaven Lake Holy Land. Her? How could it be? I don't know either. I haven't had any connection with her before. She must have it done behind Wu Qin's back. I'm not sure. Is it a plan of the Dark Water Sea area, perhaps? Ouyang Luo Shang mused for a while, then shook her head. It's not possible. They won't help that kid enhance his reputation like that. That's why I'm suspicious and puzzled. All of a sudden, at this moment, the teleportation formation at the center of the three gods' sex holy land glowed. Not long after that, a man appeared in the halo together with a black iron puppet. He then shouted, Precursor Tang, I'm Shi Yin. Can we talk? Tang Yuan was shaken.